It's the official start of the Sixers offseason, and a new era begins for the Philadelphia 76ers with Mike Gansey at the helm. Welcome to the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live. Round 1, Day 1, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY and parkscasino.com to learn more. Alongside Derek and Kyle, I'm Devon Bree, the president of basketball operations. Big job for her tonight as the president of basketball ops. You ain't lying. And you know what? She might have needed a little help on this one. We got Ethan as the vice president tonight for round number 1 here. Mike Gansey set to lead his first draft as president of this storied franchise. And a team that is, a championship continues to elude them. Gansey, though, begins his tenure with the 22nd overall pick tonight. What direction will he and the front office go tonight? So, as we get things started again with all three of us, Bree is here, Ethan is here, all of you, we thank you so much for being in the chat with us. Sorry you couldn't make it here into the office where we have a great number of the diehard members, the community here celebrating with us and hanging out with us, some food, some drinks, some pop-a-shot going on the television out there as well. But we do appreciate you and your interaction, even though you couldn't make it here tonight. But that being said, that just gives us an opportunity to interact with you immediately as things get underway with this one tonight. So again, Sixers pick at number 22 tonight.
Our guy Legs on the draft show, by the way, looking good. Shout out to our guy, Tim Legler.
That guy is busy. So pick number 22 for the Philadelphia 76ers tonight. As of right now, no second round pick. We will see how that goes for tomorrow night. If they do something, maybe that happens and we'll figure that out. The honest, though, part of it, as we give our open thoughts here on things, we'll get to Giannis Antetokounmpo being traded to the Miami Heat. Could Ja Morant also be moved at some point? His name has been thrown out there quite a bit about potential movement from the Memphis Grizzlies. They have the 3rd overall pick. They're probably going to go a big man. May not be a guard, but they also have 16, and we've been talking about Christian Anderson a lot at that spot. Other guards there, so will Ja Morant be moved? We'll give the details on the Giannis trade a little bit later, but for Mike Gansey here and his first crack at it, we've been talking to the people here in the offices, the diehard members. What do you think? I even asked Ethan, don't cop out, give me a name. The problem is, none of us know anything. Things have been close to the best.
We're so far down in the draft order.
We have no idea. We've gone over the Kobe Altman, Mike Gansey pairing in the front office of their selection since 2017 when he's been in that front office. We still don't know what he likes, though, teaming up with Bob Myers, Jameer Nelson.
He likes fountains,
He likes fountains. There you go.
No drains in his house.
We don't know. So that's the intriguing part about tonight, where we were with Daryl Morey for 6 years, and we can kind of understand where you guys would say, look, in the past, this is what Daryl Morey kind of likes. He leans this way when he at this spot and this particular type of player. We have no clue, everyone, with Mike Gansey. So, Derek, let's start here. Just your opening thoughts on tonight and what you're looking for from them and what to accomplish tonight.
Yeah, well, you started the show off by saying we don't know anything. And I think you could generally describe our show like that, but that's especially true right now because there is no track record to go off of. And even during his time in Cleveland, there's no real track record for you to go off of. We've obviously got our thoughts. We've had our conversations about maybe who they liked in the workouts. We have the mock drafts who are guessing. Most of them are admitting that they're guessing, but nobody really knows. And that does make it a little bit stressful, because some of the names that I have heard I'm not necessarily in love with, but it also makes it very exciting because pretty much anything could happen. We obviously got the big NBA news out of the way here. Finally. So, I was a little worried that wasn't going to happen and everyone was going to be in a state of paralysis. That's cleared, so it could not only be an interesting night from the Sixers, but also from the entire NBA.
So here's my focus going into tonight. I think what is exciting about having a new regime, other than just the kind of chaos factor, right? Like you're saying, it's an unknown. And I think it's a little spooky for us and for fans.
I like predictability.
I think for the league, that gives the Sixers a bit of a competitive advantage where teams are just like, I don't know what to expect out of these guys. Right. And so, how do you approach trade talks with them? How do you approach just any kind of discussions with this new front office. I think they're well set up right now for night one. But I would also say this, like Mike Gansey, Jameer Nelson, Prosper, the rest of the guys who are still in that front office and are going to come into this front office, you can't worry about mistakes that have been made in the past. You can't worry about, hey, this trade did or didn't work for Daryl Morey and the previous regime. Like my mindset as we talk about this pick is that you can't worry about, well, if we would have known that you're trading Jared McCain and now you're going to draft a guard, like, oh, you wouldn't have made that trade. You can't be in that mindset. What you have to do today is make the best possible decision that you can make for this team with what is in front of you, which today is the pick. It's going to be second-round picks and first-round picks and free agents and other things down the road. You cannot anchor any decision that you make today to mistakes and decisions that have already been made. You certainly want to account for Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe and how you fit the pieces around them.
Yep.
But when you get into this part of the draft at 22, I think we've all been pretty clear. Like, yes, we want guys who fit. Yes, we want them to get rebounders and size and athleticism. We also just want good basketball players. Yeah. And if there happens to be a guy who's a little bit tougher to fit into the team, but we think is a lot better at basketball than the rest of these guys, then get that guy and let the rest take care of itself. So I'm hoping, based on what we've heard from Mike and Jameer and the rest of these guys, that that's the approach we see tonight. We're going to be waiting a while for the Sixers pick. So aside from that, I'm really excited to see what happens. Like as Derek said, the Giannis trade clears the decks to some extent. I think when we get to pick 5 and the Clippers, there are going to be some serious trade talks leading into that. I think if we're looking at a team like Dallas has been rumored to be in the Atlanta Hawks, and then the Jaylen Brown element of the Giannis sweepstakes, now we could be talking about, hey, who is Boston on the phone with tonight? Where could Jaylen Brown be going? And what would be returning to Boston in that type of trade? So it's going to be a busy, busy night around here.
And just to give everybody a little bit of a refresher, if you will, on pick number 22 over the last couple of years for the NBA draft. How far should we go? I'll just give you some names that, in this particular case, the 2000s that really stand out. Casey Jacobson, a shooter in 2002. Jarrett Jack in 2005 for the Nuggets. Nice player there. Jared Dudley, 2007. Courtney Lee, 2008. Kenneth Faried, 2011 to the Nuggets. Mason Plumlee, who's still in the league. He was on the Spurs bench.
They had a bunch of random bigs on that bench that they never used by the end, right? Biombo was hanging out there as
Pretty
well.
sure there's still a Plumlee in college, too.
That might be. Mason Plumlee, 2013. Bobby Portis, who was just sent in the Giannis trade to the Miami Heat. He was selected at pick number 22 in 2015. Malachi Richardson, 2016 as well. Jarrett Allen was the 22nd overall pick to the Nets in 2017. Grant Williams, Zeke Naji to the Nuggets in 2020.
Who, by the way, appears to be on the block
Yes,
that they're trying to move that salary, and so we'll see if anything might happen with him tonight.
And the last, let's say the last 5, Isaiah Jackson, Walker Kessler.
Shout out to our guy Vince.
Dariq Whitehead, Deron Holmes to the Nuggets, and Drake Powell to the Nets last summer. Those are the last, since the start of the 2000s, the 22nd overall pick. And we were talking to Constantine 34. You mentioned him. He's here. He and Jay came through, and he mentioned how this draft is not very deep. But even with that, where they are sitting at 22, there's a player. Who that player is, we don't know yet. But there's a player. There's a bunch of players there that are still good up to about 25, 26, where you look at it and say, you can still get something at pick number 22 where that can help out. And let's not forget, Tyrese Maxey was the 21st overall pick. Different circumstances because it was COVID. You didn't have the tournament and all of that. But he was selected pick number 21 overall in that draft. So, Derek, there's still some really good talent as we will start to run down, look at the names in the next segment. But there's some good talent there overall.
Yeah, no, look, and I know this draft was weakened a little bit by some players going back to college. That's going to happen all the time. I think there's going to be talent here. It doesn't mean it's always going to be predictable talent, like a lot of times in the 20s. We've been saying it time and time again. You really have to guess who is going to develop more than you expect, whose flaws are going to be fixable that maybe you didn't expect them to be fixed, and you have a chance to go out there and get someone who can really contribute. It is fraught with potential landmines. Like, I think the hit rate in the 20s is not always that great, but there's no doubt there's going to be talent available.
So I want to give an example and it's not going to be a popular one.
No.
It's one that Derek has been attached to during this pre-draft process. But of that, hey, who is going to improve by a lot? Who's the person that, with whatever their weaknesses are now, will be able to either fly past them or just fix them enough that they're not a problem anymore? So Labaron Philon, great example, came back as a sophomore. When he's coming into this season, big questions about, is he a shooter, right? I think he shot 30 or 31% as a freshman. And what can he do at the rim? He's small, he's skinny. That's going to be a problem if he's going to be a paint touch, trying to beat teams going downhill type of guy. He went from 45% at the rim in the half court as a freshman to around 64, 65% as a sophomore. He went from that 30, 31% from three to 39% as a sophomore. And so those are like, he came in knowing these are two big areas of weakness that I must get better at to get to the next level and succeed. And he, I think, exceeded expectations in both those areas as a sophomore. And so as you're looking at, obviously we're going to be looking at a lot of freshmen tonight. And so it's a lot harder to say, hey, how is this guy going to get better? Because we're judging high school versus college and it's all imperfect. And so you got to bank on the character. You got to bank on, the interviews, the workouts, the other things that maybe help set these guys apart just a little bit. And that's the fun part, I think, for us because we have the humility to be like, we got these things wrong or we got these things right in different draft stuff. So every year it's just a fun new challenge where we get to say, I like this guy, but I can also say this guy also has all these fatal flaws. Like you really just don't know. And that's especially true as we get into the 20s. And it's even more so the deeper you get into the draft, the more landmines that are there that you have to avoid.
And to your point, that's where the conversation is fascinating, the unknown of Mike Gansey and what they're thinking. Will we get a sense of what whoever they select tonight? Does that tell us anything of the type of players or just a player of what it is? Is it more geared towards Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe's timeline? Is it more of a, hey, we got to win right now and we need this player on our roster immediately tonight? So that's the intriguing part. And to Kyle's point, where, look, we've all had hits and misses. We had hits and misses in the top 5.
Not me.
We've had misses.
Perfect.
Yeah, you are perfect. We've had misses in the late 20s and the teens, whatever it might be. You get things wrong. Look, I've been swinging the flag right now for Chris Sinak for this entire time we started talking about it. I could be wrong. I could very well be wrong on that one because of the fact that there are so many question marks about this young player because he is young and there are other things that he has to do, new position when he got to college from high school and all of it. But look, that's the beauty of it and that's where we are. But he's talented. Philon is talented. Drive to Labaron if he is here. We're going to make a shirt about that. Drive to Labaron. Who said that in the chat earlier in the week about drive to Labaron? We're going to do all that stuff. It's going to be fun, man, to talk about. But Mike Gansey in this one with Bob Myers. That's the other piece, Kyle. We keep talking about the Mike Gansey piece and Jameer Nelson to Prosper, but the Bob Myers piece. We went back and we looked at the draft history with him in Golden State.
And I said double C is a Bob Myers pick.
Yes, he is.
If there ever was one.
Yes, he is. And then you see the mock drafts, which we will give you some of the updates. There was one that came out about 30 minutes ago that I didn't have a chance to look at from our buddy Sam Vicini. He said his updated one that I didn't get a chance to look at. We'll update you on some of those, but one of those is a guard too. Maybe that's a Mike Gansey direction that we can go. But with that, the Bob Myers piece of it is CC, baby. He wants to go big. Is his voice, is he going to, we don't know that either. They've said what they have said about the whole inner workings of it all, but when it comes down to it, we don't know who's going to be making the final decision between those guys.
So I would put it like this. If you don't think Bob Myers is involved, I got a bridge to sell you. However, I also don't think Mike Gansey, given the respect that he has around the league, given that he was the general manager of basically his hometown team, right? This is not like, man, he had this crappy job for a bad organization. Like, that was to some extent a dream job for him. I don't think he came here to be a yes man and to take orders. Like, yes, he's going to have to work around and work with Bob Myers. He's going to have to work with Josh Harris, of course, is ultimately the person who always has final say is the owner. But I think Mike Gansey, and to a lesser extent, Jameer Nelson, are about to put their stamp on this team and organization.
Yeah, I think the way I would probably phrase it, if Bob went to Josh and said, no, we can't do this, Bob probably wins. But I think Bob will probably be strategic, knowing that he can't do that all the time, or Mike Gansey's probably not going to want to be here too long.
Yeah.
And certainly on the first night, he would have to have a pretty big reservation to override it, would be my guess.
All right, so we want everybody, as we see everybody starting to trickle in here, we appreciate everybody again. Derek, Kyle, Devon, and Bree. Ethan, Vice President tonight, hanging out with Bree there to make sure everything is good to go. We are presented by our good friends from Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. As you come on in here, maybe spread the word, let everybody else know that we are here. This is the only place for you to go to get the live in the moment
and Hedfa
coverage.
Said, what's up from the PHLY lounge?
There you go.
Hanging out here in the studio.
In the lounge. Hit the like button. Like and subscribe. Leave a comment. Certainly leave your comments in the chat and let us know how you feel about things. We will update you as the night goes along. You see the ticker on the bottom. We're fancy. You see the ticker on the bottom with all the team names in the draft order. That will go off tonight. We have everything on the side. You see the trade right there that we will get to a little bit more in detail in the next segment with Giannis and the Heat and Tyler Hero as well. Could Tyler Hero then be moved as he is going to Milwaukee? There's been talk about him maybe being moved elsewhere. We just want you to, just continue to maintain all the activity in the chat. We will get to you, your super chats as well. I see Sovereign is already trying to get me started with Janai Broom's name in the chat. Don't start me, Sovereign. You got to get it right tonight. I'm trying to be good here tonight. But with that, we appreciate all of you. We see Brenna in there from the PHLY Flyers show as well. So thank you, everybody. Spread the word. Let everybody know that we're here. We're going to hang out with you until the end of the first round tonight. Round 2 is going to be tomorrow. We'll be right back here tomorrow night for round 2. Whether the Sixers have a pick or not, we will be here with you as well. But, all right, Kyle, you talked about how looking at the goal for tonight and what they do, running his first draft, Mike Gansey. And, I mean, we haven't had this in a while. It's been 6 years since we've been here, as you said, with the excitement of it, the unknown. The NBA doesn't know what outside of what they think his hands were in there as far as Cleveland goes. But here, and bringing up Broom, Terrence Knights is bringing him up and all. It's just so he can
calls them Broomers.
Broomers to get
They can't be trusted.
Yes, can't be trusted. But you see all the other stuff going on around the league, and the injuries that we know. Timeline-wise, how are you? You can't worry about the Jared McCain trade and what that did, but there are 2 timelines here with VJ Edgecombe and Tyrese Maxey, and then the Paul George and Joel Embiid side of it, where it's win now with all 4 of them. But also, how are you looking at where you have maybe a young player like Sinak and Quaintance that has a lot of stuff to work on, but you may also find a player in, let's say, Swain or Terrace Reed that's ready to go immediately. That can also be for the future, but somebody that can step in right now. How should they balance that tonight with their decision-making?
Well, I'll tell you, I would expect that it will be more focused on who is the best long-term fit. And so that's more predicated on the Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe timeline. Now, here's the thing. I do believe most players that are going to fit with Tyrese and VJ are probably going to fit with Paul George and Joel Embiid. Those are not guys that are like, man, one-dimensional, can't shoot, have to operate a certain way. Like Joel is the more rigid, like team runs through him on offense, bit more of like find the puzzle pieces around him. But like we've always talked about the chemistry with him and Tyrese, like that foundational 2-man action within DHOs, within dribble hand, or within pick and rolls, that gives them the base with which to build from. And so if you're helping Joel Embiid out of a pick and roll or out of a DHO, you're also helping Tyrese Maxey because he's the guy involved in that initial action. On the defensive end, they both need help with switchability. They need help with rebounding. They need help with some athleticism, some toughness. And so I don't think it's necessarily that they need to pick a timeline here. I think it's more about tonight. What is the skill set that you think is the best skill set on the board? Is it somebody that is a 3-level scorer with playmaking? Is it somebody that's got real big physical tools like a Sinak that can also rebound that you think can grow into something more? But if push comes to shove and it does come down to like, hey, we need to make a longer term play, or we're getting a more ready-made guy. I tend to believe it'll be more of a longer term play with where they're sitting right now.
How you feeling?
Yeah, and actually, Mr. James said something in the chat that I said in our Discord earlier today. It's kind of 3 timelines because Maxey and VJ are on slightly different ones as well. I mean, Maxey will be on a 35% max before VJ even gets off of his rookie contract, which is amazing because they have 8 players under a roster and have 3 different timelines going. Really skillfully done. But I also just don't really care because I've said time and time again, with the exception of maybe if Yaxel falls. That's the only one I'll make an exception for. Everybody else, I do not expect to contribute this year. Maybe even for the first 2 years. It just takes time for players to be a productive player. Do not draft based on trying to compete on this timeline. Take the player who you believe will be the best player over the next 9 years and go with him. Period. End of story. So I'm not too worried. There will be times where we'll have to talk about, the timelines. That's more like, do you keep Paul George? That's more like when you go out on the trade market, who do you pursue?
Yeah.
Not so much the draft. Just take the guy you have the most confidence in. That's all.
Looking at some of the guys as we have the television on here in the studio, some clean suits. I was telling Kyle earlier, I saw a little glimpse on social media.
Karim Lopez looks like a hitman.
So
that's like a trench coat vibes.
I said he's the only one that stepped out a little bit of something different.
He's about to open the jacket up and pull out the Uzi. Spray the block up.
He's got something
got
going on
trench coat
under there, man. But
that might have just been a bad angle from what we were looking at
there.
No,
it was not.
Okay.
No, it was not. That's exactly what it was. But they look pretty clean, those guys are, as they get ready to hear their names called tonight from Adam Silver, round 1, day 1. These guys are clean and ready to go. B Pump is back on draft night, everybody. And Brian Pumper,
Nate Amen, number 1 fan, has arrived.
Super chat says, draft wings. Someone above 6'8" who can dribble, shoot, and defend. My God, can we have a two-way player who isn't undersized? Mike G, please. Mike Gansey.
Brian Pumper, I cannot help you with the 6'8" part on this one, but can I interest you in one lightly used Dalen Swain out of the University of Texas, and
6'7",
having
6'8"?
transferred out as I believe he's 6'6" without shoes. Yeah. So you're getting to that 6'7.5", 6'8" or so.
That's good enough.
Talk to me, Pump.
That's good enough.
That's Dalen Swain territory.
It's good enough. K Fergie with the super chat. We want to get everybody in here now as they start to really flow in here. Watching the party from Arizona. Let's go Sixers.
What's up, K Fergie?
K Fergie,
thank you for coming through.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you as always. And we do have one more. That is from, who's that? Rudes
Stash. Mo Crevis super fan in the building. Big man, quality passer.
Not at 22.
Draft now. Yeah, that's a second round guy.
Second round.
And if they can get back into the second round, that's someone we'll talk about tomorrow night. Would be an interesting flyer.
Yeah. So with that, a lot of good ones in there. I'll take Swain. Bill says in the chat, Swain is all right. That jumper is nasty, though. That was B Pump. B Pump saying Swain is all right. Jumper is nasty.
Jumper's not great, but yeah.
Yeah.
We will get there.
Yeah. Also,
if you want a wing, you're not going to have a lot of choices there.
No.
I'll tell you that. That is a dead area of the draft for wings.
And you pretty much have to live with somebody who doesn't have a jump shot because all the ones in that range pretty much don't have a jump shot.
The last jump shooter is probably Sturts, maybe around there. If Philon
he ain't
falls,
a wing.
He ain't a wing.
If you put him on stilts, I'm not sure he's a wing.
And that's like 6'3", 6'4" for him. So there's that with him. All right. We're going to take our first pause here as we get ready for the commercial break on television. And we want to remind everybody, once again, hit the like button, like and subscribe to the show. Leave a comment. Leave your super chats there as well. We have everybody in here still in the chat, committed. And we thank you for being here at the offices, at the studios, hanging out with the community, talking amongst yourself, but also in the chat, letting us know how we're doing from in there. When we come back, we're going to talk about the draft on the other side. The order of the draft tonight, number 1, Washington, what Derek and Kyle are feeling, what they're hearing about the number 1 overall pick. Are we looking more Peterson, the Bansa? Could Boozer sneak in there? Y'all, what's going on? What about Boozer? Could he sneak in there? So we'll look at the draft order 1 through 30 to let everybody know there's some updates because of the trade with Miami and Milwaukee, and then the other trade that we haven't talked about with Minnesota, the 3-team deal, Minnesota, Chicago, and Brooklyn. Some changes there as well. And we'll also get to the Sixers and what their team looks like as the offseason begins tonight, free agency starts next week, and the depth chart of what the Sixers roster looks like as we sit here today. It's the PHLY Sixers Draft Day live show presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Don't go anywhere. Hang with us. We have a ton to talk about tonight. Obviously, the Sixers don't pick until the 10 o'clock hour unless they move up. And if that's the case, they'll be choosing a little bit sooner. Mike Gansey on the clock.
What do you got
for a couple
for me,
of hours,
Mike Gansey
buddy?
and Jameer Nelson?
You guys, we know you're watching. Just sink us in.
Nothing better to do right now. Come on.
Sink us into the room. And, sink us into the room. We'll give you some tips on what you guys should do tonight. Stay with us. It's the PHLY Sixers Draft Day live show on a Wednesday night. All right, let's talk about staying in the game, everybody. If pain is slowing you down, knee, shoulder, back, whatever it is, you don't have to just deal with it. The team at Rothman Orthopedics has you covered. They've been recognized as the #1 physician practice in the country by Castle Connolly for having the most top doctors in orthopedic care. I can attest with my ACL and my Achilles, I rank them #1 too. That's elite expertise trusted nationwide. Getting started is easy. Head to rothmanortho.com/PHLY. Schedule your appointment today. Don't know what type of specialist you need to schedule with? Use their fast scheduler program to quickly connect with their VIP scheduling team to get you set up with the appropriate specialist for your injury. And with Rothman now, you can get immediate access to orthopedic care with experts for guidance when you need it. At Rothman Orthopedics, your mobility is their mission. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY and get back to doing what you love pain-free. Parks Casino is my casino of choice. Great place for a night of headlining, entertainment, and award-winning dining. Make the night complete and stay at the new, beautiful Park View Hotel, which is just steps away from Parks Casino and offers shuttle service. You can't beat that. You get door-to-door service right there. Just announced comedian Ben Bankus on August 22nd. Magician Michael Carbonaro on September 19th. Tickets still available for these headliners at Parks Casino. Saturday, June 20th. You just missed that one, everybody. You got to be on board with these things. But these are the great things that you see in the past on their event schedule that you miss that's available for you at Parks Casino. George Thorogood and the Destroyers on August 28th. All right there at Parks Casino. Also, Sebastian Bach, special guest Steven Adler from Guns N' Roses on October 23rd. So, parkscasino.com. Buy tickets right now. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Welcome back to the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live special presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino on a Tuesday, everybody. I'm so used
we got the right day of the week this time.
I'm so used to the draft being later in the week. How about that? Thank you, World Cup. And that being said, again, we are here and we got to get ready for start of the draft tonight. Kyle, just looking at some of the stuff during the break, mentioned we'll get to some trades and all. Could more things happen tonight? But Trey Murphy's name has been buzzing over the last couple of days, and you had some info on some reports out there about Trey Murphy.
So according to Sam Amick over at The Athletic, who's a guy I think we generally trust, the Clippers and the Brooklyn Nets are, quote, out in front in the race to acquire Trey Murphy. So that certainly dovetails with what we've heard about the Clippers being a potential trade team at 5, or at least they're a team that people are keeping an eye on. I think the Hawks are another team in there that they could go any which way. I don't think the Sixers really have a path to acquiring Trey Murphy.
Not anymore.
On, what they have in terms of contracts, what they have in terms of picks. He's a guy I really, really like, and we were in on him as a trade candidate, 2 years ago?
2 summers ago, yeah.
Too late. You're not getting in that business now. So there's some Trey Murphy smoke out there in terms of the latest mock drafts. If we're just focusing on the Sixers, ESPN, Jeremy Wu updated about an hour ago, has them taking Alan Graves out of Santa Clara. Friend of the program, Sam Vecini over at The Athletic, still is a Sinatic, as Chris Sinak.
Sinatics,
at 22.
stand up.
So 2 of the names that I think we've talked about the most and that we're kind of projecting will be available in that range, still a lot of drama left because nobody quite knows what the Sixers are going to do.
And Derek, a lot of the talk too was like Herb Jones might also be available, and we've talked about the contract now being signed. So, and with the shooting going the other way, that maybe that is not a place that you want to go into now. But the Pelicans, after that disastrous trade they made at the draft last year,
let's make another one.
Trying to get back in there, man.
Give me 2, Joe Dumars.
No, and this is really where like the Sixers' lack of flexibility kills them. It would be really tough unless you can somehow find a team to take Paul George. It would be really tough to do anything now at this time of the year. You need to really build some contracts in free agency. And to your point, Trey Murphy, no chance. Herb Jones, you need to be able to dribble or shoot. You can't not do both of them. He had the shot for a year. It left him very quickly. Just as that
he plays for the Pelicans. It's okay. He's saving it all until he leaves.
I love his defense. Can
you hide that on this team though?
I don't like not.
It's not the Pelicans, so it's a different team.
I mean, look, like I said, I love his defense, but you got to shoot or dribble, one of the two. I need one.
Yeah, if he was just a non-shooter and he could attack you off the dribble and do some different things, fine. But he is. He's an adventure on the offensive end. I'd say that to be nice.
All right, let's talk about the draft order here tonight, and get into number 1 with the Washington Wizards. Draft will start here shortly, but Washington will be on the clock. There's been no movement, and with Washington right now, they're at number 1, Jazz 2, Grizzlies 3, Chicago at 4, Clippers 5. So nothing has really changed there outside of what you just talked about with the Clippers and Trey Murphy. Brooklyn, 6. They also now have pick number 28 tonight because of the Julius Randle three-way deal where Julius Randle
How about that?
And the 28th pick from Minnesota goes to Brooklyn. Nick Claxton goes to Chicago. Mo Gay goes to the
other Mo Gay, by the way, which was a really funny thing to learn.
Not the Hawks Mo Gay. This Mo Gay goes to the Minnesota Timberwolves in this deal. So they have 6 and 28. Right now, 7 is Sacramento. 8, the Atlanta Hawks. They also have pick number 20. Dallas at 9, and the Milwaukee Bucks at 10. And, I mean, this is just the top pick right now. How are you? Are you still leaning today? The Bansa?
I still feel that it's the Bansa. I mean, I'll speak for myself. I would take him number 1. Like, I just think that when you take his scoring upside, the production he showed this year, I thought one of the most meaningful things we saw was legitimate playmaking growth from him throughout the season. I said this throughout the year. I think he's who the Ace Bailey people thought Ace Bailey was a year ago, in that he is kind of the total package scoring wing.
Right.
And is Peterson a good enough player to be in the mix here? Yes.
Absolutely.
Was Boozer productive enough that if you wanted to, you can consider him? Sure. I just think the Bansa fits any possible team and I think has probably the least concerns for me. So I'm taking him number 1. I'm not thinking too much about it at this point.
Yeah, I honestly think that the mock draft we did yesterday, the consensus mock draft that we did yesterday, is going to get the top 4 picks perfect. I think that's still the order. I would be pretty surprised if any of them came out of order. Had a few conversations today. I think that's probably the most likely outcome, but surprises happen every year. So we will see.
All right, let's move to 10 through 20. Well, 11 through 20, but kind of staying on 10 because 11 is Golden State. We mentioned Milwaukee is 10. The Thunder have 12 and 17. Miami at 13 now goes to Milwaukee because of the Giannis trade.
Yeah, Miami will select tonight because that trade will not be completed until July, I believe. July
6th. Yeah. So that's where things are also interesting, where yesterday in our mock draft 2.0, the consensus mock draft 2.0 that we did, we also had Karim Lopez dropping because of fit with other teams. Now he might fit with one of those spots potentially. I could see,
and we talked about
10
it,
or
he could
13.
Maybe go lottery. Like, I think he's certainly in consideration there. I still circle back to everybody who talks about Karim Lopez just pencils him in, and then it's like, yeah, but I don't really like watching him play basketball. And it's like, that feels like a pretty important thing that we're skipping over here.
I forget who said it in our Discord, but someone's like, you know, for somebody who's rated as a lottery talent, everyone I talk to doesn't like him. And it's like, yeah, I don't...
It's very strange.
Very strange.
We'll get to him at some point. The Warriors, I think, are a big pivot point for our guy Yaxel. What we have heard from various people is that if Yaxel doesn't go to Golden State, and I think he makes sense there because ready-made guy, that's the end of the Steph era, all that, it is possible that Yaxel could end up sliding down into that like 16, 17,
Which
18 range. And then we're talking about like that could be a really interesting opportunity for the Sixers to say, hey, look, he's a clean, perfect fit in the front court for them. Yes, he's older, but if the cost is like you move from 22 and some second-round picks, maybe you have to consider that. So watch the Warriors, watch the Thunder at 12, because that could be telling for what happens with Yaxel tonight.
14, you do have the Charlotte Hornets. 15, the Bulls. Grizzlies with their second pick at 16. 17, Thunder have 12 and 17, so they have 2 cracks at it. Will they trade one of those? Could that be Merez Johnson territory somewhere in there early? We'll see. Charlotte back at 18. Then you have the Raptors and the Spurs rounding out 20. And that's where you do start to get into some of the names that we've talked about for the Sixers. Graves, Sinak, Philon, some of these guards. Christian Anderson even, if he's still hovering around there, where we've talked about a lot of those guys there to round out the top 20.
That'll be chaos if they take Christian Anderson. I like him as a prospect.
He's got a clean
Don't
suit
get
on.
me wrong. But I would love to see
You want to see me have a real hoot on this show. It's if they draft Christian Anderson. But I do think like from listening, making phone calls, whatever, I kind of feel like the run of guards is going to end right before the Sixers.
Yeah.
I think Okori ends up being the last guy left.
Lone man
but
standing.
I think from with Milwaukee getting that second pick, I think they might take Philon or one of these guards. I think the Grizzlies are going guard at 16. I think the Raptors might go guard. I think the Pistons, if one of these guys is left, will definitely go guard.
Yeah.
And so there are only so many of them to take.
Yeah.
So I think it ends up being like maybe it's Swain, maybe it's Sinak, maybe it's Graves. Like I think there's going to be a wing or a front court guy available rather than, hey, you got to make the decision between another 6'1" guy and a rebounder for your team.
All right, the final picks that goes from 21, Detroit. Sixers at 22, as you all know, everybody. You already know there. And then you also have 23, Hawks, 24, the New York Knicks, 25, the Los Angeles Lakers, 26, the Denver Nuggets, the Boston Celtics at 27. Does that start to get into that Jaylen Brown range, as you talked about? Does something happen with him and a pick going somewhere, depending on what the return is? 28, Minnesota will be picking for the Brooklyn Nets because of the July 6th point that Kyle made a little bit earlier. And then you have Cleveland at 29 and the Minnesota Timberwolves at pick number 30. We are waiting to find out the pick is in for the Washington Wizards. And with that too, Derek, Trae Young signs his extension with them. Anthony Davis is still there.
Talk about a howler of a deal on that one.
We mentioned that they signed it, but we didn't talk about that becoming the worst contract in the NBA.
I was going to say, I always think one of the worst, if not the worst defenders in the NBA, whose team actively got better when they traded him, that's a guy I got to give $50+ million a year to.
All right, so Anthony Davis, Trae Young, Alex Sarr, Trey Johnson. They have Bub Carrington, some young talent, and obviously we think that it should be DeBanza. We think that's where Washington should go. But where are they going to be now when we start to look at them in that play-in mix?
I forgot Devon's not a spoil the picks guy, so I got to keep my mouth shut over here.
They're in the play-in mix type of team now. If you look at them, kind of like a Charlotte Hornets from what we saw last season.
Yeah, they could. They could make a jump into, what do you think, 35, 40 wins? Like, that might be a little aggressive. Like, AJ's, I think, probably, or whoever they take is probably going to take a little bit. Well, we're assuming they take AJ. Is probably going to take a little bit of time to really be an impact player. But they're adding a lot of talent. Obviously, health's going to be a big deal with them, too. But
theoretically, if they took AJ DeBanza,
this is fine.
If they're zeroing in on AJ,
I'm all right with that.
They are laser focused,
as they should be.
DeBanza.
As they should be with AJ DeBanza. But yeah, I think they'll start to creep in there in that play-in kind of territory.
Look, we saw, I think, some real flashes from Sarr last year. I think
he gave Trae some fits in some first halves, and then
Trae Young, for his downfalls and downsides, is still a guy who can drive some high-level offense. He's going to set up the bigs. He's going to create shots for the wings and the shooters. So, like,
better defender, Trae Johnson, Darius Acuff Jr.
I'm going Trey, and that is damning with faint praise because Acuff is let's just say he's apathetic on that end of the floor. I said on our mock draft stream,
yes.
All he has to do is be better than Trae Young. Here we go. Adam Silver stepping up to the podium to deliver the news to the only guy who doesn't know who has gone number one overall yet.
With this.
I think he has an idea.
I'm fine with this one, and it should
AJ DeBanza.
It's the right call.
Come on down, AJ. Yeah. So
for a while, it was still Peterson, and then I think we all just flipped and said, no, you know what? AJ DeBanza should be the number one pick. And once Washington secured the number one pick in the lottery, we definitely stayed with him.
Yeah, like I said before, I think for me, what really sent it over the edge is I thought you watched him late in the year and you saw him evolving and growing and becoming a better passer, using that scoring, which is dynamic, the rim pressure, the free throws that he can draw basically at any time, and using that to make life easier for his teammates, creating open shots. Like when you're a wing who can score the way he does and you can play make at that level, like that to me is pretty special. Defensively, I want to see him do more. Like I think he was kind of disengaged and has not used his tools to the extent that I think he can. But you take a little bit of the offensive burden off of him. Obviously, Trae Young going to be playing setup man for him. I think maybe you can get an even better two-way version of DeBanza. And then, with time, he becomes that just absolute force on both ends that people believe he can be.
Yeah. Just a combination of scoring, the playmaking growth he showed, the athleticism, because he is an incredible athlete. I think this one was, if Peterson had come out and had the year I think a lot of people expected when he was coming out of high school, then this might be a conversation. But AJ outperformed and Peterson, struggled at times, or at least underperformed at times, and then had that weird middle portion of the season. I think this was pretty well locked in stone, certainly going back to the lottery. But yeah.
It's the right pick for the Washington Wizards. They select AJ DeBanza with the first overall pick. Next up on the clock, of course, will be the Utah Jazz.
The mighty Mountain Men.
The mighty Mountain Men. First of all, I want to see Darren Peterson's reaction to being selected.
He'll be about as happy as Ace Bailey was last year. And then I just saw somebody posted a Ace Bailey Instagram story where he's hiking in the mountains out there in Utah. So
look at him.
He's embracing that mountain life. Good for him. He got away from that clown of an agent, got himself some real representation, and got himself together.
He was on who was it? Alec Burks and Glenn Robinson. He was on the pathway and the trail to get to Utah for a while before he reported to the Utah Jazz.
Oregon Trail, yeah. He had a broken axle on his wagon on the way out there. He had to procure a different horse to make sure he got there.
And look at him now. He's hiking in the mountains because he's all good with the direction there. Hardy is a really good young coach too, so we'll see how things go once they make their selection. Let's go to the Sixers in there and what things look like for them right now in terms of the depth chart of this team. A lot of questions with this group right now. We know what the starting four are with Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe, Joel Embiid, and Paul George. Kelly Oubre was the fifth starter on this team towards the end. He and Dominic Barlow pretty much going back and forth as far as the depth chart goes for the Philadelphia 76ers. But then it gets pretty tricky with the depth on this team, as we've talked about, looking at what they need to do with the 22nd overall pick, acquiring potentially a second-round pick as well. But with them and what they have right now, that's your five. And right now with the fifth, Kelly Oubre, he's a free agent. Yeah. So you don't know if he's going to be back. And then when you go to the things with the bench, Quentin Grimes is a free agent right now. Dominic Barlow is under contract. We work some things there with him with his deal. You also have Andre Drummond, who is a primary backup to Joel Embiid. He is a free agent. So many of these guys are no longer under contract for the Philadelphia 76ers. And they need to improve the basketball team, which a lot of that will be in free agency when we talk about that after the draft going into next week, because free agency starts next Tuesday? Next Tuesday, free agency starts at 6 p.m. So that will be right around the corner for the Philadelphia 76ers and the NBA. But they have a lot of work to do when it comes to building out this roster, starting with tonight and how things look in general.
But that's why I keep harping on, and I don't want to say I keep harping on it. We keep harping on, you're not going to fix the whole team with one pick tonight. You're sitting at the 22nd overall pick. This is not like, hey, you're getting a franchise player that we can just stamp it right now. That's a 10-year starter, future all-star. You focus on, you get somebody in here who can do a job. Maybe that's sixth man. Maybe that's backup center. Maybe that could be, in a high-end outcome, your starting power forward on opening night. And I think that would be a great outcome. But regardless of what happens tonight, you're going to have to go out there and target other needs, shooting, wing depth, things like that. Maybe even if you don't get a guard tonight, backup guard, point guard type in free agency. All your problems are not being fixed on draft night.
Yeah. And look, this is step one of a multi-step process because it might be tough to fix all your problems in free agency too. Like we've talked about it before. You might be able to bring back one of Kelly or Quentin while using your mid-level. That gives you 6 or 7 deep. Like you have to make a lot of really good moves on the margins. That means a 22nd pick, which again, I don't expect to fix any problems year one, but who knows? Maybe he develops quicker than expected. That means some, minimum salary guys, and that means having tradable contracts. So in season, you can pivot if you need to pivot. They have their work cut out for them for sure.
Let's look at.
And it's going to need internal development.
I think Adam Silver is walking to the stage right now.
And then we'll get back to the Sixers because I just want to leave this with everybody. Your guards behind Maxey, Kyle Lowry, Tyrese Martin. Adam Silver up at the podium for the Utah Jazz selection.
No surprises here.
No surprise.
Darren Peterson.
Makes sense. He and Keontae George battling it out. Better reaction than I thought from Darren Peterson. Cracked a smile there, Derek.
Yeah.
He's good to go. Second overall pick.
Look, he knows he's on national TV now. You better crack a smile.
And
it's been a long process for him.
Here's what I would say here. I know there was some speculation that maybe the Jazz would just say, if we like Boozer more, we're going to take Boozer and screw the fact that we have Markkanen and Jaren Jackson and Walker Kessler's free agency. I think it's a great example of, even if you have Boozer rated higher than Peterson, and I'm not saying that they did, the fit is just so much easier.
Yeah,
like he slots right into that lineup. It makes his life easier, makes the team's life easier. I think, like, you want to talk about a team that can go from 0 to something pretty quickly. I think this is a great example because one of the main reasons they were bad last year is all their good players just got sat for at least half the year. So when you're not actively throwing games, I think the Jazz are going to have a good amount of talent on the floor this season. Obviously, the West is loaded and it's tough to make the playoffs, but
Kyle,
they're going to be fun to watch.
When they were on the floor, they were fun to watch.
Yes.
Keontae George with 35-point nights, back-to-back nights. Isaiah Collier with like 3 nights in a row as a starter, which he'll be coming off the bench here and again. And he's double-digit assists for a week with the 4 games that he's played in. The All-Stars of Markkanen, Jaren Jackson Jr. We saw 2 games of Jaren Jackson Jr. in that Utah Jazz uniform, and he's putting up double-doubles already with that group. So they're going to be fun. And then Ace Bailey started to really hit in that second half of the season.
He had a really nice stretch in February and March where I think he showed a lot of the promise people were hoping for.
So they have talent on that roster, and again, a really good coach to help bring it all together. So this is going to be a nice. I can't wait to see what the starting lineup looks like now, because if they figure out the Kessler thing, what's it mean? What does that mean? Ace Bailey starting. George, again, he was a borderline all-star if they kept playing and not.
I bet you they bring Ace off the bench.
You think so?
That's my prediction.
Okay. Start George and Peterson and bring
George, Peterson,
Bailey off the bench.
No, you know what?
How about
That's
this?
tough.
Does Kessler, Markkanen, and Jackson start together?
I feel like yes, if only because they're all going to be making a lot of money at that point. And I think the guy you just took 2nd overall probably gets a little bit stronger preference than the guy who took 5th overall last year. But who knows?
It is one, though, where like Will Hardy might be an easy vote for Coach of the Year just because they'll play their good players this year.
Don't
and
get
they got
another
a lot
guy
more
fired.
talent. That's true.
Kiss of death. Kiss of death.
The PHLY Sixers preseason predictions. That's the
Where
kick
did
of
you
death
guys
for
end up
Coach.
falling on Peterson, by the way? Because it was a crazy year in that I think his highs were as high as anybody in college basketball this year. But boy, what a weird season for a kid who came in with all kinds of high school hype.
Because of all of that stuff, I was just ready for the season to end.
Mm-hmm.
Once they got to the tournament, I wanted to see if he could just catapult them into the later rounds, get to the Sweet 16, maybe the Elite Eight. But because of all the stuff that just kept happening and all the discourse around him, I was just pretty much ready for it to be done. I didn't think it was going to hurt his draft stock.
Yeah.
The things that were going to also help his draft stock was the pre-draft, everything that goes on there, from the combine, the measurements, the interviews where people can sit down and talk to him individually, look at the medicals, and get a clear answer from him on how things really affected his season with the blood clot and all. And then he started to go out there and do more interviews, which we really didn't see. He did interviews at Kansas, but we didn't hear a lot of interviews overall. So ready for it to be done, but more so because of the overall discourse that just kept coming down on him as if he was a bad guy and was getting bad information. We knew his dad was involved in a lot of stuff, but even with that, the player, that kid is really good. Really good.
Yeah, no, I think the talent is unquestionable. And I'm really interested to see in a new environment, how does he respond? You know, I think he could end up, he's kind of the one where if you have a strong take, you can make you look dumb either way. I think he's going to be a very good NBA player still.
Same.
But certainly a lot of people reacted to his season and maybe some overreacted. But I never really thought he was going to go after 2. Like, I think
not even
his
3?
season, no, I kind of thought he was going to go 2. Maybe that was Boozer's up and down NCAA tournament impacted me more than it should. Maybe there was a little bit of recency bias. And he wasn't even bad. He was just up and down. There's just so much talent, and it's a wings league. It would have been hard for me to see him go past 2.
I swung so wildly with him where there are games I'm like, this dude is Ray Allen. Or like his first couple of games, like, this dude looks like young Kobe out there at times. Like the body movement was similar. And you watch how easy he can fill it up as a scorer. He has these high-profile matchups. Like, he's just killing the other guys that are in consideration for these top
20
picks.
minutes, Kyle.
That's the thing, right? Is he just steps on the floor and it's like, so you almost get in his head and say, all right, I get it when you're taking the foot off the gas and we find out he's dealing with these cramping issues. I can understand a little bit because you're like, what else do I got to prove against these guys? But I would have liked to see a little bit more to you know, deal with those concerns and the fears that are out there, but certainly like an unbelievably talented kid. And now it sets up for the pick we all knew was going to happen, Cam Boozer to the Grizzlies. Like, this is the most Grizzlies selection possible. It's what we mocked over and over again.
You got some Stromile Swift and Caleb Wilson, man. The Grizzlies, but this is, again, based on how we thought yesterday with our draft pick, our mock draft. This makes too much sense at pick number 3.
What was Stromile Swift? Like, it was 2000 and like that was early 2000s, right?
Yeah,
they changed the front office once or twice.
The athleticism, man. Got go for the big guy that's the athlete. This makes too much sense here with him. Culture change again, where they move on from Bain and Jackson. Ja Moran is still there. We said we would talk a little bit more about could he be moved at some point tonight or maybe some point this offseason. But similar to the Con Knipple draft pick last year for the Charlotte Hornets, so much going on with the Memphis Grizzlies. Terrible season. Taylor Jenkins, we got him fired, because he was our preseason pick for Coach of the Year. He moves on. He's now in Milwaukee. And this just makes, again, this is the right spot for the player and the organization right now.
Yeah, and fits the profile of everything they want. Super productive, winner, competitor, all that stuff. Like, I'm interested to see how a Cam Boozer, Zach Edey front court works in terms of, like, I think it's an interesting offensive fit, right? Where Edey is just throwing the ball near the rim and he's going to be able to do something with it. And Boozer with the expanded shooting range that he showed at Duke, he sees the floor, makes decisions at a high level. And so you can play him with just about anyone, and I think he'll make it work. Now the question is, what does the rest of the team look like around them? I think that's what's so interesting about them having the 16th pick is you're going to have your pick of a lot of different guards there. Like, that's right in the thick of the run on post-lottery guards. You'll either get first crack at the group of Philon, Anderson, Sturts, that general group, or you could be at the tail end if, like, maybe somebody ends up falling to you, that there's an unexpected Burries or Flemings, or I doubt it because those guys are well thought of, but this sets them up really nicely in this draft, and we'll see what happens with Ja.
How do you feel about his face-up game from the perimeter and what Boozer does as far as putting the ball on the floor, his creation overall as a guy you saw at Duke? And to your point of ZD's going to work on the low block, but as a power forward, sometimes he's not going to be down there because it's going to be clogged up and he's going to have to work from the perimeter. Can he do that against the other fours in the league?
I wish I felt better about his athleticism, explosiveness, all that. I do think that at a certain point, it's like how much else is the guy supposed to do in terms of production at the lower levels to prove it. I think the spacing is only going to get better compared to what you're playing with in high school and college. And so you put some shooting around that group, and certainly he's going to help himself by if he can draw shooters or draw defenders out to him on the perimeter. That sets up the drives. It sets up the closeout attacks, things like that. And certainly, like, the thing we know he's going to be able to do, you get him on size mismatches, it's going to be over for the other team. He's going to be able to play with some guys.
No, and I think the fact that he can shoot as well as he can out to the three-point line, and the fact that he's a threat as a passer, it's going to be real tough, to give him a lot of space. So I think he will be able to make that dribble drive game work, even with average-ish, sub-average athleticism.
Things are moving with the draft right now. Top 3 picks, as expected. Debanza to the Wizards. Peterson goes to the Jazz, and Boozer to the Memphis Grizzlies. Very simple. And with pick number 4, the pick is already in.
We already know who this is going to be, too. We said the top 4 was basically set in stone
for weeks.
From the time the lottery was set.
And in whatever order it was going to be in,
yes.
These are your 4. Caleb Wilson as the player to go to the Chicago Bulls. And with Graham and those guys putting things together.
The slap that they're adding to that team.
And Derek, they added Nick Claxton now to the mix for their 5. So if you look at Caleb Wilson with Josh Giddey and Buzelis and now Nick Claxton in the mix, how do you really look at Caleb Wilson fitting into the league, especially with this team?
Well, just individually, I love Caleb Wilson. I think he's got a ton of potential as a switchable, versatile defender. You didn't necessarily see that all last year. I thought his defense was a little bit up and down, not so much from an effort level standpoint, but just, awareness. I think he's got to work on a little bit. It'll be interesting to see how, with Claxton, like, not exactly the cleanest offensive fit, I don't think. I think Caleb has potential as a shooter. It might take him a year or two to get there. But look, I think ultimately you don't make this pick based on the guy you just got in a trade. You make this pick on the guy who you think has the most star upside. I think of everyone who was left, I think Caleb Wilson had it by far. I really do believe in his potential as a very versatile, switch-heavy defender, and as a do-it-all offensive player. It just might take him a year or two to get there.
Yeah, so I'm with you. I think the defense is overrated right now. I think he's going to have to work on his balance a little bit, maybe tone down the aggressiveness a little bit at times, or you get caught trying to do a little too much and hit home runs. But absolutely elite athlete, like just explosive, awesome rebounder, showed more from the mid-range than I think people were expecting this year. And I think I like the fit with the identity they're trying to build and some of the guys I already have. Like when you roll out a Wilson with Buzelis, you have Giddey as a bigger guard who wants to play with tempo. Certainly they just added Claxton. Like we're going to see what they do at pick 15. I think we've talked about that being a potential Cam Carr spot. Like that's a guy I think fits in really well with that group where he's an athlete who's long, but also can shoot it too, because shooting is probably one of the things they do need to add to that group. So if they can find somebody who kind of splits the difference between all these guys, like I loved watching Caleb Wilson. Wish we could have gotten to see him in the tournament. Unfortunately, he suffered that late season injury. But for me, this was the clear top 4. And now is when we get into debate territory. Like, what do you value in this big group of guards that we're going to be spending a lot of the next hour and a half talking about?
Yep, absolutely. With that, and Kyle Wright says Chicago needed everything. Well, they did. Yeah, they do. And they get a nice starting point here, a nice part of their building block with Caleb Wilson from the Tar Heels, super athletic. The tools are there, as the guys have pointed out. Things just need to catch up. But he will try to dunk on you like crazy with that size. and the home run that Kyle was talking about, trying to block everything and maybe get out of position. But, hey, coming in with the new situation, they have a new head coach as well. Tiago Splitter is their new head coach who did a really good job with that Portland Trailblazers team, helped change some different things with Scoot Henderson and all this coaching, just being important there. So the Chicago Bulls are interesting. And next up with the Los Angeles Clippers, this is where the draft starts, as Kyle pointed out.
Also, good on the Bulls for finally realizing that they don't need to try to do everything they can to win 39 games. They timed it exactly right because winning 39 games next year isn't going to be the worst thing in the world. But after a couple years stuck in absolute purgatory, they embraced who they are, which was a team that desperately needed high-end talent, and they rewarded with some high-end talent.
Well, they definitely didn't care about winning because they went and got Jaden Ivey, who, what did he say? It was like, basketball is not going to matter when Judgment Day comes.
Did you see his tweet?
I hope he believes it because basketball.
That was actually not his account.
That was
I did see I did see what you were referring to.
I was like, I'm not even clicking on this because I'm done with all of that right now. So I'll just move on from him and that. But okay, I got you on that one. Great catch.
So when we talked about the Clippers, I believe we mocked, we had Wagler.
We had Wagler.
I feel like he's still the leader right now, but I don't feel that's not set in stone to me.
No.
I think there are probably 3 guys here. I think Burries is in the mix here. I've heard a little bit. Brown, I think is actually, it could be Acuff too, but Acuff feels a little bit more like he's going to be there for our guys in Sacramento. I don't know if Derek's checking his phone over there. I am trying to keep the suspense up for this one.
Oh,
this one's more fun.
I'll close my tab then.
that doesn't work. If I'm the Clippers, the Acuff part, because you already have Darius Garland. Unless you're ready,
it would be a really tough fit.
Yeah, unless you're ready to move on from Darius Garland already, I could see one of the others. And look, because Brown and Acuff have different play styles too. Mm-hmm. So yes, Brown can score the basketball, but he can do a little bit more on the defensive end. Even though he's not a defender, a lockdown, he's a little bit more of a defender in general. Where I think the Brown fit makes more sense than the other fit would with
compared
Acuff.
to Acuff. Everyone in this draft is a defender.
This is true. Yeah,
I feel bad that we always are going to have to spend time on the whole. Boy, Acuff did not give a darn on the defensive end because offensively. That kid has everything. He killed on ball, off ball, paint touches, 3-point range, like incredible offensive talent at guard. I just wish I thought he was better than potentially the worst defender in the entire league. So I hope that it is just a college, like I took plays off and maybe he steps it up a little bit. If he ends up with the Kings, I'm not sure how confident I feel in culture changing his mind.
No. How about this though? With the Clippers on the clock. Man, the Indiana Pacers have to feel pretty bad about this one. Don't they?
Yes.
Pretty bad.
Zubac. All right, you get a nice player, but man, you end up and you keep your pick, and let's say the board fell exactly, the order fell exactly like this, and they get 5. There's a lot of ways they could have gone here at pick number 5, including like trading down if they wanted to get another big.
They ran that clock down, by the way. Boy.
But hey, you got a 30-year-old center, so
I mean, it fits the time.
What was their lottery odds? They had a pretty big.
I thought it was close to a coin flip that they were going to keep the pick.
And it was top 8 protected. I forget exactly what it was.
It was top.
Well, no, because they gave up 5.
It was top 4.
Oh, okay.
It was between if it was between 5 to 8, I want to say was the range that they would give it up.
I think I was confusing that with the Jazz.
Yeah.
Yes,
the Jazz were the top 8 protected.
Man, they're feeling bad, man. They need to get back in the mix overall of trying to get a pick here. So, all right, the pick is in with the Los Angeles Clippers. And let's see, because I think they already know, but they want to play along with me and let me find out as the commissioner announces it, the Los Angeles Clippers on the clock. Now the intrigue is really there, man. Kyle leaning back in his seat, Derek closing tabs on his laptop. I don't know what's going on.
I'm trying not to give hints. I'm trying to let them on.
Could we have a perfect mock draft?
Could we have a perfect mock
No,
draft?
it will not happen. However,
could we have a perfect lottery?
I think we could go perfect in the top
10?
5.
Could we have a perfect top 10?
I feel good about our top 7. Okay. I think after 7 or so is where I'm like,
So you don't think anything else because like the A-Mint stuff started to really pick up for the Nets? At
It
6.
wouldn't shock me. I do think the Nets are,
especially after all the guards.
And look, the Nets could be a team that says we want to accumulate more, or we want. Look, they're in the mix for Trey Murphy allegedly, so maybe they're taking somebody to ultimately flip that pick for a more ready-made player. They have Julius Randle. They have Michael Porter Jr.
That's going to be fun, man.
Well, listen, whether we like the team or not, it's players who are, in theory, more of win now, like veteran type guys. So maybe they say 6 is destined to go elsewhere and makes it an interesting spot here. Keaton Wagler, ultimately the pick at 5. So we are 5 for 5 so far on our mock. No surprises yet.
No. And his ascension, man. I mean, the way things started to really tick up for him after going to Illinois, not having a lot of offers, freshman as All-American as a freshman, and it didn't look like that was going to be the case.
Yes.
And he turned out to be, now here we are, a top 5 pick in the NBA draft. Great size is 6'6", can shoot the basketball, the shot creation there too. They lose some of that, of course, when they trade James Harden. But look, you still have Darius Garland, Kawhi Leonard for now, is there right now. And they have other talent that's on that team. They do get Mathurin in the deal from the Indiana Pacers. Derek, again, while we are perfect 5 for 5, this is a good pick for the Los Angeles Clippers. They should be happy.
And a guy who really rocketed up draft boards. He was
really unranked coming out of high school, I believe.
And look.
He had 2 other D1 offers.
Mm-hmm. And look, got the size, got the shot, a little bit of playmaking. I really grew to like him a lot.
Yep. All right, listen.
Now, who did we have at 6?
Let's take a quick break.
At 6, we had Brown.
Okay.
So let's take our first pause of the show.
We'll wait to see what the Nets do.
We'll see what the Nets do because they took 5 guards in the first round last year. What are they going to do here with the 6th pick?
Another guard.
Another guard. Of course they are going to do that. So let's take our first pause of the show. It's the PHLY Sixers Draft Live Day 1 show presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Will also... Will anybody start to fall? Any candidates? We'll get to that on the other side.
Our sponsors will if we don't go to break.
They love us. We're good to go. It's the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live show presented by Rothman and Parks.
Guys, next up, we want to tell you about Xfinity, specifically their 5-year price guarantee. Because what if you could have reliable and intelligent Wi-Fi? And what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years? That's the Xfinity 5-year price guarantee. Imagine Wi-Fi that makes everything in your home work together, that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them, like a super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. And that lets you stream the game even when the whole family's online. All your devices working in perfect harmony for 5 whole years. And here's the best part. There's no annual contracts, no hidden fees, and you get Xfinity's best equipment included. Take it from me, a lot can change in 5 years. Championships are won, records are broken, dreams grow bigger. But your Wi-Fi, it should stay reliable, and the price, it should stay put. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Xfinity, imagine that. Select plans only, restrictions apply.
An NBA champion has been crowned, and the WNBA is currently carrying the basketball mantle for the sport. And with Kalshi, there's one player to keep an eye on, A'ja Wilson. Right now on Kalshi, you can bet A'ja Wilson, who's already trending very, very high. You can bet $100, a 70% chance to get $141.84 for her 5th MVP. You heard me right, 5 MVPs for A'ja Wilson on Kalshi. You're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app. Use code ALLNBA to get $10 when you trade 10. Kalshi. KALSHI. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ for those mentioned. For more information, visit Kalshi.com. That's KALSHI.com/regulatory. Welcome back to the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live Show. Day 1, round 1, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. The board, the top 5 so far, we got it right. Right now, off the board at pick number 5, the last one, Keaton Wagler, and good pick for the
really
LA
like
Clippers.
him.
Yeah, so we're rooting for him, watch him from afar, see what happens there. And now we get to the Brooklyn Nets and where they might go. All right, we said yesterday that Mikael Brown Jr. from Louisville would be our consensus for the Brooklyn Nets.
It's what we've been hearing.
They selected, again, 5 guards last year in the first round.
And the other one, well, are you including
Danny
Wolf?
Wolf?
Yeah.
Just,
he plays like a guard.
He's a guard.
He's just 6'10",
5.
6'11".
Yeah. So, you got to take the
Devon's at a loss for words.
You got to take.
He takes one look at the Brooklyn Nets and he short circuits over here.
Well, you must have had a fun year and a half in Brooklyn then.
He did all right.
Yeah, he did. No, look, Kyle. I think the way Kyle phrased it yesterday was right. None of the guards that they took last year are good enough to change you away from taking the best player available. And I think the best player available right now is clearly a guard. So I think you follow your board, take the player you have the most confidence in. If you end up having 2 of those, another one of those guards work out, great. You can deal with that problem later. Too much talent is always better than missing on a pick.
Here comes
Here
Commissioner
comes
Silver with the white smoke. Oh, they've selected a new NBA Pope. This setup is so ridiculous. Oh, there's Mr. Whammy, Derek's arch nemesis.
And they're in Brooklyn. They're at Barclays.
Here we go. Yeah. Adam Silver says the Brooklyn Nets selection.
I'm going A-Cuff here, even though I don't know the pick.
It's Brown.
Is
it
sure. Brown?
I think it's Brown.
Is it Brown? Okay. They went
There
Brown.
we go, 6 for 6.
Look at that.
That means we have a really good chance of going 7 for 7.
I feel like am I the highest on Mikael Brown? He's definitely more my cup of tea, I think.
My cup of tea too. I'll go. I'm with you on this one.
He is. He's adventurous, and I mean that in both the good and the bad ways. Yeah. On the one hand, I think he's got functionally unlimited range. I think as a passer with his left hand, he can hit anybody anywhere. And the unfortunate thing is he knows that, and so sometimes he's out there trying to do that and it gets away from him a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, I think one of the concerns when I've talked to scouts is that he's very jumper and outside heavy for a guy who you want to do damage as a playmaker as well. How is he going to fare, get into the basket, scoring in the paint, scoring from the mid-range, etc.? But I think if he is the type of volume and depth shooter that he has shown he can be at times, his highs are as high as basically anybody in this draft. So I love this as a home run swing for them. He had dealt with a back issue this year, which I would assume they did their due diligence on, but really love the talent here. And I think he could be someone who maybe exceeds expectations.
He really is a tough guy because you watch him play and you see the talent. You hear about the back injury and you understand why maybe he underperformed at times. But then you look at the stat sheet and it's like, all right, he shot 41% from the field, like low 30s from 3, had like over 3 turnovers per game. And the stats don't necessarily jump off the page. He's one year you got to trust your instincts, trust your gut, trust your scouting, and then trust the people that you talk to. I think he was clearly a top 7 or 8 pick.
Yeah.
Where he went within that range was probably with the eye of the beholder. But I think the talent is clearly there.
And the thing is, he didn't come into it as a top 7, 8 pick after the season at Louisville. He had to work that back in where he moved up into the top 6 because of how the season went. It was a good season. I mean, he had a 40-point game. He was outrageous in that game.
Just dynamic.
Yeah. And so you get it. And maybe things are starting to tick up.
The Kings got to pick 7. They got on the clock and immediately were on the phone. Like Darius A-Cuff is on our basketball team. This was the ideal outcome for them. It's also the ideal outcome for us. That's 7 for 7 for us.
But is it the ideal outcome for A-Cuff?
Well, probably not. Well, that is a very different conversation.
Let's get there in a second because I do want to ask this about the Brooklyn Nets.
Okay.
The Michael Porter Jr., Julius Randle pairing now with that team. When you look at them, Derek, how do you feel about – look, they have a long way to go. Yes, but we do like their head coach and what he has done as a young head coach coming in there and trying to set a culture. And this is a really good pick here. But puzzling to add Julius Randle. I know you can absorb the contract and move Claxton off, but just a little puzzling?
I mean, a little bit. He's got, 2 years left because the second one's a player option. He might
He's picking
37 is tough to get.
We missed NBA. A real opportunity. The second that they picked Brown, one of us should have sent us sources. The Kings are drafting Darius Acuff with the number 7 overall.
We could have gotten some free engagement.
It was the most telegraphed pick in the history of the NBA. It still hasn't officially been made yet, but that was some easy engagement farming if there ever was some.
That's one that you send from the beat account.
Yeah, sorry guys. I should have suggested that before the show. That's my bad. I should have been on top of that.
So yeah, 2 more years left at 33 and 35 million per. They're not going out to try to get Julius Randle. They're trying to get, the 28th pick in the draft?
Maybe they can get another guard. Maybe Corey will be there, and they can see if him and Acuff come, or not him and Acuff.
Or maybe like a Jefferson whose best skill is passing the ball, and you can get another oversized passer too. But look, I'm not sure I necessarily love that trade for them, just because I'm pretty down on Julius Randle as a player and as fit and as a culture guy. Getting an extra first round pick, I'm always in favor of, but I was a little surprisingly got involved in that. Yeah, they got to do something with their pick.
Can they not announce this pick until they're done with the living room setup interview at the draft here? With all due respect to a legend and Lisa Salters here, but we could everyone knows who the pick is. Just Adam Silver knew who the pick was as soon as the Nets took Brown.
They got to talk to the guy, though, the family. Talk to the family, and
simulcast it. I don't know. It's keep this thing moving. We got to get to pick 22 before the Sixers are here. So
we do.
I'm interested in seeing. Here we go. There's Adam Silver.
He
emerged from his Men in Black tunnel in the back.
Yeah. So Adam Silver. no white smoke either on this one. Just come on out and say Darius Acuff Jr.
There we go.
To the Sacramento Kings, and that is their new point guard for the Sacramento Kings. Right now we are 7 for 7, and makes sense. He can score the hell out of the basketball. So let's just talk about the positive. He can score. He can run a basketball team.
He's as polished a guard as there is in this class. That has basically everything that you want in the toolkit. Like I said, can play on ball, off ball, can make shots on the move, is a dynamic ball screen, pick and roll, pull up guy, gets to the rim. He's strong too and plays like it. Uses the shoulder to initiate contact, put himself on the free throw line. Special offensive guard. I wish I could set aside the defensive stuff. And it's the reason he's being drafted at 7, by the way, because he would have been taken 5th, if not even higher. If he was an average defender, you're talking about very, very top of this draft class type of player. So good for him. It seems like he wanted to go to Sacramento too. So one of the rare Kings prospects who's excited to go to Sacramento.
I really love watching him play 50% of the game. I really, really love it.
It was dynamic. He won a lot of those games.
I mean, he's got the handle, he's got the shot, he's got the step back,
everything.
Pass the ball.
He is a 3-level scorer, tough shot maker. Man, he really has it. And he would take over games. They were being close games, and the ball would just go into his hands, and you knew that it wasn't going anywhere else. Yes, Malik Thomas was we drafted tonight, and we know about Wagner and Brazil, that a lot of people fans in there. He took over. Mm-hmm. He would just flat out, he is a bucket getter. And that's what he's going to do with the Sacramento Kings. The thing is, I hate that he's going to the Sacramento Kings. I really do.
Oh, the graphic you never want to see is the side-by-side with Pistol Pete from college, because Pistol Pete's NBA career didn't exactly turn out how people wanted it to.
Is this a good spot for him, though?
Is it a good spot for anybody?
I mean, at some point, does it change? And could he be the one that changes?
It is true. Somebody will be the player. Steph Curry was the guy to lead the Warriors out of just constant wilderness, right? They were never an organization anybody wanted to play for. So
they were underdogs when Kevin Durant signed there.
Oh, Devon selectively ignored that text that was sent the other day, by the way. And I did notice that, but that's a conversation for another day.
Was that when I was in New York?
No, I
think it was the day after.
Okay.
So,
okay.
All right. This is a discussion for another time. But now Atlanta's on the clock, and this is this is another interesting pivot point.
So
for the draft.
I want to say we went Mara.
We did go Mara, but I don't think this was the one we were
up in the air about it. Yeah, because of Burries and so many of the other talented players that were left here. We went Mara just because of they can use some front court help.
Yes.
I'll say it that way. They can use the front court help, and we went Mara. But yeah, Burries could go here. Flemings is
a guy I think I've seen
getting
a lot.
A lot of good buzz there too at 8 with them because they have wings and they have guard/wings in what you have with Nickeil Alexander-Walker and then the other players in general. But you also had the fact that C.J. McCollum, who they bring back on a 1-year deal at $21 million, he's an older combo guard that can run. They need a true point guard.
And I think Flemings probably fits their vision for they want to play with pace. He is a downhill speed driver. That's his game. And so I think with the way the Hawks want to set up, if they go guard, I think Flemings makes a lot of sense. I don't know that he's my favorite guy of this group because I'm not sure I buy him as a shooter. I think that's one of the main questions he has coming in. However, I like them, so we'll see where they go here.
Yep. All right.
Can we go 8 for 8 is the question.
No.
I don't know what the buzz is right now with him.
I sure hope you're not looking at a list over there, Derek.
I'm not.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not.
Yeah.
All right. I feel like we're doing a good job of we're running our own race here. Shout out to our guy, Jake Fisher, who apparently is spoiling every pick.
Is he?
But yeah. But it's fun to live in the Devon zone. I feel like I'm 100 years old not checking my phone right now, but we're having some fun.
It is weird not to get a single Shams tweet, though. Like it's weird.
So that I think is the interesting one. I'm not surprised that other people have decided to take up the mantle, but I'm surprised he was convinced to put the phone down for a little bit.
Okay.
Not really his MO.
All right. So let's just look at some of the best players, and then we're going to take a break at some point, everybody, just to kind of break things up. We love talking. This is our job. We're talking some basketball. We like these players, and they're going to the right spots. So some of the players that are best available: Kingston Flemings, Nate Ament. Is it a day or a die, Mara?
I think it's a die.
A die, I think it is.
I'm not 100%.
A die, Mara, Braden Burries, Yaxel Lendenborg, Hans Steinbach, Kareem Lopez, Marej Johnson. We'll stop right there as far as where this range is of these players because of the others are more late lottery, starting around 15 and that's where things are for them. So if you had to guess, Derek, right here for the Atlanta Hawks without, taking a peek and finding out what our good buddy is saying there, what makes the most sense? Are you sticking with the Mara pick or are you going guard?
I feel like they could really go either way. I'm not sure I will stick with Mara because I need us to be right. I'm not sure I think I was the dissenting voice on the Mara pick.
You were. You were.
But I'm also not sure there's anyone I'm truly in love with.
And they could also still go out there in the offseason, add a guard to go along in the mix with what they already have. But Brandon says they go guard here and looking at things for the Atlanta Hawks. But
now, Brandon, is that your opinion or are you spoiled?
Or is he spoiled?
If you're spoiled, don't drop it in the chat.
If you're looking at Jake Fisher, you're cheating here and letting us know on how things go. But Mara would make sense, though, because of you have Onyeka Okongwu. Landale, when they made the trade at the trade deadline, he paid immediate dividends, but he got hurt. So then didn't get a chance to see a lot of that. So if you look at him and look at what happens there, you see some of the other teams that have now Giannis and Bam Adebayo there in Miami. You had the combo of Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns.
Here we go.
With the New York Knicks.
Is at the podium. The pick is in.
Does this make sense or are they going guard?
Here we go.
See what Silver has. No white smoke again. I'm disappointed.
Kingston Flemings, he said.
Wow. Okay.
All right. So
they
again,
went guard.
I think the fit makes sense for how they play. I'm not in love with him because I'm not sure that he shoots, but I think he fits how they want to play.
I
don't know that they want to, like, if we're talking about Mara, I think the case against him here is if they want to play kind of up tempo, he is not that type of guy. He's more of a
big that can run though.
Pass. He can certainly run, but I don't know that he wants to play like their type of running. That's why they've used Okongwu as a center for as long as they have.
So what I will say with the guards that they do have, he doesn't have to be thrust into the starting lineup. He's going to a playoff team. That's a top 6 team in the Eastern Conference. He can come off the bench and just be a guy that is second unit, and he's a driver of the second unit to run that basketball team. You won't lose anything when it comes to pace because he can get up and down the floor. The half-court shot, yes, it's a question mark because of the three-point shooting, but he's going to be out there with a lot of veterans and young veterans on this basketball team, decent enough sizes, 6'3", 6'4". He can score the basketball. He can run a team. This guy's pretty good.
Yep.
But by the way, he did shoot well this year in terms of the percentages. So it's more of a perception thing in terms of do you buy the shot? He's his speed is awesome. His speed is his superpower. He's going to push the ball in transition. He got to the rim quite a bit in Houston. And we're going to talk about the Houston offensive environment. Like, not the easiest environment to be in when you're a guard who wants to play the way that he does. And so you get him into a more open game in the NBA. I could see the argument that his strengths will only be enhanced. And as long as he can maintain the efficiency that he showed, maybe increase the volume and get better and better as a shooter, there's a lot on the table for him.
What did he shoot in high school?
What did he shoot in high school?
Notes somewhere.
All right. Well, look, as you look it up, let's get ready to tell everybody that we're going to take another break. When we come back, because the Dallas Mavericks are on the clock to find out who they are going to select. Let's take our next break and come back. We'll talk more about the Sixers too, the players that are best available, and ask the guys and all of you who has the best chance to slide maybe in this draft of the players that could be in the Sixers range. It's the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live Day 1 presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Dallas Mavericks on the other side.
This summer, declare your independence from hot, miserable sleep with Ashley's Stars and Stripes mattress sale. Stay cool all night with cooling mattresses starting at just $699. Plus, for a limited time, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses and pay 0% interest for 60 months. 5 full years interest-free on better sleep, so stop sweating through summer nights and sleep cooler, longer, more comfortably. Freedom from hot sleep starts today at Ashley's Stars and Stripes mattress sale. Shop more deals in-store or at ashley.com.
Guys, we all have some core things in our life that we can't live without. Nice weather, travel coming up with the summer, family. Well, let me tell you about something else that I like, something that actually rewards the way you already spend your money. That's exactly what you get with the Everyday Elite Visa credit card from Trumark Credit Union. We're talking up to 4% cash back on eligible everyday purchases, including gas. And for a limited time, new cardholders also get a 0% introductory APR on purchases for the first 12 months, then a 17.99% APR after that. More about cash back, less catch. Apply today at Trumark.com or stop by any of Trumark Credit Union's 24 branch locations. Rates based on creditworthiness, 4% cash back on eligible purchases. Bonus categories capped annually. Restrictions apply. Visit Trumark.com for details. Insured by the NCUA.
This summer, declare your independence from hot, miserable sleep with Ashley's Stars and Stripes mattress sale. Stay cool all night with cooling mattresses starting at just $699. Plus, for a limited time, save up to $1,000 on select mattresses and pay 0% interest for 60 months. 5 full years interest-free on better sleep, so stop sweating through summer nights and sleep cooler, longer, more comfortably. Freedom from hot sleep starts today at Ashley's Stars and Stripes mattress sale. Shop more deals in-store or at ashley.com.
Welcome back to the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live special presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Make sure you check out rothmanortho.com/PHLY to learn more and parkscasino.com to hang out at the best in the area. All right, on the clock right now, the Dallas Mavericks. Pretty weird that Dustin May was already going to be there for his 3 guys that were supposed to be selected in the lottery. And now he's the head coach of the Dallas Mavericks, who are currently on the clock. And while he's there sitting at one of their tables, I'd imagine, or on the side, he's going to get a pick here.
Should I start doing the NFL draft?
Could he go with the Wolverine here at this pick?
He's got 3 of them to pick from.
He does. Which one would it be if they do? And the Dallas Mavericks select
Merez Johnson.
Wow.
Listen.
Like
compared to where we were at toward the end of the college season.
Like that.
A meteoric rise. The combine was huge for Merez. Measured big, athletic tools are awesome. By the way, monitor this for a trade back. Remember I said I would not be surprised if they go from 9 to 12, 17 with the Thunder. The Thunder have been connected to Merez Johnson. So I'm keeping an eye on this for a little bit. Let to check our
if he stays
with
there,
our reporter friends.
That's a pretty good spot.
It is, although if he's going to play purely at the 4, and I don't think he will. I think he's going to play multiple front court spots. That does box Cooper Flagg in a little bit, and so that's an interesting decision to make, especially if you're taking a guy in the top 10. But we've said so much about Merez in this pre-draft process. I absolutely adore this kid. Like, complete dog on the floor. His assistant coach now would have been
Mike Boynton.
His head coach, Mike Boynton, called him an ass kicker, said, Yaxel came in as the prized NIL recruit transfer guy, and Merez was in practice just dogging him at the start of the season. Defended 1 through 5. I think can play both positions in the front court.
Yeah.
Big-time rebounder. I'm surprised at 9, but I love him, and I think he's going to be an enforcer next to Cooper Flagg, so I'm happy for him for sure.
Well, and Kyle said that, you've heard a lot about him during this pre-draft process. If he didn't shoot up draft boards, you would have heard a lot more from Kyle about him. Because Kyle is head over heels talking about it in the studio, talking about him in our Discord. Kyle has been a big fan from day one. He's not wrong. I do think 9 is a little higher than I expected, but he is going to... he's one of those guys where there's almost no chance that he fails.
Yeah.
And I say that realizing that we have legitimately picked 2 coach of the years that got fired in a row. So it's probably a kiss of death. But he feels
we've done
very,
a little
very
better
safe
on players than I think we have on the coaches. So
we can't do
that.
worse.
Didn't expect him to be the first one because of where everybody else was projected to go. But we all did. Kyle, you were right. Derek, you were right on how Kyle felt about him. Love this guy. Masai Ujiri, though, coming in. This is a new front office now. And he's doing things his way. And we've seen how he's drafted in
Mike Schmitz, by the way,
Mike
who's
Schmitz
on the TV,
right,
former
exactly.
ESPN guy, former Draft Express
the
guy,
scouting
of course.
that he has done. And although he's come from Portland, he was hired because of the job that he's done in scouting these players. This is a really good player, man. We made jokes with Mike Boynton of how dare you have such a good season, because when we started the year, we were talking about 2 of them at least, and Mara and Merez Johnson. And then they just shot up because of the run that they made and the work that they did as players to move themselves in this position. And if he does stay in Dallas, man, this is going to be a nice, really, really nice place for him to be with Cooper Flagg there. You'll see what happens with Derek Lively, Daniel Gafford at the 5, see how all of that plays out with them. But the talent is there. P.J. Washington is there. I wonder if this now maybe changes that at some point, maybe during the season.
He's been rumored that they might be willing to part ways with him as they move on. I would say this does feel a little bit like they're trying to set the defensive identity for this team early in Cooper Flagg's tenure. Like you start with Coop, who's the multi-positional, can switch everywhere guy, can do everything on offense as well. Now you bring in Merez, who's going to come in and take top assignments, help you at the 4, help you at the 5. Like I really feels like they are committing early to that type of style. And, what did we talk about? What did Bob Myers say when we talked to him recently? One of the things the Sixers haven't done is establish an identity. You don't want to wait so long when you got the number 1 overall pick, the best guy in last year's class. They're moving quickly to try to build the team around him. And so in that way, I like it.
Yeah.
I still think it might be a little high for our guy Merez, but,
Yeah.
I really like the player.
But like you guys say, if it's your guy and you're trying to set an identity, they were not a playoff team, take your guy.
Mm-hmm.
And if this is their guy, they took their guy. And one of the things that I did want to ask you guys, and even everybody in the chat, of course, we appreciate you. We're not forgetting about you. I was going to ask Derek and Kyle, Bree and Ethan and all of you to give us your pound the table, this is my guy for the draft.
I feel like I've done enough on
Merez.
Merez.
I think we know. We freaking know.
Right,
Kyle.
Merez Johnson is yours. Derek, who's your... As we talk about, we get guys right, we get guys wrong.
He likes the guy who can't play.
We get guys.
Jaden Quaitons.
I like him so much.
We get coaches wrong. We get, it is what it is. It's an inexact science. Who's I'm pounding the table for my guy for the 2026 draft class.
Are we just talking about anywhere in the draft?
Anywhere outside of the top 4 that we know of.
That's
because that doesn't count.
I mean, it honestly might be Christian Anderson. If Christian Anderson
see, that's my other guy. So we're aligned on that one.
Well, we've been doing this together for a very long time, so we know how each other thinks. If he wasn't a 6'1" guard, I think I probably would have been pretty insufferable about him as a potential draft pick. Because I really just believe in the playmaking. I believe in the shot. I believe in the defensive intensity. So,
Braden Burry's to the Bucks at pick number 10, by the way.
Thanks.
They already said it. They just showed him. They just showed him.
I didn't see it.
Oh, maybe they were showing everybody.
Just
they just showed 3 guys'
names. TV doesn't mean Kyle spoiled it.
They just showed him on TV.
Everybody.
Okay, so maybe I'm wrong. They showed Braden Burry's and Mara looked sad. I was like, he thought he was getting picked.
Derek while he was talking. I didn't even look at the television. So okay, but
I didn't see it. So you two can fight this one out.
But if it is,
I'm just looking at the TV.
It would make sense for this spot, of course, with the deal and that happened with.
We haven't seen Nate Ament, and that was the guy that I think we've been.
I thought they just showed him.
At the very end.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah, they just showed him. But yeah.
That's a very green Milwaukee war room there.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe use some different lighting, and that's a little spooky in there. They had some halogen lights in the war room. with the All right, here we go. Now the pick's actually happening. It's not just guys sitting at the table. When we have no sound, okay, it is Braden Burry. Look at that.
Yeah. Another good pick. It's another good pick.
Yeah, I feel like 10 was about the bottom of his range. Like he felt like he could gone anywhere from 8 to 10. Probably a couple picks beyond.
Where did we have him yesterday? Did we have him?
I think we sent him to Dallas.
I think
we had him at 9.
Yeah,
and that was
Dallas at 9.
We were not expecting Merez there.
No.
This is with the. Do we care about all the guys that they acquired in the Giannis trade? I know that's a weird question, but do we care about them?
As far as him playing over, not getting the
well,
time
just
out
like
on the floor.
so when you acquire Tyler Hero,
yeah,
you're gonna play Burry's Hero
Rollins.
And Rollins. I probably would like somebody who's a little bit more of like I'm gonna run the team type guy, where Burry's is more of that combo scoring type guard. Like I've heard him compared to if CJ McCollum was a better defender or like more engaged and toolsy defender. And like I could see that. And so I think I like the player a lot. I think it's going to be tough to put together some of these lineups with the new team they have. But when you trade Giannis, you're going nowhere fast in the next couple of years anyway. So like the kid a lot.
This goes so slow. We're 70 minutes in. We just got through 10 picks. Come on.
Listen, we're about halfway, almost exactly to the Sixers.
Yeah.
We're having some fun here.
Having some fun, yeah.
People are yelling about the Phillies game out there, apparently. I didn't even realize there was a Phillies game tonight because
that is very on brand for Kyle.
Yes, it is.
All right, so at pick number 11 in this one here, as we look at things right now, just to update everybody with where things are off the board, best player available, all that stuff. Braden Burry goes there. Nate Ament, Mara, and Lindenborg are still available. Steinbach, Lopez as well, as we talk about the back end of the lottery here. And then when we look at the rounds and how things look, at the moment, Golden State is on the clock, and then you have the Thunder at 12, Miami picking for the Milwaukee Bucks. I will spoil this,
not the pick. The Warriors are known to be exploring trade offers right now, according to our friend Jake Fisher. That is the word on the street right now. So we'll even if they make a pick here, I would say let's give it a little bit of time and see if that's potentially on the move elsewhere.
All right, the Miami Heat are picking at 13. They will be picking for the Milwaukee Bucks because of the Giannis trade, and then Charlotte will close out the lottery at pick number 14. So wanted to get this in as we kind of go back to the Sixers a little bit and discuss things there. We were talking about the depth chart with them. So with that, we have to do something here, everybody. We got to let you know that we got to go and go to the full strength with Rothman Orthopedics. Visit RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY to talk about the Sixers and their depth chart in general. Because, all right, Tyrese Maxey, VJ Edgecombe in the backcourt. Here are your reserves. Kyle Lowry, free agent, retiring. Tyrese Martin, two-way. VJ Edgecombe starting, but Quentin Grimes, free agent. Dalen Terry converted to a standard deal, but that's also a team option for the Sixers. So
look at that beautiful graphic.
That's because Bree is the best. Ethan, thank you so much for helping out. And you look at what you have there behind those two guards.
And I would put red X's over Drummond, Walker, Beauchamp, Terry, Martin, Lowry, and at least one of Grimes or Oubre. So effectively,
you got like
half
guys.
your team is going to change.
You got 7-8 guys on your team.
You got some moves to make.
Yes, you really do. So we talk about full strength right now for this basketball team, and there's not a lot of full strength there as far as this depth goes and the roster in general goes. Somebody said that a little bit earlier that one of the teams needed everything. The Sixers need everything. And although they're picking at 22, we've talked about moving up. We've talked about moving back just to get extra picks too, or a second-round pick as well. But as you saw with that graphic, if you're putting the red X's over these guys, you have about 7-8 players on this basketball team.
Yeah, and it's why I'll keep hammering away at just get the best possible player you can get at 22. Because whether it is a 6-man, if it's a shooting wing, a 2-guard, a starting 4, a backup center who can play when Joel's hurt, you need everything and anything. And you can't worry too much about the specific needs.
Well, and that's why I always get so surprised when people start talking about needs. It is so hard to pick an actual NBA player at 22. Why limit yourself to a specific archetype? Like, especially for a team like the Sixers, where you saw that depth chart, you need legitimately everything.
Mm-hmm.
So
including guards.
Yeah. Now, look, again, I wrote about this earlier today at allphly.com. Go to the website, check it out. But I don't care about current needs. I do care a little bit about long-term fit with Maxey. And that's where the
100%.
guards get a little bit problematic. And I get that. And if you want to be out on a guard because of that reason, I would understand that too. But I just don't care like, oh, you need a 4 who can rebound. Okay. Well, even if you end up going with Chris Snack, he's probably not doing that next year, certainly not at a positive level. It's going to take some time for anyone you draft to be able to fill that role. So just take the guy you believe in the most.
These cameras have stayed on Yaxel for a long time.
So they must be talking about him, number one, and maybe they already have an idea of what it might be. But if that's the case, with the Sixers again, and we'll get to Yaxel and more with the Golden State Warriors and whoever they select, but that's why this whole thing with just take the best player available because they need everything. And we saw the depth chart right there that Bree put together, Bree and Ethan, and the red X's, if we did put those over those guys, I mean, that just tells the story about where this roster is right now. They don't have a lot of players, and they need a lot of players to, number one, get back to the second round, and maybe even beyond. Their goal, I'm sure, is to win a championship, which they're not there yet, but you got to put some talent on the roster. And there's talent at 22. They need whatever they can get at 22 based on what their board tells them is remaining at that point.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So that's our full strength presented by Rothman Orthopedics. Visit RothmanOrtho.com/PHLY to learn more. Hopefully you don't need anything major, but even if you have some small tweaks there, a little ankle sprain, you need to go get it checked out. Rothman Orthopedics is the place to go to get all of that done. So, if it is Yaxel, does that make sense here over the others that are remaining? Because Morez Johnson is off the board. Do you go Nate Ament? Do you go in another direction?
I think I think Ament would be really tough for them unless they're just basically looking Steph in the eye and saying, we just don't care if we win with you before you retire sort of deal. Like, I think that is and that's not to say that Ament might not be the best player long-term at this pick. It's more about like, he's just not ready. Like he's got a long road ahead of him to be an impact guy. I think Yaxel in their situation makes a lot of sense. He's going to be ready to play. He can fill a variety of roles. He can pass. He can shoot. He can dribble. Like, makes a ton of sense for this specific team.
All right. That's who we had in our mock draft, right?
I'd have to go back and double check. Bree can probably pull up the final mock for us.
Because I know we had Merez going, or maybe we had Merez going I think we had Merez going to the Thunder at 12. So.
No, actually, we had Fleming's falling here, and we just said it was best player available. That's what we did.
Okay. Well, Yaxel.
After the first 7, it really fell apart for us, boys. But going 7 for 7 is pretty good.
That's pretty good. Yeah, for the NBA draft, that is pretty good. Yaxel and his story. Okay. Oh, yeah, Fleming's at 11. Okay.
Well, the Heat, I blame the Giannis trade. The Giannis trade ruined everything. How do you guys feel about Yaxel of the Warriors?
I mean, I certainly know when we did the previous mock draft, I had the Warriors, and I'm pretty sure I took Yaxel. I think he fits both a positional need and a timeline need. Like, they're the one team who probably looks at like, oh, a 24-year-old. All right, let's go.
Yes.
I think it makes some sense for them. And quite frankly, I just think he's a good player. Like, I know a lot of people are concerned about taking a 24-year-old in the lottery. Doesn't happen often. I get it. But I think he's proven every jump he took that he has, met that level. And I think he's going to be a successful role player in the NBA.
I think, again, another really good fit because of, as Kyle, you talked about the timeline of Steph Curry. Whenever Steph Curry is done, he still should have basketball left in him to play with the Golden State Warriors. But right now, he can come in right now and be part of their rotation.
Yeah.
And with that, I also want to point out his story. Being a guy who didn't qualify because of grades when he didn't play in high school all that much at the end of his senior year, had to go in JUCO route and had to be convinced by his mom to continue to play because she believed in him and all. And then he goes to UAB. We talked about him last year because
as a late first
we were
round
thinking
guy.
Late first, early second because of where the Sixers were picking in that second round of could they maybe move back into the back end of the first and steal him. He bets on himself. Well, by the way, he bet on the money that Michigan had for him waiting with the NIL deal and gave him some pretty good money. But then he goes and wins the national championship.
He got like $7 million or something like that. Good for him.
Smart man.
And look, he is a great example of how NIL is changing the college landscape. Because I think a guy at UAB gets like legit first round buzz 10 years ago.
Right.
He's declaring for the draft and he's not even thinking about it.
Take me at 28 and I'm good.
But instead, the calculus has changed. It's like, okay, I can come back to school. I can prove that I'm going to get better at certain things. My passing, I'm going to play at a higher level, right? I'm going to shoot the ball. I'm going to play make. I'm going to show off my defensive versatility.
And I'm doing
it
against
better competition as one of the featured players. And I can improve my draft stock while making a lot of money, like a lot of money for a guy who's 23 years old. So there are going to be more examples like this. We've seen it in college football. I think the impact has been, you see a lot of these teams of upperclassmen like Indiana, where it's a lot of guys coming in as transfers, and they're beating up on these young kids coming in college football. So this is a really fascinating and like compelling story. So congrats to Yaxel after the road less traveled to the NBA.
And as Kale706 in the chat says, Pennsauken on the map. Pennsauken, New Jersey. Yeah, so Yaxel going to the Golden State Warriors, really good spot for him. That is 2 Michigan Wolverines off the board.
You surprised that Mara is going to be the last of the Wolverines to get drafted?
Actually, yes, I am. I am a little surprised because I thought someone could have used the center, and I thought they would have taken that big man, and he is still on the board. So I'm a little surprised.
Kyle is seething right now. Seething that baseball.
Regular season baseball. Who gives a fuck? We're deep enough in. I can get away with that, right?
Yeah. So I am a little surprised. You surprised he's the last one?
A little bit, but it felt like Merez was climbing so much, and Yaxel to the Warriors felt like it was such an obvious fit. Yeah, but I guess it's not completely stunning.
Well, we were talking Mara potentially as high as 8.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as the first one, as high as 8.
Now, would the Thunder take a swing on
the
Mara?
big? Would they? Because they have 2 picks.
I'm trying not to go to the phones here. I really am, because this is a spot that
they can go guard, they can go wing, like Cam Card makes sense here at this spot. Could they go Mara? Maybe at 17 and not 12.
Oh, so you would now? So that's an interesting one from our perspective.
See, I don't think it's fallen to 17 though.
I don't think so.
I don't either. But if he did, then what are you willing to do to move up to get to that?
Do
spot?
you?
Yeah. First of all, would you?
Do you?
Second of all,
would you?
What would you be willing to give up?
Is there anyone left that you would dangle the Clippers pick for?
Let's see.
I don't think I would.
I wouldn't either.
I think in these new lottery rules, you can't trade first round picks unless you're getting like a guy who's already been in the league and is good.
All right. So with that, Derek already asked it, and this was a question I had for you guys, was who's the guy that most likely to slip here? And right now, at least for right now, he's not out of the lottery, but for right now, Mara is slipping a little bit from what we thought. And we didn't think him. So of anybody else, who was with the remaining guys, that Cam Carr is still on the board, Philon, of course, those players. Is there anyone else outside of Mara that you would look at?
Talk to me after we get past Milwaukee at 13.
I mean, selfishly, I hope Steinbach slips because I like him both as a player and as a fit.
Oh my God. Like you were the guy who pounded the table for Steinbach on our Best Fit show. Boy, would he be an awesome fit on this basketball
Well, especially
team.
if the jump shot translates, and I think he will develop that. I'm pretty confident in that.
Okay. All right. Who do you have what's best here for OKC? Is it Mara? Is it someone else that you feel like Amen is still there on the board? Heard that he was moving up a little bit. Carr would be an interesting
Apparently
one.
that was nonsense, by the way, because the 2 teams connected to him said, no, thank you. And it's Mara to the Thunder. They're everybody they can get to throw at Wemby. They said, we lost 1 series in 7 games, so we're going to collect all the tallest people on earth and take our shot at this bozo.
So we talked about this yesterday. We did, because we brought up this Sorber pick yesterday as well.
Mm-hmm.
Would they go big again because of that?
What's the injury he's coming back from?
It was something knee, right? I think it was knee.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right.
Something with his knee, and of course they didn't have to rush him back, and he can just rehab and get ready to play. But this
torn ACL in his right knee.
This makes clear. This is clear here.
Yeah, no, they have like one weakness.
Actually,
and it's also,
maybe if I were the Sixers or I was another team, I would consider giving them a call and saying, can we take a flyer on Thomas Sorber? Because he's like on his rookie scale contract. He's not making a lot of money. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to worry about the salary matching stuff. I think coming off of an injury, he's not at peak value. They clearly are like, hey, we're taking the best big on the table, and now they're prioritizing him. I would at least kick the tires on that. Like I'm not giving up much of value, but getting Sam Presti's ear, see what he's willing to do.
I also just wonder if you're not giving up much of value, do they just say like, we'll bring them both into camp, get them both in our gym, see which one we prefer, and then ship off the one that doesn't make the cut?
The other one for me is there's been talk about Hartenstein maybe being moved on from. Do they move on from Hartenstein and have him as the primary backup to Chet Holmgren and see where they go from there if they believe in Sorber as well?
Mm-hmm.
That there's some insurance just in case they do move on. And they know better of if teams are interested in Hartenstein, that they can move off that contract and they can use this kid as much as they need to. And if Sorber is right coming back from the ACL, that they can get him out there on the floor too. And then you have those 3 guys as your rotation.
Now that I know what they're clapping about out there, every time they do, I just look at Kyle. No, I mean, it is. I do think they're an organization that is cognizant of their tax bill. Like we legitimately just saw that with the guard they acquired at the trade deadline so they could then ship out Wiggins and whatnot and shed salary. Like I think they have an old guard that includes Hartenstein, that might include Isaiah Joe, but I think they're going to cut some of that salary, replace it with younger players so they can continue to keep their core three around while reshuffling some of the talent behind them and not paying an exorbitant tax. So I think you might be we might be onto something there, Devon.
We also have talked very little about Mara as a player and a fit for OKC, I feel like, where it's a
different type of big. Yeah.
It is like he brings the passing element. He's got the size to be a rim deterrent, even if he's not an active shot blocker. We have to see when he's not playing next to two guys who are good positional rebounders, how the rebounding holds up as he defends. But they do have a lot of big and long athletes, and so you hope that as a team, maybe you rebound in the aggregate better and that they can give him a little bit of help there on that front. But he's also humongous. He's 7'3". His measurements were eye-popping at the combine, and he tested fairly well in the athletic stuff, which is why we went from, maybe he's an option at 22 to, boy, he could be 8, 9, 10, ends up falling to 12 in OKC.
And the way he rebounds and the way he defends, it does fit with them. They can get out and run. He can keep up a little bit with the way he runs the floor as a big. You look at him, you say, is he a plotter like Zach Edey? He can run. He can get up the floor fluidly. Didn't work out for him in UCLA, but going to Michigan changed everything for him. Did a really good job of turning himself into a lottery pick. And I do like the fit for them. We always talk about it anyway. Man, Oklahoma City, they got another guy. Remember we were just talking about Perry Jones, and they got another guy. They got another one, and they just got another one.
Well, Perry Jones maybe didn't quite end up working out.
No. But at that time,
Devon loves bringing up the Perry Jones example, which is probably the worst example because he sucked.
I
understand what you're saying. It was like the hype behind it, like, the Spurs had lots of those guys, right?
They did it again.
The Spurs that have a guy who people liked in mock drafts, and then they draft him. It's like, God damn it, RC Buford did it again.
People really thought he was going to be like a top 3 pick, though. Did he end up falling in the second round?
No, he was a late first.
Oh, he was
like
first?
In the 20s. Yeah, okay. He was in the back end of the 20s for them. So, yeah, man, Miami Heat now on the clock, and this is the Milwaukee pick. So you said we'll wait for the Milwaukee pick. I have a name, by the way, of a drop after the pick if he doesn't go here of who could slip.
Just saying now. We'll see.
Nate Ament.
Right. So if it's not Ament
if it's not here,
where's his fit?
I think he falls a little bit.
We
did have him slipping in our mock
draft. If we're talking about the slap in Chicago, he certainly, maybe not the physicality.
There. If Carr is there, I think that makes more sense.
So I don't think he's a Hornets guy.
18? I do.
Maybe 18. 18 I could see.
Yeah, I can see him at 18, not 14.
Yeah, not 14. I think 14 is more of a ready-made guy for Charlotte looking to make the next step. So Chicago, maybe not. The Grizzlies are not a Nate Ament type of team.
What do you think?
If he falls at 22, Kyle, we're going to have to do
Well, here's the thing.
searching.
So we have Mr. James and Pumper are in the chat. By the way, maybe the two least surprising Nate Ament fans in all of YouTube chat history. They're saying, trade the Clippers pick, move up. I don't think you have to, because either he's going to go here or there's going to be a range of teams here that I think probably have other needs that they're more focused on. What do you think, Devon? Gun to your head. Does he go here or does he fall?
I don't think he goes here. I think he slips.
So all right, if you had to handicap it then, who's your favorite? Now I'm curious if Devon is actually spoiling picks and he's just got a much better poker face than either of the two of us have, where we're like, I'm laser focused on.
Let me look at the best available. For the Miami Heat, you know what? It wouldn't surprise me if they went Steinbach here for the Milwaukee Bucks because, yes, they have Khalil Ware, but could they move on from Miles Turner then? And if you move on from Miles Turner, you have two young bigs in Milwaukee, and you guys talked about the shooting for him. I could see that for Milwaukee.
I mean, he has. I know Vicini mocked him here.
Okay,
Steinbach here, so I think there's a chance on that. Yep.
The other one is Lopez. I could see him as a Milwaukee player at pick number 13. So those would be the two that I would say fit for Milwaukee right here and what they have.
It does feel like a front court spot, though. It does feel like a front court spot.
Here's the thing. When you trade Giannis and you're basically starting over,
you
could justify just about anyone. Like I said, Burries, I don't think is a good fit with the guys that they have in the backcourt. I just don't think you really care about the guys you have in the backcourt. Because, by the way, until that trade is finalized, Tyler Hero could be sent,
Anywhere.
any which way.
Yeah,
they
right.
could. I know Detroit had interest. We'll see how the board breaks tonight, because if they don't have a guard they like that falls to them, maybe Detroit gets on the phone and is like, hey, we're even more interested in maybe turning this into a multi-team where we get Tyler Hero. We shall see. We shall see. But it is an interesting pivot point of the draft once again here at pick 13.
Yeah. So that's the guy. Those are the two for me that I would say make sense here, especially after you just took Burries and you're not taking another. I don't think you're taking another guard, because you just ran down the list of guards that they have with Rollins and Hero and now Burries. I don't think they take another guard. I think they just simply go here with the front court player, and it'll be one of those two and not Ament. And now I could be wrong, where maybe they do like Ament and they do go in that direction, but I would say Steinbach or Lopez here for the Milwaukee Bucks.
Selfishly, I hope it's Lopez.
I think Lopez is the one guy that's like, if he falls, I'm not interested in. Let him be somebody else's problem.
Go to pick 23.
No, I say that, and they'll probably turn out to be good against all expectations. Here we go. The pick is in.
All right.
Here comes Commissioner Men in Black.
I am going. I don't know where I'm going.
Don't look at the chat.
All right. I won't look at the chat. I'm looking at Adam Silver. And it sounds like you said.
There you go. Nate Ament. They got their guy.
All right, so he doesn't fall.
Okay. All right. Now here's my prediction. Now I think there's a very good chance guard is the best player available at 22, because this was a potential in a different world where they take Ament 10, Burries goes to one of these other teams 11 or 12. This was a potential Philon spot. And so, who maybe ends up with Philon after the lottery? Because Steinbach is who I've been expecting to go to Charlotte. I think there's been some suggestions from our friend Jonathan Wasserman, some other plugged-in draft people that maybe he falls a little bit. But if Steinbach goes here, then it's like, okay, we're looking at the Cam Carrs of the world at 15.
Yeah.
Maybe a Christian Anderson or a Bennett Sturts have been connected to the Grizzlies. So then you get down to, picks 19, 20, 21, and it could very well be that Labaron Philon is the best player on the board. But still a lot of time left for Derek to have to beat back all the people who yelled at him.
It'll be great for content. It will be fantastic for content.
Oh, man, would that be something?
It'll also be fantastic for Summer League, too, because I think he could be really fun in Summer League.
Yeah, he would be. Yeah, he definitely would be. By the way, with the Bucks,
it'd be really fun on a basketball court, more importantly.
And by the way, with the Bucks, with Nate Ament also, again, timeline changed after the Giannis trade. So now you have you can develop him and let him find his way in the NBA.
Yeah, I'm fine with this pick. I think this makes a lot of sense for a team that just says, we're going to take a huge swing here. Nothing wrong with this from Milwaukee.
Yep, absolutely. All right, Bree, you want to take a break here? All right, let's take another break here. We take a pause on the show. The Charlotte Hornets are now on the clock. Will it be Steinbach? Will it be someone else here at pick number 14? It's the last pick of the lottery. When we get back on the PHLY Sixers Draft Day live show presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino.
Hey guys, it's Kyle Neubeck from the PHLY Sixers podcast. It's a weird time of the year for weather. Heat and humidity might be sneaking in. Your AC might not be cranking like you thought it should. You don't need to worry, because Ace Hardware Home Services has got you covered. From AC repairs to water heaters, plumbing, and electrical, their trusted local pros are bringing the same helpful service from Ace, and they're bringing it right to your home. And let me tell you, if you don't have some trusted people from Ace Hardware, being a homeowner and having to fix everything yourself, juggle 800 things, it is not a whole lot of fun. So why go through all the stress and all the risk, whether you need a quick fix or it's a bigger summer project? Ace Hardware Home Services has the tools, the know-how, and they have the people, most importantly, to get it done right. Ace Hardware Home Services is ready to bring helpful into your home. So I need you guys to go right now. Visit acehardwarehomeservices.com today to get started on your next project. It's officially summer when Hoagie Fest comes back to Wawa. I've got to ask you guys, what's your go-to Wawa order? For me, it's very simple. I'm getting a classic Italian hoagie, lettuce, tomatoes, a little bit of oil, and I love some banana peppers along with it. Give me a little bit of that spice to go along with that Italian hoagie. And if Hoagie Fest is back, that means you can get any shorty hoagie, wrap, or chicken sandwich, plus a bag of Hers chips and a small fountain drink for just $6. If you're feeling extra hungry, and normally I am, I'm a pretty large guy, make it a classic meal for only $8. There are a lot of summer memories that we love to create. We're all on the move. I remember growing up, riding my bikes to Wawa with my friends, getting some hoagies, getting some nice big sodas, a Coke, a Dr. Pepper, whatever it might be. For you, Hoagie Fest is big flavor, great value, that same Hoagie Fest energy we all know and love. It's back at Wawa. We all got to have a Wawa.
Back on the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live special presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. You got Derek, Kyle, Devon, Bree, and Ethan in here as well. All of you in the chat, we appreciate you as always. Charlotte on the clock for the last pick of the lottery. They have 2, 14 and 18, as we talked about right before going to break. Bree, what do we have on Super Chats? I know we have a few that are
arguing about Nate Amen in there.
Are they? In the
Jack
chat?
Reacher said Nate Amen greater than Kevin Garnett. And Brandon replied, well, Jack also said, one more Vasar SC for the road. But then Brandon replies and says, Vasar sucks. So does Sinak.
Brandon's just doing that to get under my skin tonight. So stop it, Brandon. EJ Barrett also ain't say, I love Joshua Jefferson from Iowa State, of course. But agree, draft wings. Also, what will I do without Drummond content?
Hopefully have a better basketball player to watch. that would be what I would hope for.
You can always check in on him, EJ, and see what he's doing.
Thank you, fellas, for all the super chats.
In his next spot, we appreciate the interaction there on the super chats as well. So here at 14 with the Charlotte Hornets, we'll see. But we talked about trading and all with OKC, and could they move 12? And we'll see. As you talked about, let's wait a little bit to see what happens there. Because they did move Aaron Wiggins. They moved Aaron Wiggins to the Atlanta Hawks for 2 second-round picks, I think it was. 2 second-round picks for Aaron Wiggins. And also, there's been talk about Isaiah Joe being on the move. As they talk, you just mentioned how clearing some cap space. We mentioned Isaiah Hartenstein part of it too. But the Isaiah Joe piece, and man, Sixer fans, all they needed to do was hear that, because all over social media, are they ready to bring back Isaiah Joe on that contract and get him back in the mix?
Yeah, look, he's a nice bench player on a reasonable deal, but at some point you got to move on a little bit, right? Like he's a nice player. He's not going to change the franchise. Well, you're not giving up a pick for him.
No,
you're just absorbing him into the MLE.
Yeah,
which I'd be fine with, but I'm not going to get like super excited.
No, absolutely.
I wanted Isaiah Joe on a minimum contract. That's what I wanted. But
yeah, and let him grow with your guys. And here we go.
Final pick of the lottery.
Charlotte Hornets to close out the lottery. Who do you got for me, Adam? I bet it's Hans Steinbach.
That's been your guy. So let's see if that's the case.
Who's he looking over to the side at? That was an interesting moment.
Maybe a fan yelled at him or something. And there's your guy. All right. He's not there. Okay.
Oh, Adam Silver, you're leaving us in a lot of suspense here. Are you saying it in German? Is that I can't tell. You guys don't know. We're watching this in, there we go. There he is. Hans Steinbach is the pick to Charlotte. We definitely got that one right. This has been, they've been connected to him constantly. I think he fits really well with what they don't have in the front court there, and sort of a compliment to what is already going on. And I know Derek has been praying that he would fall.
He wasn't.
I certainly was hopeful that maybe he would, but maybe the best rebounder in all of college basketball this year. I think he was close to 12 rebounds a game, and if the ball is anywhere near him, his hands are getting it. Like that guy is a professional rebounder already. Great understanding of positioning and angles. I do think the big question is, what position does he stick at long term?
Like defensively?
Defensively,
probably neither.
Yeah, that he's kind of a little bit stuck between positions, but I think he's got shooting upside. I think he's an elite rebounder, and that'll be enough to get him on the board in the lottery.
And offensively, he's way different than the other two that they have in Kalkbrenner and Diabate, where the shooting is just really different. And now you talk about him with Konkanipo on the perimeter and him being able to shoot. This guy has a chance to be
the
really
whole
good.
tape is just rebounds.
Rebounds,
It's
yeah.
like, go get the ball.
Yeah.
And by the way, that team he was on was not very good. So I think he will probably look even better once he's got some. You get a passer like LaMelo Ball, just feeding him some easy ones around the rim. I think that's going to help him quite a bit.
We did have a very generous super chat come in specifically for Kyle.
Did we?
We did.
Uh-oh. I'm concerned about that. Jess says, Kyle, this is for you. Go Phil's 8-run ninth.
Here we go. Let's go.
Yeah,
Playing
the
some
big
great
event of the night, late June baseball. Oh, they're showing, is that Steinbach's dad?
Yeah, he
played with
Dirk.
Nowitzki?
Yeah, he has a relationship with Dirk.
Who was it in the chat? I think it was one of the Larrys, Larry K, I want to say, came in and was like, with a name like Steinbach, you can't be getting drafted in the NBA. I was like, yeah, if only the Dallas Mavericks hadn't been saddled with a guy like Dirk Nowitzki all those years, what they could have accomplished. This is after the Valdez droning on last year. And we did get another super chat from our guy, B Pump, who says, what a horrific draft for Mike G. He hasn't made a pick yet.
He fumbled the bag already.
Because he wanted Ament, right?
And draft another 6'0" guard who can't defend any wings. Shaking my head.
Very on brand
B-Pump.
that B Pump is all in on a guy who's 6'10" and shot 39% from the field. And I'm not even hating on Nate Ament. That's just a fact.
Does Nate Ament have a go-to move?
His go-to
Not
move
at
is being
39%?
too skinny to go
Yeah.
by anybody is his go-to move. But we'll see if he turns into something. Like, again, I think he's an interesting project. It's going to take a while, though.
Oh, man, that's funny. All right, that's the lottery. So here are the best players available. You said you wanted to wait until after the Bucks pick for player to slide. Steinbach now goes off. Ament, we mentioned him. Lopez, Anderson, Philon, Graves, Carr. These are names that we've heard in this range here, starting from this range. Is there anybody that you're surprised is still on the board? And
Not really. This is a pretty.
It
The
does
order
feel-
was different, but it's a pretty chalk lottery in terms of the names that went. Nobody has gone off script so far. The mocks have generally been kind of in range, so to speak.
So here are the guards then that are left: Cam Carr, Christian Anderson, Labaron Philon, Bennett Sturtz. If you want to go, at least Swain is a wing player, so he's there. We've seen him go anywhere now from 15 on back. Do we get the run of guards here starting now with the Chicago Bulls? And I think that would help tell us a story.
Do we think there's any chance the Bulls might take one of the on-ball guards here rather than going Cam Carr? Like, I know they have Giddey on the contract he's on, but because he's not a shooter,
so Trey Jones,
do you say, like, and we have all these big athletes, would you swing on, like, a Christian Anderson? Would you swing on a Philon?
So last year at the trade deadline, right around when the IO was traded, it was, man, they have a lot of guards on their roster. And we were talking about, should the Sixers get into the mix of one of the guards?
Yes,
Trey Jones
they should
being
have.
one. Yes, they should have.
Io.
Trey Jones is there. The Jay Ivey thing didn't work out. They sent Kobe White out. I still believe even with all of that talk of they had a lot of guards, you could probably get one here that might be better than, and it's not Cam Carr, more on ball. And if I had to look at any of them, I would probably lean Christian Anderson in this spot as a guard over
Big-time
Philon.
shooter.
Yes. For this basketball team. If I were to go and they say, all right, we're going to go with a guy who can run the team and all, it would be Christian Carr for the Chicago Bulls if I were to choose for them.
I do think Giddey's a little tough to put off ball too much. So it's a
Which
little
is
bit of
true.
a trick, which is probably why we've gone Carr in most of our mock drafts, I feel like. But
Now, Philon does have different type of build than what Christian Anderson
Christian
is.
Anderson can play off ball too, I think.
He can.
So we'll see.
Try not to look at my phone any more than I need to.
Well,
You can look at the phone. It's cool,
just take
man.
Jake off of notifications. That's all.
Here's the thing. I'm in enough group chats and other things where if I look at my phone, other than to check my people that I need to talk to.
This is a me thing, so it's cool, man.
Well, okay, so I'll tell you this. I have not seen who's been picked, but I saw our friend in the Discord, French 76ers, say, Bree, are we clear on F-bombs or no? Okay. He dropped an F-bomb based on who was picked at pick 15.
Really?
So that suggests to me it's probably not Cam Carr. It's probably someone we were talking about around 22.
Now I'm trying to think, who did he want at 22?
All right, so
I'm not
with
sure I know
that,
off the top
because
of
of
my
the
head.
players that we've talked about, we've talked mostly front court players for the Sixers. So could it be Graves or Quaintance?
I think there's a decent chance Graves is. Well, Quaintance, I think, is a very good chance to be there because his medical
I just mean
is
for the Bulls, because we've seen a lot of mocks that had him moved up at times, and I know we've over the last couple of games.
We're getting a lot of people in chat now saying they're depressed. I'm really curious now.
Wow.
No spoilers.
Yeah,
we're trying to keep our boomer friend here from.
Well, no, that's why I said it's cool. I mean, it's cool.
I'm trying to listen. I spoiled a lot of picks in previous live streams, so I'm trying to have fun with you and do it live.
All right, so I'll guess it. I'll say it's. If that's the case, then I'd say it's Swain.
That feels like a good guess because I think our community of the people that we have talked about that we know they had in for workouts, he feels like that's the upside guy. That's the guy who fits a need, size on the wing, driving ability. You can play Maxey and VJ off the ball. Obviously, there's the shot concerns, but I think he's someone that certainly would make sense.
And if it's for the Bulls, can play with Giddey and Buzelis as well.
Yeah.
Boy, they need shooting now.
They do.
They
and
do.
He really needs to be on ball.
But they also need defenders on the
now.
perimeter. They don't have that either.
All right, here we go.
All
Commissioner is announcing the pick.
You guys are the best, by the way.
Well, don't look in the chat.
This is for you.
I'm not looking in the chat.
Dalen Swain, we got it.
Okay.
Between the unseen, keep it unseen next time. We don't.
You guys are killing us.
Chat.
We're really doing our absolute best to do this live along with the draft. And YouTube chat just won't have
Derek,
it.
this was your guy, too, for a long time.
Pump is saying, I wish we had Maury back. SMH.
This was your guy.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a lot of people's guys. I think Kyle's right. Like, we, as a community, sort of really gravitated towards him because I think when you started really diving into it, it's like, all right, what's the one skill that somebody doesn't currently have that you think there's a reasonable chance they can develop? And for players with at least on-ball creation equity, Swain's jumper felt like the one with the most chance because he did show a little bit of progress this past year. Not enough. He's nowhere where he needs to be, but a little bit of progress. He has that NBA body. He has that functional athleticism. He can get to the rim. He just needs enough of a jumper to keep defenses honest. And I think that's one of the swing skills I'm willing to bet on.
Noob says Swain at 15 is crazy.
It's not that
Here's the
crazy.
thing. We heard throughout the pre-draft his range started around 15. Yeah. I think we all just sort of assumed he wouldn't go at 15, that it would be somewhere in the, like we talked about him to the Thunder. I think that might have been where we mocked him at 17.
Yes. Yep.
And I think the reason I wouldn't have taken him here, I didn't expect him here, is because of the shot and because they drafted Caleb Wilson, because Buzelis is still kind of, he's got to get there. Josh Giddey is a shooter that he's made progress, but you don't really trust. Like, he fits exactly what Graham is talking about. The slap, the size, length, athleticism, and definitely the physicality. Like, the thing that I really loved watching Swain is that he plays through contact, he initiates contact, and he's balanced throughout that, right? Yeah. And to have the handle that he does at that size and to be able to lean into people, have guys bump you on your drives and finish through contact, use all the gather steps, the Euros, and the different things that he has in the bag. Like, I think he's a really, really interesting prospect. That's why if he had been there at 22, I'm probably just taking it to the bank and saying I'll live with the other stuff, but I'm surprised he went at 15. I think it was higher than I expected for sure.
So for the board, best available, before Swain went off the board on ESPN, best available, he was 9th on their best available players.
Okay, that's a little too high.
And Quaintance was in front of him. Carr, Sturts, Sinak, Philon, Graves, Anderson, and Lopez were all in front of Swain.
So
I will say, like, I'm a little disappointed because I wanted him to fall.
Yes.
But I also didn't really expect him to fall. Like it felt like 16-20 was a pretty good chance.
So where's the landing spot for Carr now? Because I think Grizzlies are maybe more on-ball guard.
Yeah.
I think Raptors
would make some sense.
Raptors probably make some sense. Hornets, I don't know what they're doing there. That's an interesting spot.
I could see it because they just went with the big. I could see them going another guard. What's Kobe White's future there?
Oh, I mean, the Thunder could draft Carr.
Oh, absolutely.
I feel like that would be I do think they like guys who tend to be slightly better off the bounce than him, which is why I was kind of in the Swain mold for them.
You know, another Carr spot, if he does get past the Thunder and the Hornets and the Raptors, the Spurs. I could see it as a Carr as another.
Haven't they been all focused on
big wing? Because yes, they have the two guys in Champagny and Vassell, Keldon Johnson, 6 Man of the Year, but I could see them adding another guard to that rotation.
So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Memphis in a fun spot here. This has always for me felt like take the best guard, take whoever you think is the guy who fits best with you.
Is that Anderson?
I'm a huge Anderson guy. I think his ability to break teams down out of the pick and roll and shoot out to 30 feet, play on and off the ball is really interesting here. I do think, though, if Zach Edey could be a great rim protector, Zach Edey can only do so much when it's Christian Anderson and other guys at the point of attack. So we'll see where they end up going here.
It is funny because I think I've sort of been like pigeonholed as this Philon guy because I took him in the draft. I like Philon a lot, don't get me wrong. I think Christian Anderson's my favorite out of that group.
Yeah.
Not my favorite for the Sixers because I just think a 6'1", that would have been really, really tough. My favorite all-around prospect among this group of guards. So I'm really interested to see what they do here.
We might have to just turn the chat off, and I hate to do it, but I can't tell if people are just saying who they want them to pick at different spots or if they're spoiling picks in the chat.
Oh, I didn't see it. Real fast, though.
I'm locked in over here.
Maple 1660 in the super chat says, Gansey, please do something. Something.
We've prepared you for weeks that trade up was not likely.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been a single trade on draft night, right?
Nope. No.
Well, if nobody's trading their picks, what do you want them to do?
No. I said, I don't remember what show it was last week, that when I had asked around, the trade up cost was basically what the Pelicans deal was last year. That Pelicans deal turned into the 8th pick in the draft this year that they gave up on top of the first that they traded last year. So are you guys willing to make that sort of deal to move up?
No.
We're talking about 5-6 spots now. I am not. I think people in the chat might because they're interested in specific players, but that's not how we've been operating. It's not how we've been handling it.
I have said from the start of this process, I have a very hard line in the sand. I am not trading future first-round pick.
Here we go, Derek.
If it requires a pick,
Grizzlies.
No way.
Bennett Sturts.
Ooh.
All right. Christian Anderson getting closer.
If they draft a 6'1" guard,
Oh,
this chat
boy.
will explode.
Oh, boy.
And
I'm going to have a lot of fun.
Then they'll see him dribble
I might have to
though.
skip the press conference just so I can watch this carnage.
You can watch it while you're at the press conference. Put it on the
Really
laptop.
like Bennett Sturts. I'm not sure about Bennett Sturts on this team.
Yeah, or at least not over Anderson for this team.
So here's the upside case or the case to pick him here. Tremendously smart player.
Yes, he is.
A guy who I think can be a genuine point guard at the next level if, and this is a big if, he can get to the basket and get enough paint touches to set up his playmaking because the vision's great. His ability to play with tempo and at his speed is great. I think he's a better shooter than his numbers suggest.
So the chat mentioned this.
Okay.
So I went and checked Twitter. Memphis is trading this to Oklahoma City for 2 second-round picks.
For one spot?
They didn't say that they're trading up from 17. I assume that's what's happening. But Sham just says, sources, Memphis is trading number 16 pick, Bennett Sturts to Oklahoma City Thunder for 2 second-round picks. That's all he said. He didn't even mention his 17th.
What?
He didn't even mention his 17th pick.
Wow.
That's cheap. If you can,
that's it. Okay.
So if
then
you're
disregard everything I said. Trade up now, Mike Gansey. You're asleep at the wheel.
Somebody wake him up.
So Bree, let's go back to the
Sleepy
super chat.
Gansey is at it again.
1600 says, Gansey, please do something. Because of
Beat
that.
Pump, you were right.
We always said it. Famously,
We always
Pete
said
Pump was
it.
right.
Wow. Just two
All right,
seconds.
we need to get some more details on that because that's insane if that's the case.
Weebay says likes Corey over Anderson.
Oh no, they're including 17 picks.
Okay, all right.
Shams quote tweeted himself, says Memphis will draft 17 now.
You
for
know
OKC.
what, Shams?
Yeah, include that the first time, buddy. Then we wouldn't have a meltdown on stage. Come on.
Anyway, yeah, if you got to move 2 seconds to move up one spot, that suggests moving up 6 spots.
Yeah.
Probably going to cost more than you want to give up.
Yeah.
So Sturt's with OKC is a little interesting. They just acquired mostly
McKinney.
off guard.
Yeah.
Wow, that spells doom for Isaiah Joe.
Oh yeah, he's gone.
That says to me, he's out of there. So
Because you have Kason Wallace, Shea, of course.
yeah,
Now you have Jared McCain, Sturts, Isaiah Joe is still there. That definitely spells somebody's out. And Isaiah Joe is probably it.
okay. So now the Bennett certs fit in Oklahoma City. Off ball, I still think he's a very good NBA role player, and I think that he did not get to show as much of the catch and shoot stuff at Iowa or at Drake.
Yeah.
But he is a really good catch and shoot guy, and so I think that's probably what they're banking on. I think as long as he shoots, and I'm a believer in the shot, it sets up everything else. We talked about it during the pre-draft. His finishing numbers at the rim are elite. We're talking about high 60s, close to 70% one of his seasons. I just don't know if he gets there enough. Against NBA athleticism, that's going to be a problem. He is similar to McCain. He's a defensive concern. I think he's going to be a target from day one. I do think they have the best infrastructure to protect him, and so that helps you validate making this kind of move for him.
Interesting. Okay. So with that then, and Memphis now on the...
That was a fun little meltdown. I enjoyed that.
What a roller coaster.
That was. So with Memphis here, though, you go back to the Christian Anderson well. And also, let me add to it, because we had David McKinstry saying, who's drafting Lopez?
Hopefully not the Sixers, man.
He's fallen.
Could he be a Spurs guy at 20?
He could, and I feel like
international...
I feel like in mocks we have said, yeah, give the Spurs low. Actually, in our first mock we did, I said, international guy Spurs, whatever. I don't want to think about it too hard.
Could he also be a Raptors guy? Because
maybe he was a Raptors guy under Masai. I'm not so sure that's they're in an interesting spot now that they've kind of revamped what they're looking for a little bit.
Fair.
Man, if they would have gotten a move first for 2 seconds.
We're getting people is Mike G washed from 11 Wallace? It's quite literally his first meaningful night on the job.
And the guys that we talk about, outside of Swain maybe dropping, Sturts being in the mix, you still do have Graves is on the board, Anderson is on the board, Sinak is still available. Who else have we discussed?
Let me ask you guys this question. Let's assume the guards that you would consider are off the board at 22. It comes down to Graves and Sinak. Who are you taking? I know your answer.
I'm not allowed to say the sideboard.
I'm mostly asking Derek on this one. I think Devon is...
Graves and Sinak. I'll try Graves, I think.
I'll try Graves.
I ask you that because I feel like that's where I'm at, and I feel about as passionate about it as you do.
It's really
too
complete.
I don't feel good about it.
You could not pick two polar opposite prospects, right? You've got one incredibly athletic, prototypical size, doesn't really know what to do with it. Then you've got the other guy who's slow, he can't jump. The shot slow.
Played college center and definitely isn't doing that at the next
level.
Picked
up 3.5 fouls even as a collegiate center.
Said Graves blows.
Watch
him be the pick, and they're gonna have to deal with that.
You guys will think this is a bit. I can't go acquaintance. I'm not really sure.
No, that's a cop out. I asked you two very specific.
But I have so little belief, I might go with the guy whose knee might be done.
Wow.
Man,
Look at this.
what a time.
Isn't
what
it?
a time this is.
You got the 22nd overall pick and says, I'll try it.
Dude, people are crashing out in the chat. They haven't even made a pick yet.
It's because Swain, they thought was going to at least fall in the range, and he's gone already to 15.
But I don't even think people were that in on. Like, we have definitely have a contingent of people who were super pro Swain, and like that was the kind of consensus
it's the
guy.
fact that he wasn't even there for them to reject it. He's gone.
I'm hanging my entire hope right now on
Cam Carr.
Yeah.
If
Somebody is taking
he's
him
the
there.
one.
I understand that.
I would be stunned if he doesn't go.
He's
somewhere.
not getting past 20 probably, if that's the case. Yeah.
There really hasn't been a surprise.
Oh,
There's another trade.
of an active
Memphis
selection?
is trading 17 to the Pistons to move back to 21 for 3 seconds.
Oh, see, now 3 seconds, I might have considered that. I might have considered. Come on, Gansey, wake up!
Oh, it's a Corey.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay, that might be our first surprise of the night.
Oh, I would not. If you would have told me
But we've seen him in
yesterday that it was Sturts Okori of this
Before
group
Anderson.
of guards before Anderson and Philon.
Man, wow.
That's interesting.
Look at that. All right.
Jack Reacher super chat. Quaintance greater than Henry Vasar. I knew I agreed with you. I knew it. I always said Jack was our best commenter.
Oh, man.
All right, so update it, Kyle. Who's going where?
Okay, so Sturts is going to the Thunder.
Okay.
We don't know who's going to the Grizzlies yet. The Grizzlies are just accumulating
20.
picks
They're
right
at
now.
21.
They're sitting at 21.
Maybe they want to trade back to
Okori
20?
is going from here at 17 to the Pistons.
Detroit. All right.
And the Pistons gave up 21 and 3 second-round picks. So effectively, the Grizzlies have picked up, 5 second-round picks and are now sitting at pick 21.
Good work for them. To still probably get the
And
player
look,
that they don't mind.
When we did our trade-up shows, what did we talk about? Memphis was one of the teams that I spotlighted. Like, they feel tailor-made.
Yeah.
They are a trade-up team if you're the Sixers because, again, you're making the pick and getting Boozer at 3. Likely was going to be Boozer. And then after that, if you say, hey, look, there's a group of guards here I feel good about, and maybe my grades on them are the same. Philadelphia, Detroit, whoever it might be, if you want to come up and incentivize us, we'll move back. They're doing exactly that. Unfortunately, it's with not one, but 2 different teams who are sitting in front of the Sixers. So at least this part of our pre-draft analysis was vindicated. I am surprised by the order of these guards, though.
All right. So, Corey, Bree, do we have to take another break? No? Okay, we're good.
We're rolling.
We're rocking and rolling. So we will update everybody and let you know, though, that we are here on the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live special presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to learn more and parkscasino.com for all your great entertainment. And, of course, you can go to the casino and just simply play all the great slots that they have, the beer garden, all of it there at Parks Casino. No trades, you said. Then the activity just started.
Everyone was
then the
trading.
activity
You had
just
to
started.
say something.
The activity started to happen, man. So here's the
We preemptively were like, no, Mike Gansey, no, don't worry about it, buddy. And then bam, trade, bam, trade.
So let's update everybody on where we are with the top picks so far, all the way up to 17. For number 1, DeBanza goes to the Wizards. Peterson to the Jazz at number 2. Cam Boozer goes to the Grizzlies at 3. 4, Caleb Wilson, no surprise there. Keaton Wagler, not much of a surprise to the Los Angeles Clippers. Mikal Brown, over the last couple of days, it looked like Brown was going to the Nets, and that's where he is. Darius Acuff, book it, to the Sacramento Kings. Kingston Flemings to the Atlanta Hawks. So 4 guards in a row. Flemings 8 to the Hawks. Marez Johnson back to Dustin May, the new head coach of the Dallas Mavericks. Marez Johnson jumps up to number 9. Braden Burries 10 to the Milwaukee Bucks. Yaxel Lendenborg goes to the Golden State Warriors at 11. Ade Mara goes to the Oklahoma City Thunder at pick number 12. Nate Ament to the Miami Heat, that will eventually be for the Milwaukee Bucks because of the Giannis trade. Steinbach to the Charlotte Hornets to round out the lottery at pick number 14. Now it's getting crazy. Swain goes 15 to the Chicago Bulls, a little higher than we expected, but the Chicago Bulls slap. They go for Swain there at 15.
What did the five fingers say to the face, Devon?
That's not. I had a joke. I'm not going to do that one. I'm not going to do that one. Bennett Sturtz, the Memphis Grizzlies select Bennett Sturtz. He will be traded to the Oklahoma City Thunder. On the clock at 17, the Oklahoma City Thunder select Ibuka Okori, and Okori is going to be selected here for you said Detroit Pistons at 21. Memphis then moves back to 21 for 3 second-round
By the way,
picks.
I really like Okori for them because they need a scorer. They need a creator of offense on the second unit. He is that. He scored, 23 points a game at Stanford and did that basically creating everything for himself. No help, no good spacing. He got to the rim at will. He's going to finish better there, but was a free throw machine at his size and really liked the player. He was someone that was mocked to the Sixers a couple times recently that would have been a tough fit, but liked the player a good bit.
Well, and it makes it easier when you have a big guard like Kate Cunningham over there where you can get away with it there. And David McKinstry, there in the chat. What is going on? Martian,
we are getting some wild comps. Brandon says Koa Pete is Dominican Oliver Miller.
Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
That is really unfair to Koa Pete's strength and conditioning, exactly. I would say.
Different body type, man. And yes, you were thinking like I was thinking on that one. But yes. So here's what we have left. Number one, Lopez is still on the board. And right away, I see somebody say no Lopez, no Pete or no Lopez. Jay Ward Guitar says no Pete or Lopez. I could go with rolling the dice on Quaintance, but not those two guys. Not Pete, not Lopez.
Starting to get acquaintance hive. I like it.
Don't you start over there. Derek in our Discord earlier today was like, a red shirt season for Quaintance isn't ruled out this year. And he goes, I'm back in. I was like, you're back in?
I told him, no.
You're back in on a red shirt year?
We're used to that.
Doesn't mean it always works, man. Come on, we can't do that. Also, everybody, we see a ton of you in there. Hit the like button, like and subscribe to the show. Spread the word. Let everybody know where we are. Round 2 tomorrow night. We'll be here. Whether the Sixers have a second round pick or not, we will be here on the show.
If they don't have a pick.
We'll put it together.
What is the outcome you're rooting for at this point?
All right, so who's on the clock here?
Philon, I think.
Hornets on the clock.
Here we go. Here's the pick.
I think they go guard.
I think they do too. Let's see.
All right, let's see what they have.
The pick is
no Lopez.
Christian Anderson.
It's a nice pick.
Okay, let's build off of this.
Kobe White.
Bench guard. Is Kobe White a potential mid-level guy, or is he going to get more money than that? Would you give Kobe White the full mid-level?
So Io got like 22.
Yeah,
that's more than the mid-level.
That playoff appearance that he had, or the play-in appearance that he had in the second half of the season, once he came back and he was healthy, he was good.
There's not a lot of like big cap space teams left because the Nets just used basically all their cap space to absorb Randall. Right? The Lakers are going to try to bring back Reeves. So Kobe White is a guy now that after that pick, if I'm the Sixers front office,
because that's definitely insurance. That is definitely insurance.
100% is.
Who are the other guards besides Ball and Kobe White? Sion James is a bigger guard, kind of Knipple. I don't think anybody else really stands out.
Yeah, it's not to say that, look, you take a guy at 18, it doesn't mean that you're not going to bring back a guy that you traded for at the deadline. And they gave up, what was that, like 5 seconds or something like that? I don't remember what the exact trade was for Kobe White, but yeah, I'm keeping an eye on him now. If the Sixers end up going front court and Grimes is someone that you're kind of like, we don't need to keep that guy, I would look at Kobe White this summer for sure.
All right. So Lopez, Carr, Philon, all right now available. Everybody seems to be off of Lopez. But as far as Carr and Philon go, are
Carr
they your
has
top?
to go in one of these. I just refuse to believe he's going to make it.
Are they your top 2 targets right now?
Give the Grizzlies another second-round pick and get Cam Carr.
Yes.
I'm begging you.
I mean, it might only.
I didn't even write anything about Cam Carr because I assumed he would be. We're screwed in terms of like
I don't even think
on
we-
the website stuff.
I don't even think we asked Bree to make a Cam Carr graphic either because we thought he'd be gone. So we'll see. But are they your top 2 right now?
Carr and Philon probably for me at this point.
Definitely for me.
Carr number 1.
Philon jumps over any of the other
Just
bigs?
because of positional need and
Yeah,
size.
I just think Carr is such an easy plug and
easy
play.
one.
Yeah,
He's easy one. I agree. And as much as I love the Sinak conversation that we have, he is an easy one right now. He's the best player available, Cam Carr.
if it's Lopez, man, imagine.
And
I'm gonna
Okay,
have a
so
borderline meltdown on this show.
Lopez, Graves, or Sinak.
You're not asking me.
Although-
No, I'm asking.
John in the chat, shout out to John Hill, goes, the Wawa Taco Tuesday ad read if we draft Lopez. Jesus.
Oh, man.
Karim Lopez. Do not come on down, brother. I can't do it.
Lopez.
Again,
Pete.
it's not because I feel especially confident in the eval. It's because everyone I trust on the evals is like,
Yeah. Phil says Lopez is Jarvis Varnardo. Remember him?
Yes.
What was he?
Oh, boy, do I
was a
remember
Sixer for-
Jarvis.
he was,
Yeah.
Yes. Yes,
What a
he
guy.
was. Yeah.
We got some Zuby heads in the chat, by the way.
Yeah, but you still have Carr and Philon still available, so
Yeah.
the Zuby part kind of pushes you back. Man, this has gotten interesting. The chalk at the top and then everything playing out the way that it did. And then Carr just keep falling and Swain going at 15.
Well, I blame
Really
Memphis for trading 13 times in the span of 10 minutes.
Well, they wanted their second round picks. All right, so
I'm-
Toronto's on the board. Who are they?
Cam Carr, I need you to start. Post a picture of you with a bong gas mask like Laramie Tunsil right now. Get on Instagram. Get on Twitter. Do whatever it takes, brother. We need you.
Even when we talked to Scott Drew, we were all like, yeah, he's not going to be there, but let's talk about him anyway. Look at this.
I'm telling you, I prepared 0 for a possibility where Cam Carr could be on the board.
Who are the Raptors guards? Snead, Quickly, Grady Dick.
Barnes does a lot of initiating.
Barrett does a lot of, and he's more of but Brandon Ingram, but he starts at the 2. Who are their other guards?
If you have to ask.
Then Cam Carr or
Typically is,
Philon would make sense, right?
I've been expecting them to go guard here for a lot of this time. I did just look on my phone, and now I saw who it is, and now I'm going to have to defer my conversation. Bree, hide the chat, please, if you don't mind.
I will not.
I'm not going to say anything, Devon and
change-
Derek. The show is yours until Toronto's actually.
What makes sense here, though, for the Raptors? Because they go CMB last year. That clearly worked out.
Yeah.
Mamu is a free agent. He played a big role on their team. They could go front court player here.
So I think what's making me optimistic about Carr not being the pick is I do think they could use somebody else who can initiate the offense, who can run a little bit of high ball screens. Maybe I'm just trying to talk myself into that.
But also ESPN keeps their camera on Philon for a long time.
They do.
Similar to what Kyle was talking about earlier when it was Burries and
They did telegraph a few of these picks. They telegraphed Burries. They telegraphed Yaxel. They telegraphed Mara.
Yes, they did.
Maybe somebody told the camera operator, like,
So
hey,
basically,
focus
look,
on somebody
and look,
else.
With Quickly's injury history over the last, this would make sense for Philon to be and really in play here for the Toronto Raptors. Would make a lot of sense here for Toronto. So,
Well, the pick is in.
all right.
When is Adam Silver going to emerge from the smoke? A lot of smoke at the
Brooklyn
podium
only gets
this year.
smoke.
No, they've been doing it after some of these
okay.
picks.
All
I
right.
don't know why the timing's been off.
Toronto Raptors
Here we
go
go.
with Derek. Who you got?
Alan Graves!
Whoa! We did talk. Now, this was before.
We said 18 to 20
We-
was his
yes.
range that we were expecting coming in. So
And his style of play makes sense for them.
Spurs, please draft Lopez. You need the international guy.
So Graves is the one that I feel like I'm concerned either way. Like, I'm concerned with the Sixers not drafting him, and I'm concerned if the Sixers did draft him, because all of the statistical outliers, like, he's got them exactly what you would want, like good decision making, impactful defense, defensive playmaking. Like, he just does so much well statistically, but I have so many questions on how that's going to translate. I never had a great eval on Graves.
Dude, I'm going to be
uncomfortable
sick
in every
if
way.
Carr goes with one of these picks.
I got to be honest.
Sick.
I don't really care about your pre-writes right now.
No. I don't mean for that.
Oh,
I just
okay.
mean that he's fallen this far, and we have just shelved him as like not even a possibility.
Do you trade
if he
up for
gets
him?
this?
If it's
I
like
would
two
give up
second
like
round
a couple
picks,
seconds to get him.
Yeah, I would too.
I just think he's, in terms of how we evaluated him, the fit, all the different things.
Somebody wake up sleepy Mike Gainsey here and let's get this done.
Come on, bro. We're not doing this. We're not doing this.
Oh, man.
So it's Carr, it's Philon, and then who? Who's in the mix? Senac
for me.
still.
Lopez is not
Lopez.
in the mix. I'm not on the Lopez side either.
He's got so much talent, though. Someone's got to take a chance on him, right? Trying to wish cast this out there.
Who's at 23? Atlanta? They can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They like versatile players like that.
What is going to happen? This is
Spurs are taking phone calls right now, trying to sell this pick to the Sixers, aren't they?
It's Spurs, then Memphis.
Memphis doesn't want to
Memphis
move
is
up
taking
now.
Philon, I feel like.
Okay.
They're just going to.
So we have one.
They got whatever guard is left.
Carr's going to be there, and they're going to pass on him at 22.
And take my
If
guy.
Carr is there.
And they take my guy?
No, if Carr is there and they take Lopez, I'm walking off the set. I will just be so distraught.
And we don't, again, know enough about Mike Gainsey to know what he wants.
It really, because like we kept comparing him to 6 years ago when Daryl came, but Daryl had a track record. He had a very long track record.
Yeah.
We got nothing to go on now.
No.
Except he wants people who both fit and have talent.
That was the funniest part of his first availability. It was, we want the best player available who fits. So you mean you want to do your job?
All right. Who's going to the Spurs with 2 minutes left on the clock, man?
Here's my question. You have Wemby. You've gotten lucky with Harper. Castle was a huge hit. Are you the team that swings on Quaintance?
Again, I feel like you're trying to wish cast that out into the universe.
No, but I'm saying, are you the team that, if they screw up this pick, if they completely strike out, it really doesn't impact them a whole lot. They are already so set up for the foreseeable future that this is I could see this being a spot where you just say, we go high risk, high reward.
I just wonder if anybody who wants to make that bet, and look, I'm a guy who believes in Quaintance's upside. You might be able to get it for like the 28th pick. Like, you don't need to burn this asset. You can probably trade into the second round.
Great Baga's super chat says, trade up for Carr right now. He's available.
He'd be so fun in Summer League, Devon. He'd be so fun.
He would be. Jack Reacher says Quaintance is better than Ben Wallace.
All right.
What is happening?
Also, Jack Reacher says
that's worse than the Oliver Miller Koa Pete comp. What is going on with these comps?
Quaintance is greater than Henry Vasar as well.
That surprises me more than the Ben Wallace comp.
Vasar equals Todd McCullough from Brandon from New Jersey.
Brandon's just fighting Jack. Those two are in a battle.
Yes, they are. Senac equals Matt Geiger from Brandon. Stop it. Rude Stash says Pump invested in Blockbuster in 2010. Rude Stash. Super chat of the night.
Oh, man.
And B Pump says, Maury FC, man, this dude is the Elton with the mask on. Bro, another season of our lineup getting bullied by wings in the post, shaking my head. Larry Love says, Sixers can't hurt me. I lived through Clarence Weatherspoon saga. I wanted Jason Richardson at 40. I saw careers end in bowling alleys. Is this all you got? That is Larry Love, 215. Thank you, all of you in the super chat. Great stuff. As they show Cam Carr, the pick is in for the San Antonio Spurs, but we don't know.
Do we have any candles I can light and do like a Quayton's prayer circle here?
Can they shock and go, Quayton's? Can they shock and go?
I said, I think this is a spot where if you're the Spurs, you could just argue we have the scheme-breaking, league-changing player. We got way, way lucky to get Harper.
Can they do the same for Sinek? Because we've seen him mocked there multiple times.
I feel like Sinek is not a Spurs organization guy. I think Quayton's is more of their cup of tea in terms of the bigs that they would draft. I could be wrong, but I'm, again, like Derek said, I'm wish casting. I want
This is what Cam Carr.
because if they take Quayton's, that means one of Philon or Carr is there at pick
Yes.
22,
To blow it all up.
and
Yeah.
I don't care who it is. I'm marching right to the podium and making the pick, even if it makes people mad if it's Philon.
Unless Quaintance's knees are just Swiss cheese, I think there's a reasonable gamble here. I just feel like you can buy a late first and take that gamble. Is the only reason I would say no.
Bree,
Sinek's sweating.
we
got to
pull you in here for the second time tonight. Just thoughts. Are they going guard or big here?
Well, I saw the spoilers.
Oh, you saw the spoiler? Oh, man.
no!
All right. Never mind.
I have to have the picture ready to
That's
go.
very
So.
true. You do have to have things ready to go. If that
Big
all right.
reaction here, though. That's
All
what
right,
I'm going to
big
predict.
reaction for it no matter what. San Antonio, man, best player available. Cam Carr is the best player available. Lopez is still available.
This is going to be fun no matter what happens.
It's
here.
been 15 minutes between
The
picks.
Spurs
all of
have
a
been
sudden.
on the
What's going
clock
on?
for like an hour. I'm sweating up here.
and then
It's 10:21. Make a damn pick already. Tim Legler, you make the pick. Oh my
man.
God.
It has been a long time, man.
It feels like it's been forever.
That's because Cam Carr's still on the board. Oh, man. Are the Phillies still playing?
Wait, they're
No,
ahead
done.
on the stream.
They're now reacting to the draft.
Oh, man.
We got to not pay attention to them in there because they're ahead of us.
All
Here we
right.
go. Spurs selection.
All right. Let's
Who
see.
is it?
Is it a trade?
Who is it, Derek? Who is
goes?
it, Devon?
Is it Quaintance?
It's Jaden Quaintance!
Kyle called it.
Wow.
So on the
Best
one
player available will be a guard at 22.
on the one hand, that makes me feel good for two reasons. One, you can get Philon or Carr, and two, I feel
You
a
were
little,
right.
I feel a little better about my evaluation now.
Did we do
Oh,
it?
because a great organization
Yes,
took
yeah.
him. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the most important thing is always that we were right.
100%.
So you got to give the Grizzlies 3 second-round picks or 2 second-round picks to move up, don't you?
So
Do you? But you
No,
want
'cause I-
you don't mind either. But
I
you
like
have a
both.
preference, do you not?
so I do. I had Carr rated higher.
Yes.
But man, watching the world burn if we took Philon would be a little bit fun.
It's always about us.
Derek's moving like the Joker right now.
It's always
He just
about
wants
us.
whatever the maximum chaos option is.
The Pistons are on the clock,
You're
and
gonna
it
take
is
Lopez. I'm not reporting anything. I'm just world
Yeah.
burn
Who is?
mode. Sixers. Just watching
Derek,
the world
don't
burn.
do that to me. You can't do that to me. I'm actually
Oh man!
I'm going phone upside down these next two
But
picks.
you also
I
do
just
get.
can't.
You also are a news breaker, so if you get information,
Yeah,
I'm-
of course. But
you know,
I
break
can
the
access
news.
my text.
Break the news
It's
if you need to break the
tweets
news.
that are the.
All right. Yeah. If you guys get it, break the news. We got to have it. Make sure everybody, you're in here. Let everybody know we are a pick away from the Sixers, and there's
Oh,
still
my
two
God.
really good guards that we did not expect both to be on the board. To have them come to us, watch the show with us here. We appreciate everybody. Hit the like button, like and subscribe to the show. Really appreciate it. They're ahead of us, aren't they? Out
Yeah,
there?
they are.
Yeah.
So
Somebody
got to
tell them to
Jamie to yes.
Jamie, pause the stream.
Ethan, you need to go
Sync
out there
it up.
and tell Jamie that.
You guys are like 30 seconds ahead.
Yes, something. Let them know. Bree, we also have the Slack going on, so we can tell them in the Slack. We got a lot of people. Hit the like button, like, subscribe, leave a comment. We appreciate all of you. We have a ton of people in here. It's Pick 22, and we have 1,800 people in here watching live.
People are fired
and
up,
we
man.
cannot thank you
Okay,
all enough.
everybody, I want to hear your cases Are we Cam Carr across the board, or is anyone going to pound
I
the
am.
table for Philon?
I'm Cam Carr.
I could see Philon being a better NBA player in time, though. I could absolutely see, because Carr, like, not a lot of handle. Defense is a work in progress. The tools are there, but the defense is a work in progress.
And I think he also defensively, the fit with how they want to play is pretty good.
Yeah.
Like, he's a gambler, which will work against him.
But I could see Philon, again, not on this team, but ending up as a better pro.
But look at what we're talking about now at pick number 22. We've done all this evaluation on guards too, but a lot of wings and bigs. And we are now sitting here at 10:25 in round one on this Tuesday night, waiting for two guards to see which one is available and left for the Philadelphia 76ers, where a lot of people did not want a guard because you already have the difficulties that we've talked about with Tyrese Maxey playing alongside him. But let's not forget, you still do have a 6'5" guard in VJ Edgecombe, who was fantastic a year ago. Quentin Grimes is a free agent. Jared McCain is no longer here. You do need a guard on this roster. We're talking about a 6'5", 6'6" guard or 6'2", 6'3" guard.
It is a very different
available.
type of guard between the two guys. So.
And that's why I think a lot of people will lean Carr here. So everybody in the chat, I think I see most of you saying Carr would be fine, Reardon says. Reardon still says Sinak. Calvin says Cameron Carr equals Latrell Sprewell 2.0. Brian Knight says I would be fine with Carr. Philon is good, but not what we need. Sniper says I pray no Pete. I would still go Sinak or Carr, even over Philon. So Memphis is on the clock. They moved back here. Cedric Coward last year, certainly Boozer in the top three. We were thinking Anderson, and even when the selection happened, we were thinking Sturts.
Yeah.
Do they go one of these? All right, so we're looking at where does Carr fit since you took Coward last year? Where does he fit?
I mean, I think in this day and age, if you can get a lot of shooting, size, and athleticism on the wing, that doesn't duplicate at all. Like, you never can have too much of that.
Yeah, I think this would just be such an easy, okay, we weren't expecting him to be there. He didn't come in for one of these workouts that they had last week, but the tools, the skill set, the fit with the guys you already have, frankly, the fit with, you can put him on basically any team. That's the thing. Ethan's doing too much giggling back there. I don't know what's happening.
You can't react.
You've been here long enough. You know not to react here.
Act like you've been here before, Ethan. Demoted. Now you're assistant vice president.
The one thing we would be surprised about if they went Lopez here for Memphis, we would be. Wouldn't you be surprised?
I mean, he is highly rated.
Yeah, but I would be surprised just based on.
The pick is in, fellas, and now.
All right,
now we wait.
Did they find
No,
out?
I can see that they're ahead.
Yeah.
It's not synced up. Jamie Lynch, you need to sync it up.
One job. Well, no, you had more than one job. But
they'll murder him. Just they can mute it for a second or pause it for a second.
It's like a 5 to 10 second difference. That's killing me. Anyway.
Yeah. All right.
Who could it be?
So let's see. This is the.
I think it's more of a Philon spot.
I think
honestly,
so too.
Like more of an on-ball guy.
And if they do eventually move Ja Morant, even if it's not tonight or this off season, yeah, I could see it being Philon. Or are we wish casting, as you said, that it is Philon, so Carr is available. Man,
could they go Lopez though? Could it be
Memphis? I don't think so.
He's a weird, like with Boozer and Edey. I don't know how. Well, they're excited.
That means it's Lopez.
Hey, Jamie, thanks a lot.
You said that he said that they would murder him. It's 5 seconds. Jay, you gotta, yeah.
But then again, if they react now, we won't. They could be reacting to multiple different prospects for the Sixers.
No, I'm talking.
Here we go.
Yeah, very true.
For the Pistons select for the Grizzlies, Karim Lopez.
Wow. What's the fit?
I don't get that one at all.
We got time for the Sixers. What's the fit here?
I don't get that. Basically, even.
I mean, they clearly knew he was going to fall.
Yeah.
That's why they kept dropping. I guess they just had him rated higher than the rest of the league.
They must have, yeah. And so look,
what's their front
really
office
good
again?
size. What's up?
What's their front office? Who's their front office?
It's Zach Kleiman.
Kleiman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Big, can put it on the floor and dribble, like good driving prospect. Rebounds, like is a good rebounder positionally. Dressed like a hitman.
Got the trench coat.
Got the trench coat with the Uzi.
Right away from the beginning
with
of
the
the
Tech
night.
9 tucked in there somewhere. But there's a lot of like, if he shoots, if he, develops more as a playmaker, if he ever, I think he got dinged a lot for the defensive stuff last year. Like he has a long way to go as a defender.
Because he has great size. It's just that he should be able to defend at that size.
It's interesting.
And
But
again,
that's what people keep saying is he's interesting rather than he's good.
They have time for interesting, though. They do.
I guess.
In their defense, he's probably one of the top 20 I've watched the least.
Yeah.
And the one that I'm reliant on other people's evals the most.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to kill it too much because I don't have a ton of information on him. But he does seem like he's a little ways away.
All right, let's pivot now to the Sixers because both guards on the board. Cam Carr, we did not expect Cam Carr to be here.
Philon, we thought
At
about.
all.
Carr, we were out of sight, out of mind.
We did. So you just gave the hypothetical of if they're both there. They are both there. Kyle, right now, and do your thing. You're a newsbreaker, so are you, Derek. Newsbreak if you need to, but best guess for you, because we don't know which way Gansey leans, because we know the outlook of the team. We saw the depth chart. Bree, can we? I know you're busy, but if you have the depth chart again, just to throw it up there so everybody could see. We're favoring guard. The bigs are still there too.
Well, again, I view Carr as more of a wing. Like he is wing-ish sized, huge wingspan. Skill set in terms of the lack of ball handling, I think is closer to a wing because he's a guy who needs to work on the handle a little bit more. But he shot the cover off the ball first month, 2 months at Baylor, tailed off after that. I think is going to be a very good shooter, closeout attacker, off-ball cutter. I think he's going to fill out and he'll be a better defender, but defense is certainly a work in progress for him right now. He's not strong enough. He plays with a little bit of high hips, and so guys can go through him. I do think in a Nick Nurse scheme, Cam Carr makes a lot of sense because he's willing to get into the passing lanes. He's got the long arms, so the aggressive help defense, he fits like a glove in there. I think I believe in Philon with the star upside a little bit more.
Yes.
But for a role player, for a guy who's plug and play, I think Carr is a pretty easy slam dunk pick here.
Would that be your pick?
That would be my pick at this spot, yes.
Derek?
He wants to take Philon so bad over there.
If I'm
Because
picking,
it's all about us. That's
look,
why.
I had Carr rated ahead of him, so I will stick with that. It's fun either way. Like there's two really good options here, and I mean that truthfully. That's not just a watching the world burn reaction. That is I believe in both of these prospects.
I wonder if they stun us and go Philon here because of the star upside that you talked about. I was even watching something with him with one of the breakdowns that he had, and he was talking with someone, and he spoke about how much he loved Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
And he plays like Tyrese Maxey. He said, I'm a scorer like Maxey, and they're showing too much of him on the screen smiling right now. So we didn't expect him. We thought that he could be here, but
Look,
yeah.
I took him in our mock draft 2 weeks ago. I had a video that I put out saying that if he falls, he's probably the best player available.
Kyle, you wrote something up on him?
Believe in him a lot. Kyle is probably rooting for him because he wrote something up on him.
Philon?
Yeah.
He did write something, so that checks.
They're showing him a lot.
Yeah, they're showing him a lot. They show him a lot. But I would go Carr here.
God, these 5 minutes are the longest 15 minutes of my life.
I would go Carr here, but
They're letting it play out,
but
man. I'll tell you that.
Philon makes a lot of sense. You're talking about a dynamic backcourt. My guy is on the screen, but good luck to him wherever he goes because it doesn't look like it's going to be here.
He does not look happy.
No, he does not. But all right, I would like either one of Carr or Philon. I would lean Carr. Philon would be. I would be more.
Even you wouldn't take Sinak here.
No,
Devon.
I wouldn't. No, I wouldn't. I didn't expect Carr to be here. I did not.
Yeah.
No, I did not.
I didn't really expect Philon to be here either. Like
Same.
it had been growing in chances over the last week or so, but I still thought he would go 17 to 20.
Yeah. Okay. Well, all right. The Sixers are on the board, everybody, on the clock. We have a lot of you in here. Hit the like button, like and subscribe. We appreciate it. Leave a comment and let us know how you feel about as Adam Silver gets ready to walk to the podium to make the selection for the Philadelphia 76ers. And even though we have the the reaction from everybody here watching with us, we think they like both of them. So it's all good.
They're showing Isaiah Evans, by the way, who
was in for a workout.
Look at that fit. Let me just say, I respect that look. I could never pull that off, but
I can't do the shades indoors anyway. You guys know I'm not shades anyway, but yeah, I couldn't do that.
Don't look out there.
I'm not.
We're
I'm not. Yeah.
We're all in the boat together, boys.
Yeah.
Philon's a pick.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. Let's get it ready, everybody. Get the Labaron ready. Rev it up.
I'm honestly stunned that they were willing to do this.
Yeah. And look, I give them credit because this is probably not going to be the most popular pick in the world.
It is not.
I think it should be popular, but they are taking someone they believe will have the most upside, even if he doesn't necessarily fit perfectly. I do wonder whether or not like the wing who fell should have been given consideration, but I like Philon a lot. I think he has more star upside than Carr. I think this is a great pick that they had it. I tweeted that out earlier this week, that it's a great pick if he's there. This is a guy who could legitimately run half-court offense for you. That is incredibly tough to find.
I have a whole article already written that will go up within the next few minutes on allphly.com for anyone who wants to read about Labaron Philon, who, by the way, looks absolutely thrilled to hear his name called.
Absolutely.
And let me start with this. I brought it up earlier. We talk about character and work ethic and, the things that drive guys to become better than their draft slot, better than their size, better than this, better than that. Said it at the top of the show. He came back as a sophomore, and the most important things that he had to get better at, 3-point shooting, like an 8 or 9% jump. Finishing at the rim was like a 20% jump in effectiveness. He got to the line more. He's been efficient at the line. He can play on and off the ball because he showed that between his freshman and sophomore seasons. This is a kid who seems like a big-time competitor who, by the way, is already the best ball handler on this roster. That kid keeps the ball on the string. You think he's going one way, he hits you with the counter, he goes another way. He's slippery. He's dynamic with the ball in his hands. He is your sixth man pretty immediately. He's going to run the bench. They're going to be a fun team when they go to that second unit. Whether he fits with everybody is another concern. But I love the kid. I love the talent. And I love the bravery, frankly, that it takes to make this pick in this spot.
So when we talked about him a little while ago, and we were just talking through everything, and because of where the Sixers are with their two guards in Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe, that I remember asking you guys, because of him coming off the bench and being that type of player, he would have that Lou Williams type of role on this basketball team, be that scorer, be somebody who can run the team, as you just pointed out, because of the ability to do so. He jumped 12 points from his average of a season ago in 24-25 from 10 to 22, as you mentioned, for what he was able to do going back to Alabama, getting all the information that he needed, go back to school and come back to be this player. And this is one of those guys that you look at, and Kyle, you said it, the ball is on the string. It's so smooth, it's so effortless with what he does. You can tell the work is there with what he does with the ball in his hands. And it's not going to be an unpopular pick. It is not. But this is a solid pick overall for the Philadelphia 76ers. So with him, let's just give you a little bit of a breakdown as you guys type your things and do what you need to do.
I'm just making sure I didn't make any typos in my 1,000-word recap I wrote. Among many other 1,000-word recaps.
You're doing it during a show, so you're okay. Derek, you do your thing, and me, Bree, and Ethan will do our thing here. And Labaron Philon, he's the choice for the Philadelphia 76ers, 6'4" guard out of Alabama. The strengths for him, he's an outstanding ball handler right now for coming into the Philadelphia 76ers. The pace, the speed that he has at that size. The Sixers desperately needed some extra guard help. Quentin Grimes is a free agent. You don't know what's going to happen there. And this guy immediately comes in to give you that 3-guard rotation, at least for now, that we've talked about. He can shoot the basketball as well. You can put him out there with VJ Edgecombe. When Tyrese Maxey goes to the bench, and he can run your second unit as well. He does have a smaller build. He's going to have to build up his frame. And defensively, can he hold up in the NBA? The same issues that we talked about with Jared McCain for the Sixers. But for Sixer fans, you were upset when Jared McCain was moved on from at the trade deadline. Now you seemingly have a replacement that may be slightly different, but a very talented guard out of Alabama for the Philadelphia 76ers. Labaron Philon is the choice for Mike Gansey for his first selection as president of basketball operations for the 76ers.
And by the way, we talked to Jameer Nelson when they had their media set up for Mike Gansey, Bob Myers, and Jameer after Jameer got promoted. And as he talked about prospects and their draft evals, what did he say about VJ and Tyrese? Like, people talk about how big they are, but they're discounting, and he pounded his chest where his heart is. And so this is like, look, you can love it or hate it. And I think a lot of people hate it because people are already thinking about, hey, you're connecting it to the McCain trade. You're connecting it to this guy can't start right away and maybe ever, right? It might just be he's relegated to you are the bench offense guy and you play a limited role to spell Tyrese Maxey and VJ Edgecombe. But these guys evidently believed in Philon enough as a shot creator, as a shooter, and as an offensive weapon. And when we talk about building an identity, here's your identity. You're going to have high-level offensive guards. You're going to have high-level offensive guards who have different skill sets too, because Maxey is a speed and shooting guy. Philon is a break you down off the dribble, get to the paint. He's also going to shoot, but he's somebody who brings a completely different element to that backcourt and to this team. So I'll say it again. I admire the pick. I'm not sure that I would have done it. I'm not sure that it's the best thing they could have done, but it's frankly a pretty bold move for a guy in his first night as the head of this at the head of the Sixers. And I can't wait to hear what they had to say about this.
Yeah, no, look, I was really intrigued by Carr. Or like I said, I had him rated above Philon for this team, but I thought Philon potentially had more star upside. So I'm not going to be mad at the pick because I really do believe in Philon. I believe in his ability to create space, to get to the rim, to open up that step back jumper. I think he's got enough court vision to take advantage of that. I think he can run your offense at times. And the improvement that he showed in his second season really cannot be undersold. Like, he is a player who improved to a tremendous degree. He needs to refocus himself a little bit defensively. You need to figure out whether or not you can get 15 to 20 minutes of Maxey and Philon together if you really want him to play starters minutes. Maybe not be a starter, but play 30-plus minutes. But I'm always willing to bet on talent. This is something Kyle and I had talked about a little bit earlier this week. Yeah, you ended up trading McCain, but because he was a good player, you were able to get value back for him. What you have to do with this 22nd pick is get a player who can play in the NBA. You then figure it out from there. I believe Philon's an NBA player. I don't really have much question about that. I think Carr would have been too, but like I said, this is a gamble on upside. It might not have been the gamble I would have made, but it's a gamble I can respect and I can understand.
All right, the Atlanta Hawks are also on the clock. Everybody will update you as we go along with where they go here. Carr is on the clock. They went guard with Flemings, so they're not sure
probably
they go there.
Front court era,
probably go
if I
front
had
court
to guess.
player, and there's a lot left, including Chris Sinak, who's still available.
There's Zuby, there's Taris Reed, there's Jefferson is technically a front court guy, although more on the 4 side than 4-5.
They could take a swing on somebody like Zuby here, right? Yeah.
As Adam Silver says the words, Zuby Ejiofor.
You can see that because of
Zuby to the Hawks.
6'8" guys that just nasty on the perimeter, just works, right? So you could see where something like this makes sense for the Hawks with Zuby. So that's a really good pick there.
Pretty crazy that Carr continues to slide, by the way. I wonder what we're going to probably get background intel on that at some point will emerge because good measurables, produced well, killed the combine in terms of the scrimmage, came in and just kicked everybody's butts, but it's still available.
When he dropped that 30 at the combine, everybody was talking about, he really showed out where he's going to be a lottery pick, if not lottery 15 to the Chicago Bulls. And that. So New York is next at pick number 24, Lakers at 25, Denver at 26. Just back on Philon a little more, just because it's the Sixers pick. We've been waiting for this one. We didn't expect a wing in the guard to be there to have to choose from And so the bigs basically had no chance here at this spot because of that. And with that, we just continued to talk about, especially when Bree showed the graphic with the whole depth. Ran it off. Their guards. Kyle Lowry, free agent. Quentin Grimes, free agent. Tyrese Martin and Dalen Terry were your other guards that you had. And Justin Edwards is a wing player, so you put him in a different category. But that's your depth. And when we said it a little bit earlier, you needed talent. You just simply needed talent. And Derek, the kid, has talent.
Yeah.
And you add that talent to this team, and we don't know what their plans are, by the way, in the free agency. We have no clue of what guards they may have liked.
Here's what I would say in terms of the free agency stuff. One of the reasons I would push back on making this pick, you are now, like, you have to get the front court stuff and the rebounding and all that
Absolutely.
in free agency. If you had split the difference a little bit, you get a wing, you get a guy with some, multi-positional flexibility in the front court. That opens the door to, like, okay, if the guard is the best guy, we use the mid-level on him. If a wing is the best guy, we use it on him. I think the problem now is that you are going to have to there's a potential you can overpay guys in the front court because you're desperate for it at this point. So while I like this pick, I respect it quite a bit, I think it's going to make their job tougher in free agency until we see how everything settles with trades and everything else.
Yeah, but was the play again, as we talk about that best player available and that's what was there for the 76ers. Their board had, forget about just the fact that there was size there. Their boards, like we said, best player available. So we're going off workouts, interviews, tape, skill set, overall in general. We're going off of all of that. And if that's the case, then they got their guy. And could they where can they go in the free agency? I don't know. Does this mean you're more likely to lean Kelly Oubre because of that? Does it mean you're more likely to move somewhere else in free agency because of that as well? Now things get interesting. It's crazy too because you get a good player. It's already it's a funny mix in the chat of how people feel about this pick.
Is it a mix?
There are some positives. I see a lot of positives in there. But it seems like obviously negatives always stand out. Yeah. So I see a lot of negatives in the chat for this pick with Philon. He is going, first of all, as Derek said, by the way, Derek is heading to Camden right now to the practice facility
to hit the press conference after the draft is over.
So it's going to be me and Kyle, you, Bree, and Ethan the rest of the way. Our guys and gals here that are hanging out with us here at the offices, hanging out with us for the draft party. Very excited. We saw a lot of cheers for Philon here, but in the chat, we're getting tomatoes thrown at Gansey already, right? And we're getting bring back Maury already because of what Gansey did. But number one, Derek said this before the pick. This is a few picks back. Summer League is going to be fun, so we get to see him in Summer League.
He is going to cook.
He's averaging 20 in Summer League, so get ready for that.
In
Summer League is a guard league.
Yes,
it's a guard all-star situation. Get ready for that. But you got some talent here. Wait for everything else to play out is all I would say. Free agency starts in a week.
Cameron Carr not happy to be sitting there in the
I know,
green room
and we don't even know if it's the Knicks here. We have no idea. We don't know.
Yeah.
Which would be a good spot
Reported
for him.
trade with the Lakers. I think they're flipping picks here. Yeah.
Okay. So listen, you got some talent here. Even I was a Chris Sinnat guy. All right, guard and wing are still there that I didn't expect. You take one of these guys. They were the best players available on the board. I am fine with this one because you needed talent, and you got a really good basketball player in Philon here. So get the Labaron ready, everybody. We're driving in it.
Get the Labaron ready right.
We're driving in it, man, and let's see what happens as Cam Carr goes off the board at pick number 24.
And that pick's headed to the Lakers.
That goes to the Lakers. Not a bad pick for him. I mean, a bad spot for him.
No, I think that's the type of guy you want on a Luka team, right? Someone who can shoot, also an athlete who can be a
floor.
potential guy who runs the floor, off-ball cutter who can get up for a lob and finish like that. So I think that makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah. All right. So
you're in on Philon.
I like I've always liked the player. Didn't really think he would be there. I thought maybe Swain would be there where we would be talking about him. I thought Philon would go when that runner guards would go. I thought he was gone. And so I didn't really expect. And look, we thought there was a chance, but really, no, I didn't think so. So I do like the player. I understand it. Like you said, I may not have made the selection, but I like the guts it took for
I was
going to
say, to me, it's less like, it's not about would I have made the selection because I don't like the player.
No.
It's about having the bravery to look at the fan base after the year that they just had. And not even the year they just had. It's been years of the team's not good enough rebounding the ball. The team's not good enough they're not big enough. They're not athletic enough. And you took a guy who is small, right? I think one of the most concerning things.
Yeah, in the partnership with Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah. The most concerning thing for me with Philon is that between last year's combine and this year's combine, freshman to sophomore, he gained 2 pounds. And you're talking about a guy who's like, what, 176, 177, I think
he's listed at 185.
And I don't think he made that at the combine.
At the combine, right.
So that is concerning because I do think, despite the fact he made these massive improvements as a finisher at the rim in the half court this year, I do think he has to get bigger if he's going to finish in traffic and play through bigger guards, wings, and certainly finish over bigs in the paint. The other big question for me, how good is his defense going to be? Is his freshman year, he was kind of a bulldog at the point of attack, like a really good guard defender, engaged all the time. And as a sophomore, when he's more responsible for the offense, scored over 20 points or scored 20 points a game in college, big time scorer, big time playmaker, pushed the pace in transition. His effort fell off a cliff on the defensive end. And so is he able to split the difference a little bit here? Is he able, as a 6-man backup for the Sixers, to be not a positive defender, because no small guard rookies are, but can you exert more effort while also getting the best out of your offensive skill set? I think that's probably the hope early on for him. I don't think he's ever going to be a high-level defender because if he's a one-position defender, I think you're going to be fortunate because at that size, there's only so much you can do. But I think that's probably the hope, is that he can find the freshman commitment on defense with the sophomore leap that he made on offense.
So here's the thing with that, too, because freshman, 10 points a game, not a lot of responsibility at that time. Year 2, he's up 12 extra points. He's at 22. He's carrying a heavy load scoring-wise. You know how it goes sometimes. You lag off in certain spots of your game. Now he's back to that in the NBA, where he has to prove himself. He was already who he was at Alabama. You just needed to see the natural growth in year number 2. Here Nick Nurse is not going to put him on the floor if the effort is not there. Mm-hmm. Yes, if the shot making is there and all, but you got to back that up with the effort. And if it's not there, we know that Nick Nurse will take him off the floor and he is not going to play. So I think that if he comes in with the right mindset and understands that that's going to be a part, he's going to say all the right things. He's going to say, I'm going to defend. He's going to say all those things, but he has to show it. Otherwise, he's not going to play, because you're going to be out there with VJ Edgecombe potentially. If Tyrese Maxey goes to the bench, Edgecombe comes back into the game. Let's say Paul George is out there with you. So you're surrounded by 2 other defenders. If their effort is showing and yours is not, it's going to stand out. It's going to stand out in a big way. So you have to make sure that you have a commitment there. But if he's showing like we had the same question of Jared McCain when he came into the league, the background was always he's tough, he gives the effort, he's not a really good defender, but he will commit to it and try and do all that. And he will get cooked. But when we saw him out there on the floor, especially with that extended time, and we always go back to that run, and even in the Cup game against the Orlando Magic when nobody was playing, Paul George was out there giving him the ball and he's going off. Mm-hmm. And then he's also playing defense. If he does that, then he will be fine. Now, his build is way different than what Jared McCain's is. Lower base, strong. Upper body, a little bit bigger, as we talk about what he did. if he does all those things, I think he'll be okay. But I also believe that because we don't know who the other guards and other wings are going to be there, who's he out there on the floor with to hide some of that?
They're going to have to be selective with the lineups because this is not I don't think you can get away with Philon, Maxey, and especially not Philon, Maxey, VJ.
Yeah.
You're giving up, and I love VJ's ability to guard up a little bit. You're giving up so much size if you want to try to play that way. So it really is just, for me, and we haven't really talked about this, but I think it's implied by making this pick. You're getting Maxey off the floor more in the regular season. One of the main draws of drafting a guard is you're not going to ask Maxey to play 40 minutes a game. And so when you get to the deeper parts of the season where he needs to scale it up, ramp it up, play those 40 minutes, he's not already gassed. He's not having had to have carried the offense and carried the team on his shoulders for the entire season. How many times do we say, you got to get him some rest. You got to find a way. It doesn't matter who it is. Manufacture offense through your wings. Get some other shooters on the floor. Philon is going to be a big piece of that puzzle because he's coming into the game. He's going to have the ball in his hands quite a bit. I actually am curious how much he'll have the ball in his hands in those units with VJ, presumably, on the bench. How much do you let VJ handle the ball and use Philon as a spacer guard, and a more of a scoring guard? And how much do you want to tap into what I think is Philon's best ability, which is the ball handling? Because I promise you, even the people who are going to continue to be negative about this pick, that's fine. Like, you certainly have a right to be, given the fit concerns and all that. I challenge you to watch a highlight reel of this kid and not come away like, oh man, this dude can dribble and this dude can get to the paint and this dude is going to be a really exciting guy to watch. I don't know that makes him the best player or the best fit for this team, but I think if you give it a chance and you watch him play a little bit, if you haven't spent the time to just see what the highlights look like, I think you will be maybe not surprised, but you will be pretty happy watching how
we talked about the turnovers and stuff. Guys like that who are very confident in their ball handling skills, they can at times over dribble and get caught, especially young guards who make mistakes in the NBA where you have the ball and you make a lot of turnovers here. You can get in that as well, as the Lakers are about to make the pick at 25 for the New York Knicks, and Carr went to the Los Angeles Lakers as the Knicks selected at 24. They selected Carr for the Lakers. Lakers now picking here for the New York Knicks, and we'll see who it is. They went point guard, huh?
De La Rey.
Wow.
That's the Hedfa special right there. Hedfa was all over De La Rey
Brunson,
pre-draft.
Alvarado, and, well, listen, I'll say this. When they got to the finals, as the shooting was there for Shamet and McBride, the ball handling wasn't really there. So the extra ball handling will certainly help here. And you don't have to ask him to do a lot right away. Now, it's interesting because they do have Kolik, who showed some really good stuff when he was playing.
But this is more like the bigger ball handler type. So I think it's always an interesting bet when you get a guy who's, what is he, like 6'6", I think, and can put it on the floor and play make a little bit.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question before we continue diving into the Philon case here. Based on who is available, so we're talking about Sinak, Koa Pete, two of the biggest names left. There's Jefferson. There's
I'll look at some of the best.
There's some interesting guys there. Would you be willing to give up 2 to 3 seconds to get into the high second round?
Isaiah Evans also available.
Evans is available.
You wouldn't take him. Vasar, Malik Thomas.
Boy, you want to talk
Terrence
about a
Reed.
skinny and small team. you trade back into the second and draft Evans. People are going to be like, they'll never get a rebound again.
You know I would move up for – you know how I feel about Chris Sinak, so yes, I would do that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a great question. Would I move back into the first for any of them? Because the way things are going, where you have 26 through 30 left, they might all be gone here. And then we're talking about, are any of them worth buying in top of the second round for tomorrow night? Sinak, yes, I would. You know, I would. And then you also look at those things of the developmental stuff where you get 2 players that you can develop here that, yes, they'll be a part of it, but you're not asking a lot of them, especially with you buying back into to get him. So he would be my number one. I haven't changed off that.
Oh, we didn't bring up Taris Reed is still on the board?
Him,
okay, yeah.
He's
Sorry,
still there.
The chat is going
that's
haywire
cool.
with all the. And by the way, thank you to all our wonderful people who are in here tonight. We've had so many people stop by and weigh in, and certainly once they made a pick of another guard,
So
chat's been hot. So hit the like button while you're here, and of course, if you haven't, hit the subscribe button because we will be back again tomorrow for the second round, and we're on every day.
Talk about, including quotes from Gansey tonight.
That's right.
See what he has to say. I'm sure Derek will have some audio for you that we will share with you at on our YouTube channel and certainly on PHLY_Sixers. But I say Sinak, yes, I would trade back, depending on if he keeps falling. How about you?
I'd be interested in Sinak. I'd be interested in Taris Reed. I'd be interested in, honestly, in the second round. That's when you could talk me into.
There's a lot.
Take the Koa Pete flyer, like good athlete, good size. I did not want to stake my first round on Koa Pete. I think the shot is a complete disaster. But I think if it's a situation where he falls that far, okay, he's a guy who's won everywhere, good athlete, plays out of the dunker spot, will rebound, frankly is a good decision maker and playmaker. I would think about that as well. So yeah, I would say there's probably 3 or 4 guys. I mean, deeper in the draft, if you get real deep and someone like Richie Saunders is there, he'll be a red shirt pick.
That
people
him
would
I
hate.
would red shirt for.
But that's right. That's like if you get to like pick 45,
Yeah,
and you
not
just
the
buy
Quaintons-
one.
not the
I'm not
Quaintons
using not using real assets to get there. Trying to think of who else. Caravan, if you want like a bigger shooter.
I'm
I
a
think is
Caravan guy
interesting.
in
Yeah.
like a second round pick because he can shoot. Now, because there are a lot of people already not happy.
We'll
with
probably do this
pick.
whole conversation tomorrow. so
Absolutely,
that'll be a lot of the
absolutely.
show.
But that would also be a controversial one of trading for because of what you just took.
Yeah.
Another guard, and now this guy is more of a specialist as a shooter. But I like him. I like him a lot. Josh Jefferson, as we already talked about. Malik Thomas. Would you trade up for Malik Thomas? That's another guard.
There's no way.
You said Evans, so now I'm bringing it back to Thomas.
I grade him higher than some of these guys we're talking about. If they traded back into this draft and take another guard, I think people will be storming the practice facility by Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't see how it's possible they could do that.
Yeah. So Phil W., who told me to stop talking about Philon, like I was saying something bad about him. Look, we got to talk about the positives and the negatives of a player. I did both. I championed the pick. So, yes, Phil, I do like Philon. He also just asked me, have I seen Brazil from Arkansas? Absolutely, I've seen him. He is a super athlete. That's what he is.
Mm-hmm.
I like him. He's like Derrick Jones Jr. coming out of UNLV. He has to work to get there, I think, depending on what you want from him. Now, I do think you could put him on the floor. He will block shots. He will weak side block. He can defend. He will run the floor. He will be a highlight reel. Offensively, what are you doing with him except for
no idea.
Pick and roll, and it has to be like roll going to the like super roll going to the basket to finish, and then the lobs and all. I like him, but that's more of if I feel like I'm a buy a 40.
That's
and take
it's
that.
buy a pick range for me.
Yeah, buy a pick range at 40, and certainly Saunders and all that. I like him. Yes, I do. But let's see how the board falls and where he's going and where I would take him. Because I do think somebody would take him. Now, look, if somehow he didn't get selected, I'm all in on a pick him up immediately on a summer league invite. And
Vasar is also out there, by the way. I don't know if maybe he ends up going here as a backup to.
So who's left?
It's Denver, Boston,
who's at 28?
Brooklyn through Minnesota.
29.
29 is
Cleveland
and 30 is Dallas.
Yeah.
And
I can see the bigs going here. I can see all the bigs going at any spot here with all those
all
teams.
the guards are gone, so I feel like Denver might go back up for Jokic here.
Phil says Trayvon can shoot. He can shoot occasionally. I don't know if he's a shooter. He can shoot occasionally. But I get your point. I like the player. If you got him, I wouldn't be upset with him because he is an athlete.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Denver's trading 26 to the Spurs for 35. and 2 future second-round picks. I know the pick. Do you want me to spoil it?
It's fine.
It's Taris Reed.
To the Spurs.
Which now I'm even more confused because they took Quaintance at 20.
Well, right away, Taris Reed can get on the floor.
This is true.
Red shirt.
So what happens with
Quaintance.
Cornette? That's a lot. You got a lot of bigs on that.
Maybe they
roster,
were disappointed with what they saw Cornette in the playoffs. Maybe they were a little disappointed and feel like he'll be there for one more season, and maybe they trade him. So it's Reed to the Spurs in the chat. I see where Freddie was talking about like damn and all that. Reed, because this is a trade with the Denver Nuggets and the Spurs, Taris Reed will go to the San Antonio Spurs.
Sanak keeps on sliding down the board. Sanak and Pete.
I'm all in.
On one of those guys, I know you're all in.
Well, Sanak, yeah, I'm all in on. If he keeps falling and you can get in there, I would get there.
By the way, love Taris Reed. Just like a true big man. Guy who's going to run to the rim, protect the rim, pass the ball, rebound. No frills, no nonsense.
He's a San Antonio Spurs
He is a
guy.
big man. He is a big guy.
He fits the mold of a San Antonio Spurs player. Yes. Interesting there with that one. Boston is now on the clock at pick number 27. We've heard in the past.
Jefferson maybe. Feels like their type of guy.
Some of these other ones, like we didn't. Well, Malik Thomas has been on the back end here too.
Should they draft someone from Streamer University to play alongside Jaylen Brown and try to get him back on board after they pissed him off?
Make him happy a little bit. Yeah.
I don't know the guys at Streamer University, so I couldn't tell you who that would be. There was a funny tweet earlier. Maybe I can pull that up.
So Taris Reed is off the board, and Chris Sanak, Isaiah Evans.
Oh, that's right. Duke Dennis. Draft Duke Dennis from Streamer University to please Jaylen Brown.
How about Isaiah Evans at this spot?
I mean, look, they always like shooting.
Yeah.
Maybe they could go Vasar just because Vooch is out and they clearly wanted a stretch big. And so maybe they – I will say, though, hide your ears, Jack Reacher. There's a lot of betting being done on stretch big with Vasar when the free throw numbers are not good and the volume is not great also. Like the percentage was good, and I would say I'm a decent believer in Vasar as a shooter, but – lot riding on that shot. Lot riding on it.
Yeah, man. Okay.
Could they go Malik here?
Yeah, another score. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Either one.
Anybody
Evans
who
or
shoots.
Thomas. Yeah, I can see Evans or Thomas here for them.
Do any of these teams feel like Sanak teams at the end of the first round here?
I would say because of what Brooklyn just did in getting rid of Claxton, Sharp is the only real true big right now that I could see Sanak being. And look, they're still rebuilding. They're still a team with a bunch of projects on their team that I think Sanak would make sense in a spot like Brooklyn. Yes.
Yeah, you just say we don't really care if it takes forever because we're not going anywhere for a little bit. I don't think Cleveland. I don't think maybe now Dallas has too much to sort out. Like Merez is going to eat all the minutes there. They still got Lively.
And until they trade Gafford, that's not. Yeah, there's
very possible that Sanak is a second round guy at this point, and that's an intriguing situation for me.
And then of course he'll go to Boston. Right.
So I will say he does not feel like a Boston guy.
Stevens is like, yeah, don't worry, I got it.
We're gonna find out soon enough who the Celtics pick
I see all of this. I got it. Don't you worry. So yeah, all right, everybody. We're in like overtime now,
in
basically.
Triple overtime.
Yeah, we're in overtime here
overtime.
On the PHLY Sixers Draft Day Live Special, Day 1, presented by Rothman Orthopedics and Parks Casino. Make sure you visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to learn more, and parkscasino.com for the event schedule, all the great things that they have going on there. Parks Casino is a fantastic place. Make sure you go and check out. Labaron Philon falls to the Sixers at 22. They pass on Cam Carr and take the 6'4" guard. People were getting on it because we said he was 6'2". He measured at 6'2" and like 3/4 at the combine. He'll have his shoes on. He'll be 6'4" when he's out there on the basketball court.
He will have his shoes on. The exact 6'2.5" without shoes, 6'6 1/4 wingspan. again, I think the more relevant number, if you're a person who's concerned about size, 176 pounds. That is light. There are not a lot of...
That's Lou Williams' weight.
Yeah, there are not a lot of guards at under 180 who have a lot of success in the NBA. So he needs to put on weight. But again, the skill level, off the charts. Ball handling, incredible. Also, I feel like we've talked about the passing a little bit. He's a high feel guy. Like I really believe in him in terms of how he sees and reads the game. I think he just is thinking steps ahead of the defense when he's got the ball in his hands. And I think you guys are going to like watching him. I don't know that means he's going to get them any closer to a title, but I don't think anybody they're picking here was going to do that.
No. And the commissioner's walking up to the podium for the Boston Celtics. Do they go big? Do they make a surprise pick here? Do we get a surprise like Joshua Jefferson over some of the others?
Sanak. They did go Sanak. I'm actually genuinely surprised by this. Because
their developmental team has been really good.
They are, but I feel like they normally over-index on the skill side rather than the tools guys. It's a lot of the... Well, maybe I shouldn't say that because Jaylen Brown was more of a tools than skills guy, and he certainly has been one of their big success stories. Tatum, skill development was really good. But then you just look at it's Pritchard, it's Shireman, it's Hauser, it's a lot of skill role players, which is my way of saying white shooters. So
shout out Shireman and Hauser and Pritchard.
It's an interesting one, right? And I think their case for this is like, we can take our time with him a little bit. Cato was really good for us last year. We're already a very good team. We can bring him along slowly. We'll still probably be successful regardless of whether he's good or not. It's a talent bet. It's a tools bet. So I like that for them. I just wasn't sure they were willing to take that type of guy there.
Coming from a well-coached team.
100%.
With Sampson. You're putting him into and absorbing him into the culture that they have. He wanted the tough coaching that he got there, and now look at the tough coaching he's about to walk into with Missoula. But also when he's on the floor, he has players, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown on the floor, smart players with him, Derek White that can. These guys are ones that are on the floor as leaders that will coach and help their guys out there on the floor, make things easy for them. Pritchard also. So, and then making the bet, as Kyle pointed out, of we can take our time with him, and if we hit, we're going to hit with this type of player. And when you mention the skill with the shooters or the toolsy guys, and also and you bring up the Vucevic part, and then you lean Vesar, but sometimes that talent just pops, and you say we can absorb him.
I would have taken Sanak over Vesar. It was more. I wonder if he just fits more of what they're looking for.
Yes, because of Boston. So this is an interesting pick, interesting spot. And now we get to see him 4 times a year and see how it all.
Assuming he gets into the rotation, which is not. One of the reasons I like this spot for Sanak is that he right now is a mid-range heavy player, and in fact, a mid-range heavy player to the point that he would drift off the 3-point line and take catch and shoot baseline jumpers from 16 feet out, which was a fine shot 25 years ago, but in today's league, they're not asking you to do that very often. I think Joe Mazzulla right away is going to be like, you take that shot, I'm sitting your ass on the bench. And I think they're going to challenge him to shoot threes early. And you might live with some ugly results and ugly games, but I think that's ultimately going to be better for his development to just right away be in an organization that says, you're going to play at the rim or you're going to take threes. We're cutting down on you freelancing in the mid-range and taking guys off the dribble and taking contested jumpers. You're going to play a more defined role. And so I think that will slim down kind of what he's looking at on offense. So then you can focus a lot of your time and attention on defense, where he's got crazy tools and just needs to harness them to figure out what his future is.
And playing the 4 and the 5 on that team, he can. The one I will say they probably let him shoot would be, a lot of times we would see Jason Tatum with some bounce passes in the middle of a certain type of defense, maybe a zone, middle of the floor. He's the guy that flashes, that can shoot that mid-range jump shot from the elbow and knock that one down. which could ultimately turn into when he makes them, they're going to close out and he's going to put the ball on the floor and finish because he's a big athletic guy that can finish at the rim. So he goes to Boston. Minnesota is now on the clock for the Brooklyn Nets, courtesy of the Julius Randle trade, where the Wolves traded 3-time All-Star Julius Randle and the 28th overall pick to the Nets for pick number 33. Tomorrow, Minnesota has that selection. Chicago then acquired Nick Claxton. He's going to the Bulls. And the other Mo Gay, not the Atlanta Mo Gay.
This was very funny. I think our friend Jake Fisher had to clarify, actually, it's this Mo Gay.
This Mo Gay. He is going to Minnesota. Reports were that they were going to waive him, but we'll see what Minnesota does with him after he goes there. So Philon, Labaron Philon is the pick for the Philadelphia 76ers. Again, a lot of thumbs up for him, a lot of thumbs down in the chat. So controversial pick. Have you seen anything yet from as far as the press conference goes?
No, because I don't think they're starting until the first round
is over, until it's completed?
Completely over.
Okay.
I will say this in terms of the boldness and what we're talking about with this pick. There's really a lot riding on this now, because if you look at just how these other picks fell, you take Philon, the Knicks are going to end up with who? Cam Carr, right?
No, the Knicks have the
Lakers got Cam Carr.
The Spanish point
guard. The Knicks got De La Rey.
De La Rey.
But then the Celtics later on end up with Chris Sinak, who I think a lot of people in the chat would have been, the chat and fans were just more happy with, and made peace with, this guy's a fit. We'll do what we need. So if Sinak hits and it's for the Celtics, that's going to make it pretty tough.
It's going to sting.
Again, I liked Philon a lot more than Sinak as a player. Quite frankly, he was just a much better college player. Now, whether that means he'll be a better NBA player and a better NBA player on this team, who knows? But he was a great college player last year.
So it's a good question here from what's the question that I'm going to turn into a statement that Jay of the Jungle, our buddy Jay, we saw Jay tonight. Thank you, Jay, coming through. Philon is definitely a better prospect than McCain was. You agree with that?
I think so, but I don't know that I feel because we've seen Jared in the NBA. I haven't seen Philon in the NBA yet. Jared, we had major questions about, is he going to be able to put it on the deck and get to the rim ever? And while it was a challenge at times, I think he was better than we probably expected. I think the shooting was real right away. I think his ability to get to that bump J from the mid-range was better than maybe we expected. Philon, in theory, has a more diverse offensive skill set because of the handle, because of the shake that he has. He's just a more dynamic player and has a lot of the same, defensive concerns. So I said it at the top of the show, and some of you came in here very late, right? It was not a lot of you were coming in for the Sixers pick and not 7:30 intro for the show. My big thing coming into tonight was Jefferson
to Brooklyn.
Well, another point guard.
Danny Wolf all over again.
They got to type.
At least he's a bulkier point guard here.
So my big thing coming into the night.
I'm so happy that he's first round though. After that injury,
I agree. Yeah,
first 5 minutes of the tournament,
had a hell of a season. Hell of a season.
I'm really happy for him.
The big thing for me coming into tonight was Mike Gansey, Jameer Nelson, Prosper, that whole front office. What they could not do is make a decision based on how people felt about what Daryl Morey did. Couldn't do it based on moves Daryl Morey made to set up where the team is and what the roster looks like. You have to make moves as the president of basketball operations that you think put this team in the best position to win games now, in the future, and to build a team for however long that he's in charge of this team. You can't say, we're making this pick because it's going to make people feel good right now, right? We can't do that because the fit will make people leave me alone for a little bit. If you believed, and clearly they had to believe, that Philon was by far the best player there, forget what Daryl Morey did. Forget the Jared McCain trade. You make the best move tonight. That's the type of leadership that I can get behind. People who can make tough decisions, not worry so much about whether it lines up with what fan expectation, media expectation, whatever it might be. Again, I probably still would have taken Cam Carr because I think he splits the difference in a meaningful way.
All right.
But I'm not going to sit here and be like, boy, they needed to take Chris Sinak, because I don't believe in Chris Sinak the way that I believe in either of Cam Carr or Labaron Philon. And so I would have went in a similar but not the same direction.
All right. We do have a lot of super chats.
We
Didn't
do.
realize we had
I do
so
see
many.
some tomatoes.
I had some tomatoes
from
in
our
there.
friend Maple.
I miss Maury also. Tomatoes the Gansey, and I miss Maury for this Philon. So the thing is with Philon, it's not going to matter of listen, the words are going to be important in letting us know why they selected him.
Mm-hmm.
What's really going to change people's mind is seeing him on the floor in the Sixers uniform and getting it done. That will start with, of course, the Summer League and how things go there. So we hear you, Maple. We understand. Give him a chance and see what he does. Brandon from New Jersey says, if Philon gets off the Ozempic, he could be special.
Cleveland is moving the 29th pick to Sacramento. Sacramento trading into the first round here in the second to last
After
pick.
selecting Darius Acuff. Okay.
Yes. I wonder where they go here. They could go anywhere, I guess. Maybe not
board.
big since they're
Isaiah
they're
Evans is
Reno
available
now.
Koa Pete, maybe.
You could talk me into that.
Yeah, guy that they can take their time on,
Yeah.
and he can do all the other good stuff. He's a winner. So you
I
bring.
don't know
in
if
a
I could go
winning type of
Malik
player.
here.
I would
after
not.
drafting
Would you go
Acuff.
Evans? I would not.
I'd think about it, but probably not.
I would not. He's a different player than what you drafted in Nick Clifford a year ago. But with Acuff and Clifford, unless they feel like they're going to get rid of DeMar DeRozan and they can develop another young wing player, then no, I would probably, for them, maybe go with one of those. Maybe go with Pete here.
You can tell that some of these are old, by the way, because we have Rob G says, sources, Karim Lopez stopped for going 108 miles an hour over the Ben Franklin Bridge.
Let's read these and get them in here. As we have Brian Pumper. This is right now, so I would say so. This is based on what the pick was. Fire everyone in sight. So we know B Pump wants taller players. Ace Bailey, 6'9", 6'8", 6'9", and he likes some of the other ones like Nate Ahmet. And you got a 6'4" guard, and
He
he's not
goes
happy
on
about
and
it.
says, Okafor, Embiid, and Noel back to back to back, 3 guards, man. What the F is this? This is a 24-hour fitness team, man. And then said traded McCain because he can't play with VJ and Maxey to turn around and draft another guard who can't play with VJ and Maxey. Lipstick on a pig.
Oh, man.
Pump. Sorry, my friend. You got to deal with it.
Maple keeps it going. Smaller, smaller, and smaller. Don't like the small pick, man.
No.
Yeah.
And Mr. Sandman has a question.
All right.
What is the best case scenario? Philon can't share the court with Maxey in big minutes. Maxey will play 40-plus minutes in close games. Make it make sense. So here's the thing.
Just kind of
Maxey can't play 40-plus minutes.
Made it make sense.
The last season, he wore down. Him playing 40-plus minutes, admittedly he played too deep into the game that he got hurt in, was the entire reason that he was compromised down the stretch and not able to be the Tyrese Maxey that we all know and love in the playoffs. So some of the best case scenario is that Philon is so good that Maxey can play 33, 34, 35 minutes on a given night, and you can still win those minutes because you have him scoring. You got VJ doing what he does, Paul George to help out and play some defense. And also, it's another guard who can shoot, because even the backup guard you had that you thought could shoot in Quentin Grimes basically had a month and a half that was good and then was missing shots most of the year. Admittedly, a bigger and defensive-minded guard. So it is a real problem.
Question, though, because he can take up and soak up some of those minutes for Tyrese Maxey.
Yeah.
Maxey can get a rest. If he runs the second unit and things go well, you got yourself a guy that can make things easier for Nick Nurse in his decision-making of, can I take Tyrese Maxey off the floor for a little bit and still not lose those minutes? Maple says, Adam Silver himself laughed at our pick.
Caravan is going to the Kings at 29. Sorry for spoiling that for you, but that's the latest word.
I wouldn't
on
have
the
thought
street.
that. I looked the shooting part of it, yes. I didn't think he would trade into the first four.
I'm not sure what the cost is. I'll circle back on that and see if we can get a handle on that.
Okay. So Sacramento's
I'm yawning up here. I needed some more caffeine. Now that it's just the two of us.
Long night. Definitely a long night. Reardon says, I wanted Sinak, but if Philon can spell Maxey and get him to 35 minutes a night instead of 38, great pick. Let's go Sixers. Reardon, same. I know he was on the Sinak side of things like I was. You didn't hate Sinak. Derek was probably the most against it.
Yeah.
But Philon, if he can do that and score the basketball and defend a little bit, you got yourself something there with another decent player. So I'll ask you this.
And by the way, this is an appeal strictly to you. Labaron Philon going to throw some lobs this year.
Yeah, he is.
That is a lob thrower. He is a willing and able. He turns the corner. He's looking. So Adembona, work on those hands, brother. You're going to get opportunities. We might have to start a Philon lob counter. That might be
We had the lob counter
the
last year, so we can just make it the Philon lob counter now because he will toss it up there. The one thing too, man, if he gets a guy and he gets that angle and can turn, he will turn a corner and he is gone. Now, meeting him at the rim and all that, making the decision there, but that's part of the lob throwing. He'll have an advantage. He'll throw that lob. We already got the lob counter ready to go. We got the Labaron. Rev the Labaron up, everybody. We're gonna have that ready. We got to come up with the shirt, Bree, for the Labaron, so we can tell Eric. We gotta get that right. Rev up the Labaron. All right, let's get. He can sit in the car on the shirt. There you go. All right, all right. Super chat from who's that? Rude Stash. Is this the one? Did we read this one earlier?
This is another.
Oh, he wanted
Marty Eunice. Welcome to Philly.
Welcome to
Hashtag
Philly.
let's go.
Let's go. Second round, maybe
Maybe
we'll
another
see.
buy a pick type guy.
We'll see. You got these last two.
Chris Christakis says, we've only taken a bucket of knowledge from a sea of ignorance. Bill James, Sam Hinkie. That's like a Michael Scott, Wayne Gretzky. Sam Hinkie, love the show. Thanks for making us all less ignorant. Chris, thank you so much for checking it. Thank you, everybody who's been here. And Dr. Prince Blue says, people complained about the McCain trade. You have his replacement.
You do. As we've talked about, that's the replacement. Jeremy McCain had to prove it. Now Labaron Philon has to prove it. I think more people were okay with the Dalton Connect falling had a lot of people upset that night.
Mm-hmm.
But he eventually got people on his side. And so we'll see. Man, Labaron Philon, fun summer league is going to be. At least we'll have some shows built around that because when he goes off for 25 in the summer league game, then we'll really be humming with some people talking about, all right, I'm in. I'm in. I've seen enough. I'm in.
Who do we think is going? So
Dallas?
I heard, apparently Phoenix is trading into this spot. So who are we thinking for Phoenix? I feel like we haven't thought about Phoenix at all.
No, because they didn't have a pick at all. I think they had a late second.
Yeah, so it's they re-signed their guards. Obviously, they got Booker.
Do they stay with the Arizona guy?
They know more about him than everybody else. Here we go.
It's either Pete or Evans, I would say. My guess. Pete or Evans.
The tension is palpable.
All right, let's see.
There it is. Koa Pete, final pick of the first round.
All right, that makes sense to Phoenix. They have, as you said, they have a lot of intel on them.
I got to make sure that was confirmed that it's yes. Okay, so it's Koa Pete to Phoenix. I know our friend Saul at PHNX is a little distraught right now. I don't think he was a big Koa Pete guy.
He's not leaving the state.
Saul, if you're out there watching somewhere, it's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Well, they did this with DeAndre Ayton, right? They wanted to keep the guy in so they do it again here.
Boy, they showed one of his 7 made threes in the highlight reel to start his college tape here on the draft show for ESPN. Look, if he had been available in the early 30s, that's where I think I would have been willing to take the bet on him that he's going to rebound and play with size and play out of the dunker. 22 with the options that were there. No, thank you.
He's no longer in the mix.
Yeah.
No.
So Evans,
Thomas.
Best available?
Evans is best available on
Evans,
ESPN.
Thomas, Vasar.
Baba Miller.
Our guy, Vince's guy.
Richie Saunders.
Yeah.
Ryan Conwell, the guard from Louisville. Jack Kyle from Germany.
So the funniest possible pick is Bruce Thornton, another small guard.
I saw a lot of buzz on
who's
Bruce
a
Thornton.
hooper, but
And
they can no way.
No chance.
You cannot do it.
No, you can't do that. No. Sharp is available too, the Houston guard.
Yeah.
I like Braden Smith out of a lot of those, just as far as running a team, but he's too
want
small.
To talk about, he's like 6 foot even,
he's
maybe.
actually 6 foot, and that's it. He's no shorter, no taller, and that's it.
There is a
Brazil is
there's a
11th,
German guard,
Phil.
if we really want to go all in on the
one
guards.
Jack Cahill?
Yeah. I think he's like 6'5", 6'4", 6'5", somewhere in that range.
He's
Again, they're not going
6'5", 185, so he's basically listed the same as Labaron, just a slightly taller.
They're not going to take it. I shouldn't say that. They just took Labaron Philon at number 22 with Cam Carr and Sanak and Biggs on the board.
And we will talk a lot about this tomorrow, but for me, knowing Kyle, everybody, if Evans goes like immediately, I would look and say, if I was saying for you, you would take the swing on Richie Saunders and let him develop and see what happens there.
Yeah, also because I think
had he not been injured,
the scenario where you get Saunders is you buy a pick in the final 15, where it's not, hey, I'm giving up real future picks. It's I'm paying cash, and I'll take the guy who I can take a redshirt year on. I think he's going to be a solid role player. Like, I'd be willing to, if you can leave a roster spot open and burn another one on Kyle Lowry, I think you could use one on Richie Saunders. But no, I mean, look, Vasar is interesting as a second round guy. I wouldn't have taken him in the first, but at this point, there will be maybe like 35, 38, somewhere in there. See what the cost is going to be there. Devon doesn't seem like a Vasar guy, not his type of player.
I don't like him as much as Jack Reacher obviously does.
The number one
Vasar fan. I know you liked him a little bit when we were starting the evaluation process. If they took him, I understood, because you just take another big guy, so I would understand that for sure. I would be fine with it. Yeah, if they decided that you get a big, he can do some things there, I would be okay with it. Yeah, I'd be fine.
Apparently, the cost of acquiring the 30th pick from Dallas was 2 Phoenix seconds in 2029 and 2033. So that's for the final first of the draft.
So with that, before we get to the second round, would you have done that if the player was there that you would have liked? 2 first, 1 in 29 and 131.
No, 2 seconds.
2 seconds, I'm sorry.
2 seconds for 1 first. I think if I could have done that for Sanak, I think I would have done that. He just didn't make it that far.
Yeah. Yep.
Because I think at that point, the tools and the talent. Okay. All right. Look, first round's over. We're at the end of the marathon. Do we have any super chats left, Bree, or we're all set? So we'll be back tomorrow, guys, for the second round, which probably will be mostly just focused on Sixer stuff as we get there. Any final thoughts on the draft, on Philon, that you want to close with before we get out of here?
The draft itself, I would say my one real big surprise before we got to the craziness of the back end of the teens was Johnson going to the Mavericks, Marez Johnson going to the Mavericks at 9. I as much as we've mocked him to 11 or 12, I didn't have him in the top 10. Not that he wasn't good enough, just more at seeing that the guards or even Morris, for his teammate at Michigan, will go before him. He was the first one to go at 9, so I would say that one stands out for me. And then Philon with Carr and Sanak still available, and they go with the smaller guard when we've talked so much. One thing about it, everybody, the head coach remains, and now the executive assistant is Jameer's title now. Is it
executive vice president?
Executive vice president,
something like that.
So
yeah. I'll look at the masthead.
So Jameer Nelson and Prosper returning working underneath both Daryl Morey and Elton Brand, but Jameer and Prosper still being in the building.
Executive vice president.
And you have this new front office led by Mike Gansey with some help, of course, with a big voice of Bob Myers. I was a little shocked that they went with the small guard over the wing and the big.
So a development here, some news regarding some picks that we saw. The Knicks, who we saw draft De La Rey, traded that pick for Koa Pete and 2 seconds. And then they traded Koa Pete to the Suns for 3 more second rounders in cash. The Knicks moved out of the first round entirely. That was
They still have 31 though tomorrow.
Yes, they have the first pick in the second round.
Okay, and then there was buzz already out there that they weren't going to keep both 24 and 31.
Yeah.
So Koa Pete eventually ends in Phoenix.
In Phoenix.
After all of that, he ends up in Phoenix. I would say so. I mean, do we wait to grade the Sixers pick just so we can think about it and hear?
I think that'll be tomorrow.
Hear what they have to say about it all. But I'm not mad at it. I like the player. We get to see a good player that they don't have a lot of on this roster.
Yeah.
There were just some others with some more size that they would add to the roster that they decided to pass on and take the smaller guard. So
yeah, this was
right.
It's funny because I set Derek up for this exact thing in our mock draft that we did. He took Philon. The chat absolutely ripped him to shreds. They called him Derek Colangelo, Derek King, all these crazy names.
Yes, they did.
And then draft night rolls around, and what happens?
He was there.
He was on the board, and they take Labaron Philon. So, maybe you guys can say your sorries to Derek for being mean to him, or at least you can direct that energy to Mike Gansey and Jameer Nelson instead of Derek. I'll end the night on this before we get to roll call. There's still a lot of work left to do. 100%. So as much as I like this pick because I like the player, I like the talent bet, it might be a slim path, but I think there's a path to some star upside. You got to show me what the rest of the vision is, because this is not a team that is anywhere close to complete. This is a team with very real holes that have existed for years that you did nothing to address. And so I can get behind this pick in a big way because I think Philon is a hooper. I think he can score. He can play make. He got to the free throw line. He got to the rim. He's got a floater package that's already developed. I think if he competes on defense, at least it's like he'll be engaged and he can help you out there despite the fact that he's going to get targeted. But show me something with the rest of your vision. Maybe that's getting back into the second round tomorrow, getting some front court help. Maybe it's some free agency moves. But show me the other pieces of the puzzle. I think I'm intrigued, but I'm not satisfied. That would be my assessment of where we're at right now.
So Vincent James did say this about Zuby. He was right there for the Sixers at 22. I had somebody, I haven't checked my phone a lot, but I did have somebody in the league and say they should have gone Zuby at 22 over even all the other guys that were available.
And we like Zuby.
And we like Zuby at 22 as well. Zuby at 22 was something that we said, okay, we could live with that. And they decided to go with the guard. So this is going to be a fun conversation over the next couple of weeks.
Boy, is it. Because
the Summer League doesn't start until about, July 9th or something, 8th or something like that.
9th to the 19th.
Yeah, so we got a nice little runway before we get to free agency, which is a week away from tonight. And then the Summer League that gets underway to talk about Labaron. Rev it up, everybody. Because Labaron Philon is a Philadelphia 76er. Are they better today just because you add somebody that you can play? I think so. I think you are, because you can play this guy. As we talked about, drafting someone that can come right in and give you some minutes. He will be able to play. Defensively, he's going to have to show something. The weight room program over the next couple of months to add some LBs, he's going to need that. Because, yes, he can get to the paint, but they will knock him down as he leaves his feet in the air, and he will not get that call all the time. So we'll see how he holds up. We have been tonight presented by Rothman Orthopedics. Visit rothmanortho.com/PHLY to learn more. Also, Parks Casino, and make sure you check out parkscasino.com to see all the live events that they have going on there. You can visit the beer garden. You can check out so much at Parks Casino, the entertainment place here locally that you need to be.
Thank you to all our wonderful partners. Shout out to Rothman and Parks. And thank you to all of you as we get into our roll call on the way out tonight. First and foremost, got to thank our people who came out to our watch party tonight. I saw Hedfa. I saw our guy Eugene. I saw Dr. Philly was in the building. Made an appearance, the number one Nick Nurse hater in all of PHLY.
Can I also give another sponsor? Wasn't a sponsor, but they provided the food for everybody.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Celebrisi Pizza down in Packer Ave Shopping Center down by the stadiums in the complex. So, again, Celebrisi Pizza, thank you so much for providing the food. Tonight, we had a bunch of pizza for everybody here tonight.
We did.
The beverages as well. Celebrisi Pizza, again, Packer Ave Shopping Center down by the stadiums. Go check them out.
We also had our guy Constant, who brought his buddies with him. Got to meet some of his friends. That was awesome.
Jay,
They're all really good guys. Jimmy. Thank you for coming through. Jay the Jungle, of course. Nona, Stacy, Jess. I'm like, my brain is soup right now. So I'm
a lot of people.
We had a bunch of people in here. I hope you guys had some good beverages. The vibes out there seem great because I heard a lot of yelling during
you could just hear the murmuring
the draft,
of people talking,
the Phillies game, and all kinds of stuff. So thank you guys all for making it a really fun night here. And of course, all of you in the chat. But first, before I thank them, thank you to super producer Bree for holding it down. Thank you to, he's back to Vice President of Basketball Operations, Ethan, for getting himself back in line after some giggles during the middle of the draft and throwing us into chaos over here. So thank you to our production team. Thank you to Ben on social, all our other PHLY staffers who were here tonight.
Yep.
Jamie, Todd, Ben, VG was here. Saw Bo at one point.
Brenna
was in the chat.
Absolutely in the chat, but Brenna also at home helping out.
Yes.
Was anybody else helping out? Julia was helping out from home as well. Everybody.
If I'm not saying your name, it's not because I don't like you. It's because there's just a million people we're going to have to get to at some point. Guys, first of all, before I shout out a lot of you in the chat, get us to over 500 likes, please, on the way out.
What are you
doing? So many of you in here.
What are you doing?
I wish we were at 1,000 likes already. We'll get there at some point. But just hit that thumbs up button on your way out of here tonight because it makes a big, big difference for us on this show, but also that whole team of people that we're talking about. We work very hard on all ends of this company to make this thing go. It takes a second of your time. That thumbs up makes a big difference for us. So thank you to some of our chatters tonight. That's South Jersey Jack, Ivan, Saltwater, Phil W., who's in on Philon. I knew Phil would be in on Philon. That's a hooper. Phil loves his hoopers.
The Sixers an A.
Look at that. Thank you to Visualize, to Mickey J,
to
Juliet, to Sonny, to John Hill, Philly Heem, Hey Joe, Bobo, Hybrid Pie, Red River Wave, Marquise Lamont. Is that Allo Jones Music? Xavier, thank you to Lost Sleep TV, Dwayne Wilson.
Losing sleep these next 2
I want to
nights.
say Dwayne was someone who had come in for the first time. There was somebody who came in for like, love the vibe, love the camaraderie. You know, we do this show every day. So we do still like each other at this point. We spend a lot of time together. Work on that chemistry so it's nice when it's noticed. Thank you to Larry Love, to Goated. This was definitely auto-corrected, I think. Zucros? Does that sound right? Forgive my typos. Thank you to Mr. C. West, Tim Keating, Freddie P., Drowning Guitars, Rancho Deluxe, Code Ran, who wanted to be here tonight but just couldn't get in. Thank you to Code.
See you next time.
Kyle 750, RC Thompson, Rob G., Dominic Palio. Shout out to Dominic.
What up, Dom?
Known him for many years. Thanks for stopping by tonight. Kyle Wright, that's real.
That is real.
Squinkstein. That's a new one.
That is a new one.
Thank you to Between and Unseen. Thank you to Larry K, JW215, Philly Star 33, PWD, EB Nash, JY Doctor, Lenny Franco, MBD, DBF, our friend.
MBD.
Back in the chat, Johnny Lucas, Arizona Ron, WR Ferguson, Mom's Grandchildren, Darkness.
Turn the lights
I can't do the full. My voice is shot.
Turn the lights down on because we want all these kids to get drafted. So Not turning lights down.
Teach
on
Game
anybody.
Reloaded, Rude Stash, Jesse Rivera, Carolina Greenery Tech, Year-Round DH, Terrence Knights, T. Burrell, Mr. James, Jedi Jagger.
James.
Be pumped. Pump it up.
Pump it up.
We're really pumping it up. Cenobite Mayor, Darren Robinson, Stephen Paul, V. Wynn, Peter, Maple, Benjamin, K. Fergie, SB Cole, Ma Dubs, Constantine,
What up,
Drew
Dubs?
B, JT, The Flying Zebra, Rookie Rook, Jazzy.
Jazzy, what up?
Another
Missed you.
E-Train. There were 2 different E-Trains. There can only be one. It's like
one.
Highlander. Thank you to Andrew Woodland,
We got a
Big
Labaron,
Will,
though.
Igavini, Vince Pellegrini pounding the table for Baba Miller in the second
Let's
round.
go.
Thank you to Salvatore, Hedfa, Jess, Nona, Marcus, X-Man,
ladies.
Theo, The Question, Sovereign Redemption, and I Ain't Black, I'm OJ. Okay. Thank you, everybody, for being here. It's at AKRG. I see in there Vino Wines in there at the end. Lots of people checking in late. Bam Sham.
Bam Sham.
Wham Bam. Axe Monkey.
Thank you, ma'am.
X Copper. Say what?
Say what?
Philly J, who said, so glad they didn't take Pete. I'm with you.
Yeah.
EJ Barrett, Rodham, Reardon. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It was a marathon, as usual,
Yeah.
on draft night. We're out of here.
500 likes.
Tomorrow,
get
second
to it.
round stream. We'll be here the whole way. Come back then. Also, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell
I
icon
don't even know what a bell is.
so you get notifications each and every time that we go live. We'll see
it
you
is.
next time. Stay safe. Take care of one another. Goodbye, everybody.
See ya.
We all silly like the mayor.